my faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier, je danse, personne ne peut m'arrêter, sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites, je cours, rien ne m'évite, sous la lune je suis en feu, un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage.
The road to the Brawl Cup has been nothing short of epic. Teams from all corners of the world have been battling it out, each one vying for that elusive spot in the grand finals. With every match, the stakes continue to rise and the intensity has only grown. In East Asia, Reject stunned everyone by taking down the team that many considered the favorite to make it to the finals, Zeta Division.
And it's not long before they do. Here they come. Shu coming in, lands bang on the safe and gets it done for Reject.
Their strategy was relentless, and with every clutch moment, they proved that they were more than just underdogs.
In order to keep this one alive, but Reject keep on pushing in. Deny!
The crowd was left in awe as they secured their place in the ultimate showdown. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon has been a force to be reckoned with. Their revamped roster has taken them to new heights, and they've dominated throughout the season. When it came time for the finals, they didn't just compete, they completely showcased their raw power and flawless teamwork.
Now or never, and Shu is low. Shu goes down. It's going to tip the balance, and Crazy Raccoon are your champions for East Asia.
It was clear they had earned their spot as the team to beat. Humble, always a strong contender, was focused on defending their title. In their matchup against Team Heretics, the battle was fierce, with every set pushing both teams to the limit. But as the dust settled, Humble proved that they were still the team to watch, showing their resilience and ability to come out on top in high-pressure moments.
Take this round of hypercharge from Smatic to secure things if needed. It's not even going to be there. Reigning world champions continue to dominate this region.
Then there was SK Gaming, who delivered one of the most unforgettable comebacks of the season. After pulling off a reverse sweep against Foot Esports, they carried that momentum straight into the monthly finals, where they faced Humble in a 3-0 blowout. Their performance was nothing short of dominant, cementing their place as one of the top contenders in the race for the Brawl Cup.
But it got to 92, and SK Gaming are going to do it, the monthly final champions for February.
At the same time, Loud and Casa Brawl made it clear that they were the two teams to beat. Both squads made their way into the grand finals with ease, but not without a fight. Their semifinal matchups were incredibly close, with each set packed with high-stakes drama and tension. Every game felt like it could swing in any direction, but these two teams fought tooth and nail to secure their spots in the final showdown.
Of this series from start to finish with a very nice draft, beautiful execution, and opponents who frankly don't know how to counter them.
The finals between Loud and Casa Brawl was a thrilling battle of strategy and skill. Every set seemed to come down to the last game, with the outcome hanging by a thread. In the end, Casa Brawl emerged victorious, but it could have easily gone either way. The rivalry between these two teams has only intensified, and with the stakes as high as they are, they'll both be hard to beat when it comes to claiming that final Brawl Cup spot.
How can it be realistic go against the 1 versus 3? He can't. And Casa Brawl are your champions in South America.
And who could forget Havoc? Their road to the finals was nothing short of spectacular. Their stunning reverse sweep against Elevate will go down as one of the most exciting comebacks in Brawl history. Their teamwork and determination were on full display as they clawed their way to the top, proving that they were a force to be reckoned with.
And Havoc are going to steamroll through. They are in the grand finals.
But despite their incredible run, they couldn't overcome the might of Tribe Gaming. Tribe showed their dominance throughout the finals, securing their spot as the team to beat in the region.
I don't think that's going to happen.
And Tribe Gaming pull away. 8 stars separating them. Havoc had a good run, but it ends here. Miracle stopped and Tribe Gaming.
Heading into March, the competition is fiercer than ever. The road to the Brawl Cup is still wide open, and any of these top teams could claim that final coveted spot. The race is on, and the next chapter promises to be as thrilling as the last. Stay tuned, because the ultimate showdown is just around the corner.
We're back, better than ever for another year of the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With a new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
His gadget won't be enough to get the kill, but SK Gaming.
Follow the journey along this spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl!
We're kicking off our March monthly finals with the most exciting yet volatile region. It's time for East Asia. 8 teams are waiting for the moment to shine and to tell their story. I'm Sunny, and I'm super happy to be joined by Ark, Kenny, and Trev waiting in the wings. Hello, you two. It's been a bit of a break since the February monthly finals. Ark, what have you been up to?
What I've been up to in the Ark household, I've been searching for puppies. I've been doing a ton of prep leading into what's going to be a fantastic additional month to the monthly finals. I mean, East Asia, what's not to love? It's always set to be a banger, always something to look forward to, and I'm very excited for it.
I'm excited too. So are you, hopefully, Kenny. Are you ready for today's show? What's going to be your highlight of the day? Do you know already?
I mean, gotta think it's that quarterfinal 4 coming up on the way. Zeta Division, Crazy Raccoon, some old teammates duking it out, some world champions duking it out. It does not get much better than that.
Very high caliber teams we have today. Looking at the leaderboard now, Ark, it's just the outcome of month 1, but it already gives us a glimpse into how the race for the Brawl Cup is shaping up.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, definitely a surprising thing last month to see Zeta Division not quite fare as well as we were expecting, so down in that 4th place position. But with that quarterfinals matchup, number 4 versus Crazy Raccoon, they've got a real opportunity today to really flip that balance. And if they can deprive Crazy Raccoon of those points, that can make the run to the Brawl Cup much, much more interesting for sure. Reject and Navi as well, definitely still top contenders for it. And of course, still for Reject and Crazy Raccoon in that spot to be able to qualify for the LCQ. For Frenzy Gaming, for Newa, for Everett Result and Rival Esports, trailing behind, especially Rival Esports, who of course, didn't qualify last month, back this month though, and looking to best themselves for it.
I love the word you used, opportunity. That's exactly what Zeta Division have in front of them. They're currently sitting at that 4 seed. For the Brawl Cup, you only get 1 spot in this region. It's the top spot, and Crazy Raccoon obviously with an advantage, but Zeta Division get to play them round 1. Bouncing last month's champs would send shockwaves into the entire region.
There's so many opportunities open still. Let's get acquainted with the bracket first to see which teams are facing up against each other. Kenny, Reject and Newa are starting. What's following?
Well, we got Rival Esports that I'm kind of excited to see. Obviously, a team that Ark pointed out hasn't necessarily been showing their best in month number 1, but get a second opportunity here. I think Reject are going to be the favorites on that upper side of the bracket. Another great opportunity for them to go to the grand finals. But on that lower side, some big names there, Ark. That's some crazy amount of org right there.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, certainly for Rejects, we've got some high hopes for them to make the grand finals again today, but they've got to get through potentially that semi-final stages first. And we've had some big upsets as well. We haven't seen Gen G Esports, and that's the second time round now that we've not seen them in the monthly final. It's very struggling to game through their qualifiers, and the matches they lost this month, they were swept and didn't gain a single game, lost to Navi. That's the only team that they've lost to, which actually has made the monthly final. So we kind of expected to see them at this stage of the competition.
I certainly did. They look a bit suspect not having them in either of the monthly finals we had so far, but who knows, maybe they're going to be joining us for next month. Let's talk about the first matchup. First off, though, Reject versus Newa is going to be our first series, and let's put these guys a bit under the microscope. Arp, what are we dealing with here?
For me, a real contender this year for Rejects, bringing now into this roster with Melty, Shu, and Batterman. Melty and Shu, of course, coming from the rival esports squad of last year, who did fantastically well and made it to the world stage, the world finals. I mean, this really has been a fantastic roster to watch kind of come together. We saw Reject go all the way into the grand finals last month. They did take the loss to Crazy Raccoon, but nonetheless, they beat Zeta Division to get to this grand finals, which I think is a real upset that we didn't kind of necessarily see coming. They had a really clean qualifying stages in both of these 2 months. Last month beating rival esports at a double match point to stay in that upper bracket stage, to have that seed coming into the monthly finals, and this month as well a really clean qualifier yet again, beating Effort Results with a 3-0 scoreline. Looking very good for me in this stage of the competition.
Batman's jumped in with these two, and it's looked great so far. I mean, they had a close call last month, too. They were certainly tested, but obviously a marquee win over Zeta Division is going to have my eyes all over them. That's a really good showing.
Let's see who you guys are really rooting for. Let's head into our predictions from the casters first. Looks like we're pretty alike here.
Pretty aligned. I don't blame Trav, by the way, for sort of dividing us on that quarterfinals 4 matchup, because in terms of the scrum data, Zeta Division actually do have the edge over Crazy Raccoon by around 5%. There is a little bit of an inkling there, which, it really could cause a bit of a divide. I mean, a lot of people on Twitter saying the same thing as me in terms of our predictions, and very starting with Crazy Raccoon and getting those predictions in early, of course, locks you in. And if Crazy Raccoon take the loss there, then I think a lot of people's predictions might actually have a bit of a knock-on effect in that regard. I think it's actually a really fair, very 50-50 matchup. If there ever was one today in the quarterfinal stages, that's the one for me.
I totally agree. I think QF4 is going to be a toughie to call. I don't know what Zeta Division we're going to get today. Is the team that I put high expectations on, obviously a contender coming into the season. Last month, that's not what we got. I was frankly disappointed. I think the expectation for this team is really high, and that's part of it. When you add Chitampo to your roster, I'm expecting you to bring that World Finals kind of composure, and they definitely came up short. Reject are certainly a good team. I expect highly of them too, but Zeta Division need to be in the mix.
So you guys at home, make sure that you are stay tuned until the very last quarterfinals. It's going to be a very close one. First, we're going to head into Reject versus Newa though. And also, remember to also get your predictions down over at eventofrollstars.com, since you can gain some Bro Pass XP plus a pin at the end.
For that PPXP, and of course, getting that skin as well by collecting that all together. I'm Pro Pass. I think it's a fantastic addition, and into the game is what it means, bringing those casual viewers into the scene. A fantastic way to, of course, earn that all-important Pro Pass points and getting that extra progression along the way.
What have your ranked matches looked like so far, you two? Any trauma, Poco, Kank? What did you face?
I've been pushing really hard. I've been dedicated to being a solo on the ranked push. I've made it to L2. Let's just say some drafts along the way have not gone perfectly. I'm not only going to blame my randoms. I gotta look in the mirror sometimes. You got to play perfect on the ranked. We all know that. But honestly, it's been pretty crazy. I think these pros are going to see the same thing.
Same as Kenny, sitting in L2s, doing solos as well. So, but certainly it's bringing back some trauma from the past, I would say. But overall, I think the change has been fantastic for the game.
I certainly blame my randoms. I'm a typical random blamer. It's always on them. To be fair, they're always like on a 0-9 KD, so I don't really feel like it's their fault. But we'll see who makes it to Master first. Maybe we're gonna have a caster to Master race eventually. Who knows? Let's talk pro players though. Reject versus Newa. Who has what it takes to actually make it today to the semi-finals? What are we leading with here?
The thing to remember here is that we did see these two teams go head-to-head last month. and it was a lot closer than I think many of us were expecting. Newa gave a really, really fantastic run for their money against Reject in the quarterfinals last month. But for me, Reject do still have that bit of an edge, in my opinion. They've made the grand finals, they got more experience under their belt, especially with Shu and Melty from Rival Esports last year, considering their results. For me, Newa as well, did have to sub in Mameshi last month, and how is that going to fare for Newa this time round? They qualified with Mameshi in the February monthly finals, but then now Mameshi's gone back to Rival Esports for this month, and I assume for the rest of the season. So there's been some roster shakeups on the side of Newa. How is that going to affect their gameplay, their mentality coming to today? Because Reject, they demonstrated last month, Kenny, they really mean business, making those grand finals, not necessarily winning them, but nonetheless going through the stages. This display a great amount of skill along the way.
Melty and his teammates certainly captured the hearts of many. I think they put a lot of respect on their name, and honestly, probably something we should have seen coming. Shu and Melty had been a great core. Bataman was an up-and-coming player there for a little bit. Obviously, a little back and forth on how much he participated in the BSC, but nowadays, he's like that. I think Reject have to be taken seriously.
Just to recap that as well, we had some roster changes here. Team S2 is not playing in this current March monthly final. Nene is back at Newa, Mameshi back at Rival. Now, not only are we interested in your guys' opinion, we also want to hear Shu's thoughts on their performance last month.
去年とかだったら、相手の使ってたキャラクターとか、アナリストに教えてもらって、対策とかして倒してたんですけど、今回の決勝だけちょっとデータ少なくて、アナリストが入るの遅くて、で、全く相手の対策できてない状態で、CR と戦ってしまったことがミスだと思います。
Let's see if they can fix their mistakes. He seems to be confident. They have two players on their side that have been playing for a long time together. They have some history, Orc.
Yeah, fail to prepare to fail. I think that's the message there. Get your analyst in early. I think it does say quite a lot, but it's going to go back to last year. Who can forget just how much we saw Shu and Melty really synergize with Rival Esports. Making top 8 at the World Finals is a massive achievement for them. Some good results along the way as well, can't deny it. Second place in May, a first place finish in June. Really, really commendable stuff. It wasn't to be at the World Finals. Getting to the quarterfinals itself, though, and out of those group stages to even face Reply Totem was a great success in itself. They took the loss 1-3, but I think, this was their standout year, and we really did see that in their results.
I hope we also see it today in their results. It's not going to be easy for them because their opponent is looking quite strong as well. On the other side of this match is sending Newa, the only all-Korean team, but they're not afraid to throw down. Kenny, what are their chances?
I don't think they should be favorites, to be quite honest with you. This is a meta that's really changed up. We've had gadget changes, balance changes, brawlers go from F tier to S tier, and now these guys are switching up another player for another month. I just think that's a lot going against the team. I know it was super competitive last month. This is the roster they used to get through qualifiers. Nonetheless, it's just one extra challenge going against a team that I already anticipated to be a little bit better. I think Reject should certainly be favorites, but you know what? I was wrong on these guys last month. They certainly kept it close. I think they might be able to do it again, but this one feels more like a 3-1 to me.
Those two teams have faced off against each other before, namely in the February monthly finals. It's a rematch, so we want to talk about this briefly as well. How did that go down, Orc?
Went all the way to the fifth and final set, and I think for many of us, we were not expecting it to get that far at all. Maybe like a 3-1 at most, really, in favor of Reject. So Newa did a fantastic job of displaying that they've got potential, no doubt about it. But you got to remember, coming into that match as well, to get to that stage and go for the qualifying stages, they went to double match points against Crazy Raccoon. I think that says volumes, really, when you consider that Crazy Raccoon won the monthly finals last month. So they also beat Rival Esports in those qualifiers too, to a 3-1 scoreline, getting some really, really solid results. But as Kenny says, it's about consistency. And can they maintain that? They lost to Navi this time around in the qualifiers to a 1-3 scoreline. So, the question that I still have that comes back in full circle is, having no Mameshi this month, how's that going to change things now that that player's been subbed back over to Rival Esports? So are they going to be able to set that same precedent which they entered the monthly finals with last month?
We're going to see Mameshi later on in Rival Esports. Let's see if he's really missing on that team. Let's see if they have already done so well with that new team member now. We've talked about the teams. We know what's on the line. We also need the maps, though. Where are we playing on? Can you talk us through?
Honestly, like I alluded to, this is going to be a pretty insane month. And to be honest with you, I think one of the tougher ones for our pro players. I mean, in a casual level, it's changed up. I know you folks at home, whether it's ranked game, whatever it is, certainly seen some different brawlers. But now we've got that on top of gadget changes. We've got Mr. P porters everywhere, Poco gadgets flying, Stu on every single map and mode, and Hank might be the darn strongest brawler in the game. It's a lot to juggle. I think, honestly, the ban stage is going to dictate everything today. Who you want to ban out, because there's so many good brawlers right now. You kind of just have to pick your poison, who you want to roll with, who you want to deal with. So I'm curious to see what that ends up being for all these guys.
The gadget cooldown as well has changed everything so much, hasn't it? I mean, when you think about it, just gadget spam, rattled hides from B and protective tunes from Poker to be able to eradicate the stuns and slows so consistently and repetitively. I think that's why we're seeing such a big meta shift up as well. 82%, by the way, siding with Reject on the event site. I think that's very, very generous. I think that Newa, having displayed what they did last month, I think deserved a bit more, actually.
Maybe they took a little inspiration of what the casters thought as well. Who knows? 82% overall for Reject. We talked a bit about those gadget changes. It certainly affected the meta. We also have 6 new hyperchargers in-game already, and brawlers like Mr. P and Hank that I've never seen in competitive, at least not in a long time, are now at the top of the meta. Kenny, that's crazy.
It really is an insane thing to think about, honestly. It's going to make things much more difficult to deal with, I think.
Well, certainly, I think I'm looking to see some good bans. I mean, you've got to kind of have those heavy hitters out of the way immediately. Hank being there, Mr. P being there, Ollie being there, good stuff already. I think the Shade still in this region was heavily sort of considered last month. I think that it's not necessarily as important, in my opinion, considering now that we've got such a big shakeup. But Melody was very much that brawler that we did see time and time again. Not necessarily in Hard Rock Mine. I'm more kind of looking for it in maps like Shooting Star, which I believe is in this rotation. But it's not a bad brawler pick, especially for what is a very aggressive region. I don't mind it. I like the gem carrier mid position now that I think Newa have got to heavily consider being either a Gene or a 8-bit or something along those lines, really. But that Melody certainly can dance around a lot of that, and the aggressiveness of which that brawler brings is going to be a bit of a consideration here.
I think the many people at home, Shade may be the one that is a little bit of an oddball given the ban stage. I think if you're the first overall pick there, you can kind of throw out something you don't want to deal with. And to your point, Shade's shown up quite a bit in scrims here in this region in particular. So that's somebody I'm keeping my eye out depending on the map and mode for today. Bell's showing up here, safe, dependable. Some metas don't change that. I think Bell is somebody that's never really been in the top 5, top 10 category this year, but somebody that's definitely going to continue to be in that top 15 to 20 player rate like we saw last month.
Penny's going to have a bit of a tough time, in my opinion, against the Melody. I think that certainly with the knockback on the mortar, it can serve to some avail, but I'm really feeling what Reject are cooking right now, in all honesty. But Penny's in a fantastic spot, actually very underutilized in this region last month, actually, funny enough. We saw a great deal of her in EMEA, for example, but here it wasn't necessarily as much so. Gut's going to come in, a very nice safe pair of hands, and of course that Spooky Boy shielding can just hand over. It's such a fantastic way to allow the Melody to get a lot more value, so I really quite like what they are thinking on that side of things. See what they want to add to this comp. I mean, something aggressive on the other side would be a great thing to have. I was going to say Stu's not actually banned, but Surge is going to be the flavor of their opinion, which I don't mind. They're kind of anticipating maybe some tankiness to come. I mean, it's a great map for brawlers like Ash, so I can understand it. And it's not taking the risk. I think it's kind of wise. Meeple, yeah. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Meeple, actually. One that we haven't really spoken that much about, but has just launched into the meta now. With the, again, the ability to kind of gadget spam. It's got a fantastic gadget, great ability to break the bush and zone out brawlers and lock them in. I think that it's a really, really strong one to have here.
Meeple is honestly who I was expecting, especially after that Surge pick. You're kind of not going to love going tank into that matchup. I think Meeple is going to show up quite a bit this month. The gadget spam, like you mentioned, just the ability he has to control the map is unbelievable. Between his gadget and super combo, he deals much more damage. It's honestly a pretty solid amount. So I think Meeple is one of the biggest beneficiaries of our most recent balance changes. We'll have to see how the pros utilize him here. It's going to be set number 1, Reject versus Newa, rematch from last month. We'll see if things change up here on Hard Rock Mine.
It's a good taps to start things off from Creo there. And yeah, Melty and Batman really struggling to fight back here. Getting some good taps now though. 2 gems sitting in the mid, 2 of Melty. Melty can't really contest if he keeps taking these bell shots, as they really are landing the mark now. To say it, some good dukes though do then start to come into play from Melty's side. Good gadget pop there from the Kuki Popper there as well, and that's going to deter things a little bit more in favor of Rejects to collect these gems. They're still now 4 sitting in mid.
They're going to be scooped up by Reject here. Blue side with 7 in their pockets. Batman being backed away, and now a takeover of the left-hand lane. Pressure being felt by Melty here. He's going to just back off for now. And Shu's still at that tier 1 stage arc. That's something notable. If tier 1 is what Surge is sitting at, these guys could be in trouble. Obviously a major lead right now, but you got to be winning your lane or at least contesting.
Looking to maybe hand over the shield to Batman. Is Melty considering it now? Certainly not with the amount of touch that he's had to concede. He's got to heal up on that left-hand side now. Just the 1 gem for Countdown. You've got to go in now. Maybe hand the shield over and just get the gems to come back, in my opinion. But looking to play it slower and steadier on the side of Reject. I don't mind it. Let's see, though. Batman's got to go now. Yeah, he's going to dash in. Go straight for the penny. I like that. Now the Countdown is there on the side of Reject. A bit of a drop of the gems, but Shu should be able to get back with these okay.
Went for the stun, didn't quite connect. Reject 10 on the pockets, and now Melty moving up. It's going to be a super going down. Meeple with a little extra damage. There's the first. Shu's still on tier 1. This lone Surge has to survive. Cookie buying his time as much as possible, going for the angles, and everybody playing defense. It's close, but not close enough. Shu survives, and the gyms will rest with Melty and his teammates. Game 1 going their way.
I mean, towards the end, honestly, they couldn't really have given much more of an opportunity for anyone to capitalize. I mean, how often do you see a level 1 Surge gem carrier, you know? It's kind of wild that they were able to even hold off there, but it was close towards the end. Nonetheless, though, we are just getting started, and I'm liking a lot of the accuracy that I'm seeing from Newa, to say the least. I mean, certainly in this mid battle, we've seen some great touches from the Bell, and the Meeple's getting some good value as well. I want to see a bit more from Cookie, but again, it's still early days. So far, though, I would say that Reject look a bit more confident in their approach.
One thing to go on the comp on the red side, I just don't feel like it's got enough of an aggressive factor. Shu going to be able to take advantage here, and this is the first time we've actually seen him get a natural tier 2 outside of a gadget. Meeple dropping a super here. There's an elimination. Still 5 gyms for Reject, but like I mentioned, when you got a Penny and a Bell and a Meeple, you're not necessarily up in the faces of enemies, and I think that's something lacking right now, and maybe why Reject were able to just stay away, hold on to the gym count, because they've got something like a Melody to get in their faces.
Wow, another super again. Nini just really cycling well for me. And again, with that gadget now taking down the rage quit there, he's utilizing his 16 seconds. So it's quite low on the side of things. He's able to cycle it quite a lot and get that stun effect. So we're seeing that's why Meeple's really coming forwards a little bit more on this map as well. It works really well. Kuki on the right hand side, really out of position now. Pinch between Shu and Melty. It's going to go down. 2 gems in the middle, and the 3 versus 2 not going to be the easiest things. I like that from Bannerman. Getting ahead of things, taking the mark as well. I don't mind it. Keeping it away from Melty allows him to get 8 gems in his pocket now, and Reject looking in a very good spot. Things might change now. That top left-hand side taken back by Kuki. Kuki might then make it a 3 versus 2. It'll be a tough thing to retake now.
Map control, and now they've got a Penny turret established. Shu's going to get a takedown. That's going to be pivotal. Lots of traps on the ground, and now a hypercharge. Left-hand in, Batman forced away. Melty going back as well, and Grayo slowly able to claim these gyms. They're making a little bit of a comeback here. Good Surge coming out of the red roster.
Yeah, I'm liking the lane swap for sure. Kuki to the left-hand side now is really causing a problem, and they're bringing back a good deficit now to tie up the gems. 8-8, hypercharge now for Batman, and he is taken care of swiftly, and an stun there as well. Melty, just evades that mortar by a glimmer, honestly. Shu doing his best in the middle, trying to get some stacks, trying to get some gems, does get the 10th and bounces back as well, but they've got to still fight for this mid because there's plenty of time for Newa to get a reset. There it is.
That was really good call out of them. Making sure they're taking their time. That's a big time trap though. Melty being slowed down will manage to escape, but these taps are coming in. Grayo really hitting the bell markers here. Pivotal. Now red team can take a countdown as well. Keep in mind the clock as well, 15, and it's going to be a close call. Melty rushing forward, has to watch out for this trap. He's going to avoid it for a second, finally trips up on it, and now they're going to be able to take him out. Melty forced away. Lots of ghosts on the ground, and Grayo has to be careful about how he approaches this, but just enough time is bought. Reject hold control of the mid, and now they're going to swing it their way. What a takedown!
Shu has now as well a great opportunity to just go on the aggressive. Hypercharge is available on the Penny, but Melty gets to take down a Nini as well, and that's going to be the gems coming back. Batman for good measure just takes everyone out, gets them all back for his squad, and that's going to be a set going the way of Rejects.
Strong start out of Reject here. I do feel like there was a little bit of aggressive nature lacking in that right-hand side composition. But this is kind of where they picked off on last month. I think they've got a little extra momentum. They're a little more confident. We saw this go to a 3-2 scoreline last time. I'm expecting more of a 3-1. I still think Newa deserves a lot of credit. But honestly, pretty convincing first step. I'm pretty impressed with Reject so far.
I agree with you, Kenny. It really felt like they had so much aggression on the side of Reject with Better Man on the melody. That was a performance. And then also the Surge looked so strong. Shu on him. I mean, the second game was really close. They almost turned things around, but it wasn't quite enough, Ark.
Yeah, a good back and forth for sure. Nearly having a fantastic game there on the most takedowns of the entire series there. But I mean, for me, Cookie, he did really well. Taking the forefront to go to the left-hand side and swap the lanes when things weren't working out. I really quite like that from him, but definitely we can say a much more rounded affair when it comes to Reject's performance there with 5 and just the 4 there for Melty. I mean, that is still really nicely balanced across the team, whereas it's quite hard to get a lot of takedowns as a Bell, to be fair, in that mid for Creo, but nonetheless, I think that Reject for me just looked a little bit stronger.
I think so too. I mean, game one, obviously, you never know what's going to happen. Everybody's loosening up, getting used to things. But it's kind of funny. I mean, Reject really went for a composition that I think we could have foresaw last month. Meeple was still the star player. I think a great performer. But yeah, I do think the draft could use a little bit of a change up. You got some good damage and value out of the Meeple there, as you can see in the highlights too. The damage he does through that wall can be a ton. Obviously, having a little wall hacks brings a lot to the table. But something dependable like a Gus, I don't know. I kind of like the combo with Melody. Had a good all-around just showing there, and I think Reject doing what they know best, which is honestly a good thing, especially in a meta where we have no idea what's about to happen.
Well, we're gonna find out today. I still remember where Meeple wasn't really the best in the meta at all. He came out and nobody really wanted to play him. Now, as you mentioned, the damage that he's putting out is just crazy. And also, on a map like Hard Rock Mine, there's so many walls, it's really gonna help to have that super down. With Gem Grab out of the way now, Ark, we're heading into Brawl Ball. You feel like we're gonna see some new picks here?
Certainly for so. I mean, certainly the tanks can have a fantastic time here. Throwers, crucial. Yeah, I can say so, but ultimately a bit of a higher risk thing to go in an early stage of the draft. I think you're going to want to see your options before you kind of consider going in with those and just really highly consider the timings in which you're going to be showing all your cards on the table there. But wall break, I think, is going to be quite crucial here. I think, having brawls like B can really cause a big problem with the gadget spam on the Rattled Hive here as well. Some slows definitely are there for potential too, but the tanks is where things I think are a bit dangerous for me on this map, and having the ability to break things open if things aren't going your way in the draft, I think as well, got to be up there as a consideration.
Heading into the draft now. Let's see if they are gonna try something new. The bans are in. Heck is gonna be banned out. This time Shade is open, but Kenny, you already mentioned we didn't really expect him to be picked anyways.
Yeah, I think Ollie was the must pick there, right? If he escapes the ban stage, that's exactly where I'm going. No Lou in the equation, no B. This seems like a pretty solid showing here. To your point too, Ark, honestly, thrower is a little more risky. It's something I've noticed as a trend across the world in this meta that I think in old times, you always have a thrower, but at a professional level, with all of the tanks that are viable right now, I think it's so hard to get away with it and take advantage of that as much. So honestly, this may be a map where we do see those more tanky and aggressive brawlers, or the opposite, where we see something like a Surge that's there to counter the tanks and honestly does well into those throwers.
If you got third and final pick, I can see it, as being an option. But you consider the whole picture, and there's no chance of a Mortis, to come as the final brawler to just ruin your day. Brawlers like Barley at the moment for me are having a great time though with the amount of gadget spam that you can get with the healing tonic. So I think it's definitely an option, not necessarily for me still the strongest thrower. I think for me that we're still seeing that be in the hands of others like Juju, and there she is, exactly that. I do quite like that as an idea. But I think the danger here is the potential to break open this map now. I mean, the Ollie wouldn't be able to have nearly as much of a good time on that front. I think Reject have got to really highly consider themselves here. They got the Surge to be able to counter it a bit, but Ollie's in such a strong spot. I mean, with this Juju as well, I think that Newa have got a fantastic draft. The Amber's my only reservation, really.
Last month, if you were with us, Juju was going to be a brawler that was banned more times than played. Now that we had a little bit of a shakeup, we have brawlers like Hank, Mr. P, a lot of different brawlers coming into the mix. I think this is a brawler we could anticipate seeing a little more in the play side today. Don't think she's quite going to make the ban stage depending on the map and mode, but I do think both of these thrower choices are great. You talked about it. The spam you can get with Barley's healing tonic is so good, just preserving your team's life, getting you in better situations all around. Honestly, I really don't think this is a bad shout from either team. I think overall some strong comps. With no wall break, the Amber's interesting. You got to play that one specific lane where it's a little more open, I think. But other than that, having Ollie, having Juju, that's a pretty strong comp on that right hand in too.
They could opt for the sticky syrup mixer on the Barley side to be able to deter a little bit what the Ollie can bring to slow him down and try to make him more vulnerable. But I think that, yeah, the healing's better for me still. That's what they're bringing in. I think that the hypnosis on the Ollie as well is going to be devastating no matter what. So even with that slow, it'll be really tough to really evade that front. Again, a simple gadget can bring it out on the Ollie side as well, which we're seeing as being the meta for him. So certainly look for regulate in that regard. But already a good opening hand for Reject. Melter's already got super as well, and some notes flying around him as well. Gadget going in, no, but does get taken down regardless. And already look at this aggression. The heals as well, and RC just being able to put this one in. Melty, the first goal of this set. Nice stuff in just 35 seconds of play.
A little bit too easy. I think they were just patient, honestly. Shu was more winning than losing his lane. Left hand in, Melty couldn't move up as easily, but once he got those musical notes, it was all good for them. I think just, honestly, not a lot of contention there. Now they're going to try Amber on this right-hand side. I don't know if that's the solution, but it's certainly working a little better than it was prior.
Very green now on the map. Melty's got a heal here and Shu in a really tough spot. There's the hypnosis there, just the good vision from Nini. Melty all alone, got the hypercharge as well, pops the gadget. He's 3 versus 1, he's going to go down, but does buy a little bit of time for his team, and a bit of a missed pass there from Crew. He's going to waste a bit more time as well. Now this Ollie can heal up, and I don't think we'll have a gadget just yet. It hasn't been quite enough time for that side of things, with 17 seconds as a cooldown. Let's see now the ball being pushed from the left-hand side, and have a jump in. There's the gadget as well, just the nick of time. Some good damage, but can Cookie push this in? Cookie gets it, nice stuff, and an equalizer for Newa.
Great utilization of that gadget, but now a hypercharge for Shu. It's going to clobber the entire map. Then I'm going to have to move to this top left-hand side. Ollie does have a super available. Cookie does have some utilization there too. Going to elect for the shield, but it gets eliminated immediately. Now a lot of pressure being applied by the blue side. Is a gadget out of Cookie. A takedown as well, and a huge one at that. Now a breakaway left-hand side. Ollie with a super, dives forward, moves left. No hypnosis available. Melty was just out of range, but what a wonderful play.
Gets dashed away before the hypnosis is going to take its toll as well. All push through the left-hand side. They got the fan yet again. It's Melty all alone. He gets one, but then the second is going to not be able to be done. Crew is able to secure it. That's going to be a game going the way of Newa. What a turnaround from them. Great stuff again. I'm loving this Ollie pick. It's really proving a problem. Despite the melody dancing around it, I think that, for me, this could be a set going their way if they keep this up. The Rejects, they've got to knuckle down now and really put this one to rest. They got a goal. The best was to score it, but it's a very tough thing to defend against an Ollie.
There's a lot of brawlers that are really good right now, but one that I am not messing with, and I'm throwing in the ban stage almost every time, has to be Ollie. The absolute man at a professional level right now. Hoverboard to the mid. Batman jumps, though, looking for a dunk, going for the open net, grabs it and takes advantage. What a kickoff here to the opening game number 2.
Trickling over the line. Oh, lovely stuff for Reject there. Newa could only watch. Nice from Melty, pushing the left-hand side aggressively. Cookie going to be falling as well. A 1 versus 3, but Anoli can defend this with the hypnosis, but I don't think there's been enough time. He gets the ball, but as soon as it's straight into the eyes of Shu, who passes it to Batman, and Batman gets it in. What a response for Reject.
What a heads-up play. Back-to-back big buckets there coming out of Reject. We were just singing Newa's praises, and all of a sudden, a 30-second game later, and it's evened out. This is a pivotal moment here for the red roster. If you're down 2-0 against Reject, it's a tough look. This is a roster riding on confidence. Momentum swing from last month. Upper bracket this month. Consistency is a hard thing to come by. We saw what Newa could do in game number 1. They're going to have to replicate that in game 3 if they want a chance at this set.
Got a fight on our hands here for sure. Nearly pushing forwards a little bit, and the gadget spam for the Barley is going to be quite tough to deal with on the healing side. 17-second cooldown, so not much at all before we're going to be seeing another one coming through. Melty going in for the Eye of the Storm there, gets Crew a point of weakness. Cookie as well, low HP, just trying to use the gadget to seek and destroy that right-hand side. This forward just a little bit, gets a 3 grief for his time. able to defend things away. But now, on the side of Newa, getting it to Nini as well. Very important person to have the ball. Again, just being able to gadget in and just jump over and have that hypnosis take its toll, going straight into the super, going shoot this time. Does find him as well. This is one of the shots along the way, though, which will waste a little bit of time. Batman might be able to get this clear.
And it's going to be tough look here. Cookie dribbling and an easy walk forward. The gadget super combo. He can jump over the wall, get in your faces. Ollie's just such a good brawler in Brawl Ball, specifically for offense and defensive capabilities. Hypercharge pops here on the left-hand side. Melty gets the first frag. Jump in from Batman. He's looking for number 2. A second dive. Shield goes up for Nene, and he will stay alive for now, but just barely.
Really low HP now. Rudy coming out as well. Melty utilize the hypercharge well, but now we would much prefer to have had the defense. More heals coming out from Shu. And they find Cookie as well beneath that invisibility. Oh, look at that gap that Melty just absolutely destroyed through. It's going to be Nini all alone here. They're going to depend on Shu to be able to trickle him down. They get it, and they get the goal as well to equalize things up. Oh my word, whoever gets the next goal takes the set.
Been a thriller of a set number 2. Newa really need it. Gonna be a grabbing of the ball by Ali. A great counter here by Batman. He's barely alive, and Cookie will get the finish. Now Melty trying to get aggressive on the top left. Shu with the ball. Another hypercharge goes down, and Cookie doesn't stand a chance. 2v1 situation. Melty just trying to buy time for his teammates.
I love that dancing flame schedule there from Creator to be able to deter away from the melody. It was a great counter idea. Just press the green button and sit there and say, yeah, go for me, mate. It's not going to work out well for you. Now, Reject pushing forwards in a situation where the boxes are about to go down with 5 seconds to play. Great tap still on the right-hand side from Banaban. The heals coming in from Shu. And now Nini's in a really tough spot. The bringing coming out in just the nick of time. Look at this aggression from Creator, making some huge space on the left-hand side. It's melted down to below 500 HP.
And Ollie's just going to get aggressive on the squishy brawler. Batman type right. You have to watch out for him. Ollie being focused. Heavy fire being laid down by Creo, and they're able to move this ball forward. It's going to be a contention in the mid. Whichever side can get to this ball, maybe get a super shot off, going to have the best chance at it.
Now just one tap away from Super here. If he goes in, he's going to be able to cause a big, big problem. He's going to have the gadget to hand. Ooh, just baiting things out a little bit there. He's got 2 more super shots. Nice bit of splash damage over there from Shu. Nini coming in to try to get the hit, take his soul. But the ball pushed through by Melty. He scores it and puts Reject now 2 sets up.
What a goal. That's the kind of stuff that Melody can bring to the table, and a reason why this brawler continues to show up. Big heads up play there from Reject, and a much needed one to try and bury this other team. One more set, and they're going to be moving on to yet another semifinal.
Oh my, what a close set that was. My eyes were glued to the screen. Once again, we had a lot of aggression from the side of Reject with the Surge and the Melody. Whenever they had ult, with the Barley heals as well, Herbal Tonic just helping them push through. It was impossible in the end for Newa to win this one. That 20-second goal in game 2 also just happened because of the pure aggression. We also see it in the stats here, Arc. Overall, Newa looked very good, but it wasn't enough.
Really good. I mean, the drafting's looking a little bit better for me now as well. We had some concerns in the first set. That second set was better. They gave themselves the best possible chance. I mean, they were only 1 goal away from taking the set. I mean, that's really, really commendable. But Shu, a fantastic game. 314 DPS. It is really, really solid. But the amount of healing as well, which he brought to his team too, to keep everyone standing, to allow Melty to go on the aggressive and open up those opportunities for the team and get those goals in. I mean, really was fantastic. I think that the Ollie, though, was the shining star on the side of Newa. Nini with 10 kills there as well, and just really did some great work in keeping things alive for his team, but just wasn't quite enough. I mean, it really was quite a close set, though, and I think that Newa, if they'd won it, I mean, they would be in such a great spot. Now being 2 sets down, it's going to be very, very tough to keep that momentum.
that last reaction was definitely me on that final goal. That honestly was so close to not going in, but they just got it through. Really impressive stuff. I think it is still a close call. Newa turned that one into a 2-1, looking more like last month's, but honestly, Reject in the driver's seat at this point. If Shooting Star gets away from him, Newa could have an early exit.
They could have. Shooting Star is going to be our next map. Once again, Ollie, Nene, they looked amazing, but with the aggression that Reject showed us so far, they can also take Shooting Star here. It was also such an interesting interaction there with the Surge. He kind of counters Ollie, if timed correctly, with his ult. That was a really cool interaction. I'm certain we're going to see some more of that. Now, Melody and Surge have been picked up twice so far by Reject. Do you feel like they're going to help any on Shooting Star?
They're not going to be played because they're going to be banned for sure. Melody 100% needs to be banned on this map.
Probably.
It's just too much of a pairing with the Gus. I think that in this region as well, they play it more than anyone else on this particular map and mode. So like it will just be banned out. Whoever doesn't have coin toss has to. Is not done. It's a huge blunder and possibly the end of things to come. But you know, Tick of course is pretty much banned across the regions. You know, Gene definitely up there consideration. I think Mr. P's got to be a must here. If it's banned, it opens up the possibility of a Piper as well, which could be interesting to see. But certainly brawlers like that have just got to be considered so highly. Juju as well, I think as well. It's fair to say that mid can have a great time.
I would count Mandy to those brawlers as well. She also just recently has gotten her hypercharge, so I feel like she could also be one of the best brawlers to pick or ban here. I'm just waiting for the player bans to come in here. Kenny, what do you feel like? Do we see some of the old meta still? Tick, Piper, Nani? Are those around still?
Not banned.
It is really interesting to see them go unbanned. You got to think if you had the first overall pick, it's certainly on your mind. It's going to be great into sharpshooters, great into Gene, and obviously just having the hypercharged Porter goes absolutely crazy. Gray is the other brawler that immediately came to my mind, and right now I think a huge part of this meta. They don't end up going for it. They go for RT, which is a pretty frequent first pick, I would say, across the world in this map, even still. Last month certainly had a strong showing in Bounty, KO in general, but I am a little bit surprised to see it let go. I'm wondering if people are starting to figure out ways to get aggressive into Mr. P. Grabbing the bell may be one way to do that, the bounce shots off those heavier porters if they end up getting the opportunity, but this is certainly interesting to me.
I like the RT pick. I think it makes a lot of sense. Newa just preying on the idea that we haven't got to ban the Melody if we pick RT first pick. And a lot of people aren't really banning that particular brawler. So, I mean, what can you realistically do as a Melody going into an RT? Reject might still try it, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely now more of a conversation piece to have. But, you know, I'm still surprised with the bans that we've got, in all honesty. I think that Bell as a pick is definitely not a bad one, but maybe it's more to take it out of the hands of Newa, who played it fantastically well in that first set. Juju as well, they're going to have a really good time in that mid. Like I said, the lake side is just perfectly displayed there against the bush, but if Newa go in with a Brock and break that bush, there's really little that Juju's going to have in terms of her ability to, you know, have extended range in that mid. We've seen that as a great strategy on Shooting Star in the past, and one that can work with the Nanny. I mean, the Peep could be utilized in that regard to break that bush, to break that mid wall, and now the Tick coming through as well, which again is pretty much a must ban in every other region. So definitely some interesting drafts going on in South Asia. I mean, East Asia rather. I don't mind it. I really don't. I think that they've got a different play style. They're a bit more outside of the box. But the Nanny's definitely a very strong pick for Newa. I think that's a tough one to make work, but Max makes the perfect counterplay. The phase shift gadget, being able to really tank those Peep heads, I think is going to be a big difference maker now as well. The phase shift's got a 15-second cooldown now. That's very quite low on that side of things. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kenny, it could be sneaky sneakers, but I've been saying for the longest time that is the worst gadget in the game. It's kind of ironic, isn't it, that you bring in a new brawler which has literally that same mechanic but 10 times better. I mean, Max out here collecting dust on the gadget, sadly, but that's down to a 12-second cooldown. I just don't think we're ever going to see it, not in competitive, not anytime soon.
No, not when phase shift is what it is. Very well-rounded compositions on both sides. I like the choice of the Max to kind of mess with the sharpshooter capabilities. It's a long-time topic in Brawl Stars. Sharpshooters sometimes can struggle into a really good Max, and we know that East Asia and Melty are more than capable. This is a big set. Newa need one on the board. Otherwise, it's going to be an early exit for them. And a strong start here for Reject. They can walk over water and easily grab that blue star.
This is my concern. Look at Cookie here on the left-hand side, getting very advantageous, getting a nice position between himself, Shu and Bannerman, and continuing to tap. Really nice accuracy in him. Now is finding some support. Nearly pushes forwards, and that's the brawler that you really want to have in this spot here. Bannerman low HP, Shu low HP as well. Reject really struggling now on defense. Mel's trying to open up some space here. It is just that one star, the blue star, no kills just yet, but so far I'm really liking the aggression from Newa.
Reject could use a little juice. Definitely trapped on their spawn side, and Max needs to deliver with the speed. And Nani Peep incoming, Batman trying to dodge, and does just that. And now slowed down on the right-hand end. Tick will get away, just under 1,000 HP, but alongside that health gear will get so much back so quickly.
Shu in a tough spot here, but nice there from Batman to open up more potential for tapping on the left-hand side. Melty as well, top right, really quite apart from his teammates, but that has brought back flow of action from Newa. Trying to get the speed he needs that for his team. That's there, you know, get out of jail free card for being stuck in the zone on the spawn side. Now pushing forwards again, pushing back that right side, but it's still no kills or deaths. It's all we're pushing 20 seconds. Batman goes down. That's the difference maker so far. Newa takes the lead.
And now with the shot clock 15, Reject got to act fast. Shu left-hand side and Cookie holding him back. Gree there to assist. Top right-hand corner is going to be a place to keep your eye on. It's a tick head. Melty takes it though. Face shift through, grabs the kill, but has to get out. Putting pressure on Cookie. Creo gonna go down alongside his teammates and watch him burn. 6-2. Reject go on to match point.
Explosion in those final seconds. And really calculated. You gotta love it. For a Reject there. Not an easy thing to do, but they were able to just find a good angle for it from that right-hand side and just power through with the max. I really love that for them. I mean, gotta hand it to Melty. That was put into practice long before those final seconds as well. Pushing the right-hand side was the plan for about 40 seconds prior, so gotta really give him a lot of credit. Got a face shift maybe out of this though. Just gonna hold on to it. Gets the blue star, that's the most important thing. Cookie though, out of position here, shoots the invisibility, gets the kill as well. That's much better for Reject now. A good 3-star lead to start things off.
They've got no real way to deal with that grass other than maybe a tick head that gets lucky, connects them at the perfect spot. That was one thing we saw last month. People figuring out the tech of using something like a Brock wall break to try and get rid of that. Render Shu/Juju a little more useless, but right now they're rocking and rolling. 3-0 lead. Melty having to deal with this. That's a big time kill, and they swing the blue star their way. Still down overall, but certainly give themselves a chance here with 1 kill.
Yeah, it's a good spot for Newa. They will not be grumbling with that whatsoever. Missed mark there from Batman. Onto the RTs, not great. Keep coming in now. Does find Batman this time. Much better piloting. We didn't see that in the first game. Let's see now as Melty again on that right-hand side. It's really slimy. You've got to hand it to him. I mean, he's really taking on 2 people every single time to just bring back his teammates into the mid. There's Batman trying to connect with Cookie there. Gets him low. Shoot there with the invisibility as well. The elementalist gadget doing a really nice amount of work there, but full better of it. Came back a little bit there. I don't mind it. It looked like he was considering for a bit. Speed coming in. Should gonna hold back though. Just allow Melty to take the forefront. But my concern is that if Melty goes down, it's going to deflate this entire push on the right-hand side and also hand the lead over to Newa. Now as 25 seconds approach, Newa needs to get a kill or this one's all over.
Let's see how Newa handles the pressure. Down 1, 20 seconds on the clock, and this is for their tournament lives. Cookie has now been marked up as well, and Melty's dancing on this right-hand side. Hypercharge being popped. Nani Peep moving left, nowhere to dodge. They tank it with a gadget. Cookie moving in. Now they're putting on the tick mines as well. A hypercharge going down. Left-hand side, they grab one. Creo needs to make magic happen. He finds the first, needs a second here, but has to hold on, and he does just that. This match will be extended to just another match point.
I think that was the match. Just double checking that was the match. Yeah, I was counting the stars along the way, but oh, such a close ending, honestly. I mean, you could cut the tension with a knife there. Unbelievable stuff. Let's see how we get the response now as, again, Newa trying to trail things off and bring things back a little bit more. So close. I mean, that final push from me was the turning point, and you got to hand it to them to keep their composure.
There's a nail biter there at the end. Quite the buzzer beater, but Newa will hold on. So we're going to a game 3 here. Another chance and another opportunity. The last second blue star made all the difference there. Now Melty, a lot of pressure. This is kind of the most we've seen RC encroach on the enemy side.
Batman in a tough spot. And Cookie's going to punish it, gets the mark off, but it's now reached. They've never been in this spot in such an early stage of the game. Shu finds Crew, and Nini down to just a couple of hundred HP there as well. Good touch from Batman, and Cookie goes down. Now look at this, a completely different approach from Reject, and it's working. 6 stars to 1. It exploded these first opening minutes, and just now Newa trading behind big time.
Reject still holding on to this lead, now extending it a little more. A takedown on the Creo. Nani on the tail end of that one. A respawn here, and they're going to have to start clawing their way out of it. This is the first time we've really seen the kills explode here early on. Now tripping up over that nest egg. Melty trying to get the extra couple taps. It's not quite enough. They have to burn a super there just to move forward. They find one. Now it's only 3.
Nest egg pop there by Cookie on the left-hand side. Slow, but already taken advantage of by Reject. Speed coming in from Melty. Shoes marked up. Can't aggress too much on this right-hand side. Opens up a little bit of space, but still, Newa can get a kill. They got the blue star as well, and that would be enough. Oh, good taps from Batman. Shoe low HP though. Force back. Oh, Cookie's got to be careful. So careful. Down to 1,000 here. Keep coming in, trying to pilot things around. Does find a Batman gets Cookie though. As 11 starts to reach a substantial lead now. And they will take it and proceed to the semi-finals.
Last month, down to the wire. Not this time. Reject with a clean sweep here. 3-0 across the board. These fellas came to play. We had question marks about Newa. Would the roster change? Would the meta change mess with them? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Not their best showing. But for today, Reject with a huge moment here. And now an opportunity in the semifinals to keep their scoreboard going.
Oh my god. The 82% of you at home that voted for Reject were right in the end. It was a 3-0 sweep. Reject made it into the semi-finals. It was kind of a very conservative comp here with the Navi tick. That was a meta that we've seen half a year ago, but it wasn't old buck gold for Newa. It didn't quite work out yet. That second match, guys, it was so incredibly close. Only the blue star decided.
Yeah, I think when you consider like how this could have gone either way, really, a lot of the times I think the scoreline doesn't do it justice. And in that second set as well, Newa was just one goal away from gaining a set. And if they'd just done that, it could have made a big difference in their morale going into that third and what turned out to be their final sets. And I think they stood up a good fight along the way. I think Cookie was struggling a little bit for me on that RT pick. And I think Batman was just tapping him down a lot of the time and making it quite tough for Newa to really push those spawn side areas. But I think the comp was pretty decent. I like the strategy as well in that draft. You know, with the Melody not being banned, the RT first pick did deter a lot of what Reject had already displayed in that second set they would like to have brought in. But you know, the scoreline is what says it all for me though, and the kills are what matters in Bounty, and Reject had them much more on their side.
Certainly an interesting one. Seeing a donut come out of Creo too, that always breaks my heart a little bit.
It really did. In the end, it was a close match, yet the 3-0 doesn't really reflect it. I feel like the Reject 3-0, the sweep that they put up today was really, really strong of them. Yet, I still feel like we're going to see more of Newa in the upcoming months.
Hopefully so. I mean, again, my reservation coming in was simply the fact that, you know, with the roster shake-up that they've had, were they going to be able to display what they did last month again? You know, against what was a really tough team. I mean, you know, Reject making the grand finals last month. It was never going to be an easy task, not by any means, or stretch of the imagination. So definitely not the scoreline they would have liked. I think that one that they can still be reflecting on and be relatively proud of some of their decisions, but a bit of a long way to go. But nice to see a new up-and-comer in this region. It's a very tough thing to do. Let's be honest, it is East Asia. Up next, of course, Rival Esports versus Frenzy Gaming. Really looking forward to seeing Rival Esports now, having now qualified for the first time this year. After that, Navi versus Effort result. Again, a lot of eyes on Navi this year too. And of course, that final banger of a matchup, Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon, the number 1 and number 4 of this region taking on each other at such an early stage of the competition. It's going to be brutal, absolutely brutal, no matter what way you look at it. Crazy Raccoon a chance to really extend their lead on that leaderboard from first to the heavens. And for Zeta Division, they've got to get off the mark. They had a tough month last month, and now's their time to try to rekindle things.
Rival Esports versus Frenzy is gonna go up next. Whoever wins that match has to go up against Reject in the semifinals. Who's it gonna be? We're gonna figure out after short break.
今一番使ってて楽しいキャラクターは B です。で、B は、理由としては、ガジェットが強いのとタンクに対して戦える、長射程の距離だからです。
はい、現在のメタのキャラクターで一番好きなキャラクターはミスター P です。いや、なんか相手に嫌がらせをするっていうのが結構好きなんで、その面でミスター P のウルトだったりだとかがかなり相手目線嫌だと思うんで、そういうのが結構好きです。
今一番使うのが楽しいキャラはステューですね。なんでかって言ったら投げも強い環境で一番機動性があるキャラクターだと思うんで、一番使ってて楽しいですね。
Welcome back to the East Asia Monthly Finals. We already have 1 quarterfinals out of the way already, 3 still to go. And we also have another caster on the line here. Welcome, Trev, to the show.
Thank you. Absolute honor to be back in this region again. It's honestly one of the most mechanically skilled regions, and I'm sure everybody knows at this point, so very intrigued to see how the day plays out.
I'm sure you watched the quarterfinal that we already have down. What stood out to you in that match, Crazy Reject versus Newa?
I mean, not much really stood out to me. It kind of went as expected. I think we expected a 3-0, 3-1, that kind of vibe, and I think they lived up to how they've been played in the past, Reject.
Certainly so. Let's see if this is going to be another sweep. 3-0, maybe? I don't think so. Rival Esports versus Frenzy Gaming, they certainly are going to put up a fight here, Kenny.
I think so too. This one's going to be real interesting. We talked about Mameshi earlier playing for one of the prior teams that we got to watch. He's back with his home team, Rival Esports. They've got quite the roster on their hands. Obviously, last month did not live up to expectation. This isn't a team coming to the year that I necessarily thought was going to be top 2, but certainly kind of fighting for an LCQ spot in my mind. So we'll have to see how it goes today.
We want to talk a bit more about this player that we see in Cam. He was qualified every monthly final in 2024, but he switched rosters so often. Let's talk about Terry a little bit, Kenny.
Well, Terry's definitely known for his tank gameplay. Certainly something that we could kind of anticipate him being the role of for this squad, as you see in the screen, Frank being there. But in this meta right now, we've got several big-time ones. Ollie, who we saw earlier. Hank, who has been hitting the ban stage quite a bit to start off our day, and I don't really anticipate that changing. So we'll see how they utilize Terry and all of his insane mechanics here throughout this match.
There certainly are some rollers that he is going to be very strong on. Trev, sorry.
No, all good over it. I was just going to say, I think it's quite good to have a tank player when you're in the East Asia region. It's something that doesn't really pop up too often, and it's something that definitely is a big requirement in this meta specifically, at least.
I do think so. Having a tank on your team, a good tank player, certainly goes a long way. Now, we had both of those teams playing really well already in the last month. A little bit of a change in Rival that now Mameshi is back. How do you feel like, is that going to change the roster, Trev?
I mean, it's definitely going to boost it that a little bit more. I think, as Kenny said, coming into this year, we didn't expect them to be, the greatest team in East Asia, but we expected them to be there along the ride, and I think Mameshi coming back and returning definitely strengthens this roster once more. Rival Esports deserves to be a team that people are scared of, and I think Frenzy Gaming coming into this one should be pretty scared of this roster, because it's 3 names that, as you mentioned, Terry qualifying a lot, Mameshi, big name, IC, really coming into his own as well over the past year. It's definitely a roster that people should be extremely scared of facing.
Well, I would be scared of them if I would face them in my ranked matches. Talking about their opponents now, Frenzy Gaming, they had a tough time through the qualifier. Is it safe to say that they're the underdog here, Kenny?
I think so, despite maybe Rival not having the strongest showing last month, and we kind of talked about it, Mameshi playing for another team there for a hot second, but he's back now. I do think it's going to put them in a tough spot, though. They lost to Zeta in the upper, and lower didn't have the most competition, so yeah, that's kind of where I stand.
Trev, I already mentioned they had a bit of a tough time during the qualifier. What happened there?
I mean, this is the thing. They had bit of a loss against Zeta Division. I mean, the thing is, it's a tough time, but like, is it though really? Like playing Zeta, kind of coming into that one expecting to lose, right? Frenzy Gaming, capable team, should be making a few monthly finals this year, but we still expect them to be losing against Zeta Division, the qualifiers and in monthly finals. They did manage to get back through the losers bracket though with a 3-0 win, so coming back in a convincing fashion just goes to show a nice bounce back from them.
Both teams really strong. I'm also eager to see what you folks at home have voted. We also want to have a look at the maps. And now, since we're going to have Hot Zone for the very first time today, I'm excited to see that Dueling Beetles, a map where throwers could come in handy again. Maybe also a tank that could certainly help rival, right, Kenny?
I think so. I definitely think there's a lot of brawlers and a lot of moving parts on this. Lou is somebody we saw a lot on Hot Zone last month. This particular map, especially if those tanks come into play, I kind of anticipate seeing him there too. Stu's showing up all the time here. Ollie in the mix. And B, one of my new favorite brawlers with their hypercharge in the game, I think can be utilized so much. So many different maps and modes, and this is certainly one of them.
We are gonna see hopefully a bit more than just 3 sets, as we always like to cast a bit more than just the bare minimum, right, Trev?
Exactly. I think it's nice to see these games go a bit further than what we have seen so far, and that is very surprising to me. Only 42% of people siding with Rival Esports. You know, it probably just goes to show that they, you know, weren't looking strong in past months without Mameshi, obviously, as well. So it's not what I expected, but I can see where it's coming from.
A little surprised on my end too, to be honest with you. Not what I was anticipating here, Sonny.
Yeah, I didn't either. Honestly, we all are siding with Rival Esports here. Mameshi's back in the roster. It's still you guys at home seem to think different, so see if you keep right, chat. We're gonna have the bands in ready. Trev, take it away.
Well, we've got the Bell, Griff, and the B bands coming in from the side of Rival Esports. Frenzy Game, banning out the Poco, the Griff, and the Lou. 3 very good bands on both sides. I've got to say the Poco has become extremely annoying here after that gadget rework. Just infinite uses of the anti-stun spot. But that is another brawl that we need to touch on because Hank is just ridiculous at the moment.
I mean, so good. That hypercharge took him from 0 to hero so quick. It's honestly unbelievable. Along with the take trade as well, that's part of the perk with Hank. If you're receiving damage, dishing damage, it does not matter. You are working towards that hypercharge. And obviously, when the map's a little more open, definitely helps out. But I think even on a semi-close quarter maps like this, depending on and obviously Griff not in the mix here, could make things a little trickier, but nonetheless, I still think it's a pretty strong guy. Barry has still shown up here a lot. That was the first that came to mind actually for me when I saw these bands go through. I know Rival from watching scrims used the melody a lot in their wins, but Barry with something like a Frank show up pretty frequently. So I mean, take advantage of that, or if they wait to get that aggro or tanky brawler later.
Well, I've just taken the Drake part.
Maybe it's because of the gadget change.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Anti-stun, I should say. Very solid, good against the Frank, good against the Luz, good against pretty much anything that's brought in on this map.
I mean, so many tanks here. Look at, I mean, 3 on that left-hand side and 2 on the right.
Possibilities.
It's going to be Daryl and Draco alongside it, and it looks like an immediate takeover here by Frenzy Gaming. A little back and forth, but I think with all the health points on the rival side, they can still continue to push forward.
Yeah, well, a little stun coming in from Umeshi, but Tomodesu not going to be affected by it. Now Dansari going to come in from the right, and it's a double roll, getting some great damage in, but Terry got the hypnotize in there as well. Mira not going to be the best when no tanks are in front of him, but it is about even so far. With Icy in the back lines, though, it should be something that Dansari wants to go and pick up. Nothing yet, and a little dash out there by Mira to provide some heals to the back line, kept him in the mix too.
Little roll forward from Daryl, a bounce off the wall, but a little hypnosis gonna put him down, and here's that hypercharge. Mira gonna be taken out of his super, and now rival Esports extend this lead a little bit. First advantage they've had.
Well, Mameshi gonna go for another stun as well. Gonna clip Danshari with it. Heal's gonna be provided by Mira, but not enough. Another one thrown out now as well. Double stun comes through. Mira that up, and the percentage just carries on rolling.
All well on their way to 100%. All they have to do is hold the line, and with 14,000 plus health points, I think Frank could probably do it alone. 100 to 57%. Going to be the final call there in game number 1. Rival Esports starting things strong there, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, a very solid start, you know, and honestly, with a Daryl coming in, you're not expecting it to be the best brawler on the map. It's kind of just a bit of an anti-pick here and there, so it's either going to thrive massively, like we did see it do a few times, where it gets a couple of double rolls in, gets up a couple of kills, but eventually rival Esports, with this composition that they've got, and it's so strong, little triple tank and 3 very capable tanks at the moment as well, will surely prevail.
I wonder if other teams are going to copy this after seeing its success here. Obviously, still got to win through in the set. Mameshi rocking the Frank, the King Frank at that as well. But one reason why Barry is so well used on this map is the amount of space he can grant your team, the amount of heals that he's dishing down. Now Draco can be a little more aggressive. He's really messing with Terry here. Ollie going to have to back off for now. Hank going to have to heal up too. But once all 3 of these tanks are on the map, that's just so much to deal with. They can just keep rotating people in and out of that zone.
Yeah, Danshari hypnotized and a flying forwards there with the hypercharge, not going to get too much from it, and the hypnosis will clip him as well, gets that kill too, and what a turnaround for rival Esports. It seemed like they were going to be in a very dire position there, but a bit of over-aggression from Mira going into the front lines and getting killed really didn't help them too much. Hypercharge available for IC now, just waiting for them all to be out and away from these walls to try and get a clip with it. Now uses it, not able to cycle it, but gets another shot in and finds the cycle now. Danshari goes for the hypercharge, double roll in, and Toradesu will come through the backlines as well. He'll comes through and just getting them down one by one. Icy's still alive, Terry there as well. Toradesu's going to fall, and that's surely going to be the game for rival Esports. Brawl comes in, but Mameshi's joining them as well, and set 1 goes convincingly Rival's way.
What a wild draft to kick off this match. Something I definitely didn't expect to see. Triple tank with no support in there. What a bold call. And honestly, it works so well. Between Hank hypercharge, Frank stun, hypnosis from Ollie, even if you have something like an
through the gaps. They're the kind of roles that you need to keep an eye on. They're the kind of roles that you need to ban out. And as you can see, the stats are just all rival Esports here.
That was so fun to watch, honestly, for me as well, from the backside. Terry on the Ollie did phenomenally. We talked so much about how it's good to have 1 tank on your team. There were 5 tanks on that map, Kenny.
Honestly, I can't remember the last time we've seen that many. And you have the Barry kind of gassing up his teammates with the heals, the amount of footwork that they can get down with all the ice cream on the ground. 650. I mean, that's an insane number for DPS. Ultimately, though, we lost. That might even be the crazier part. 650 DPS in a loss? Triple tank, maybe that's the wave.
And a 606 as well, I've got to say, from IC is pretty decent as well for the Hank. So all this DPS rolling down, it just provided such a good set 1 between these 2 teams. But as you can see, the kills just constantly go into rival Esports, and the Ollie just proving its worth once more in this meta. Two of the better brawlers in this meta is not something that Frenzy Gaming were hoping to play against, I'm sure. But the Daryl seemed a little bit wild to me because it hasn't been that good for quite some time now.
Such a bold call. I can't say it enough. I mean, the last time we really see triple tank in a meta where tanks are doing really well, granted, but usually we're seeing if you're going to go double tank, at least a Barry like we see on Frenzy Gaming side, a Poco maybe, a Byron there. These guys just sent it, went for it, and it worked out really well. Health points are such an underrated aspect of Brawl Stars, so really cool to see them kind of take advantage of that.
We've just been on Hot Zone. We're now heading into Gem Grab, the second set of this series. Gem Fort is also going to be a map that is very closed off. A lot of walls, a lot of bushes. Trev, it's going to be another tank fiesta.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen from these teams so far, they seem to like the tank, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do come rolling in once more. In Gem Grab, I feel like you've got to be a bit more kind of diverse, though, rather than just 5 tanks roaming across the map. But I'm going to say that and be proved completely wrong, I can see, with what we're seeing so far. Bans should be coming in very shortly between these two teams, and obviously Gem 4 pretty focused in on this mid. Yes, you're going to be playing down the lanes occasionally, but a lot of the fighting is going to be mid-focused.
I would have bet that Ollie is banned out this time around. He is going to be banned. We also have a lot of mobility banned out on the side of Frenzy Gaming. They do not like to see that come out of Rival Esports. As we talked about before, Terry is just going to wreak havoc otherwise. Now, Kenny, how are we liking the loot?
I like it a lot on this map, too, to be honest with you. It's very preventative of the tank side of things, but also I think just a strong brawler overall. That hypercharge, still something to be reckoned with. Getting an insta-freeze on any foe just lines up for free shots for a pro player. This is a pretty good response though, Trav. I mean, we get a Gus and a Griff, so going for a little bit of wall break, the long range and consistency of Gus. Left-hand side though, locking in these picks quick. They get a Poco off, which I love in this current meta with the gadget spam that you can bring. A lot of utility on this left-hand side, and then they also just bring in a big dog. It's Hank back again.
Yeah, I mean, they have the break and the range, so there's a possibility for Frenzy Gaming here, but when you're staring down the barrel at a Poco and a Hank, it's dangerous times, really. And a Lou as well, just so diverse when you don't have anything to counteract that stun, which obviously they don't, because the Poco has gone the way of Rival Esports. Still possibility of it a little bit further down, not further down the line now for Frenzy Gaming, as is their last pick, and they're going to take the Surge. I like that. It's a good brawler, very versatile, not too many counters.
Pretty strong comp on this left hand in though. I think pairing the Poco and Lou makes a lot of sense, especially considering what Poco's gadget can do. I think a lot of the times you're spamming the heals, but if they do elect to go for that other gadget, they would have been able to kind of lock Lou out of some frozen moments. So that's a good call. I think the Surge can certainly help out too. The dive in, we saw that be a counter, and it's traditionally been one in past metas too, but we'll see what the power of Hank can really bring to the table. He already got them one set. What's a second one here? Two much different compositions. We had a wild one in our first one, but this feels a little more normal, Trav.
Yeah, calm and composed this one, and Rival Esports expecting to be able to get a second set. I feel here they've managed to pick up this Hank again, which is surprising to see us slipping through the bans process time and time again. Frenzy Gaming might feel like they've got a bit of a grip on it, but so far it really doesn't seem that's the way it's going.
There's that wall break we were talking about. They're going to use it on their side, but there's a lot of L-shaped walls that are indestructible, so Griff's piggy bank not going to be able to assist them here. Another brawler to keep your eye on. It's going to be Surge on their right-hand side. He's getting sneaky, but needs to get that tier 2, tier 3 stage. Otherwise, it's going to make things so much more difficult.
Yeah, well, the ice ring thrown to the right-hand side. Danshari not affected by it just yet. A bit of freeze there, but not enough to put him frozen on the spot. Mameshi and Mira are going to be able to trade out there, and the super throw gets IC clipped on the edge of it. Terry's in a world of hurt now, using the super to get some heals back, and no damage was found, but able to retreat all the way back. And honestly, he's going to be pretty happy about that death, providing the gems back to someone who's going to be more capable of carrying them.
I think that's a good call out. I mean, they're not happy that they went down. They don't love losing the positioning, but honestly, would have loved to give those gems to a different person, but they died yet again. That's a great cycling coming out of Frenzy Gaming, and we're finally starting to see some life out of these lads.
Yeah, full control of the map now. I see almost going down again, and Danshari locked down on this left-hand side. Hypercharge on the right for Toradesu as well here. And Terry eventually gaining some ground back in the mid. Flicks out that bubble, but not finding any connections, and in a real tough spot to stay alive here. Hypercharge using it, circling around, but not finding the desired connections, and now it all comes... I mean... what are you meant to do against that, Kenny?
Absolutely nothing but watch him barrel. It's going to be 15 and 13 gems now in their pockets. Terry just moving all the way back. It's going to be Toradesu down the sideline trying to move forward. Doesn't have the range. Mameshi distracting, and Mira certainly can't do enough damage, especially now that he's got a shield. That hypercharge menacing, Trav.
I mean, you've got to feel for Frenzy Gaming there. They were in control for the majority of it. They were getting kill after kill after kill after kill, and all it takes is one hypercharge from Hank. And to be honest, they are partially to blame for that. Just ban it, guys. Just please ban it. No matter what counters you think you've got to it, they don't exist.
We were on the same wavelength. Look, you just can't put yourself in that situation. And that's what I was getting at in the pre-match over match number 1. This meta feels so tough to draft into, not only because of the newness of all these gadget changes, a fresh set of balances. Our pro players are also juggling a lot of brawlers that have a lot of legitimacy. And Hank is certainly one of them. You have to choose which brawlers you're willing to ban and which you're willing to put up with. And Hank is one right now, especially after seeing that I don't think these pro players can be willing to put up with.
They shouldn't be willing to put up with it, but it seems like they're wanting to play against it for some odd reason. And 6 gems already in the hands of IC, wanting to start a countdown as soon as possible and get this second set in the bank. And a jump back from Torredesso as he finally gets level 2. Very late into the game, considering 7 gems have already been secured and you're playing against a Hank, you're expecting a bit of a faster super than that, but IC takes some damage. Oh, actually, the Kooky Popper will bring him down. Mameshi now in a bit of a tough situation. Torredesso jumping over, and this might be the turnaround they desire. Mameshi gets a few shots. He's actually not even gonna... He dies, but the stuns there from from the Lu, sorry. And that was a situation that should have been cleaned up way earlier, and the gem should be with Frenzy.
Oh, and now the Hank's got a hypercharge. He's got the extra speed. Danshari has nowhere to walk. Left hand in, Surge trying to get the pinch alongside Mira. It's going to be a little tough now that they have all the gyms on that rival side. Moving down this right hand end, it's going to be Griff looking for the long range shots alongside Gus. They have a great flank going now, but now they have to dodge out to Lu. All the snow cones being lunged to the left. It's a hypercharge for Surge. They have to find a kill, but there's just so many health points they have to shred through. IC, one tap away. It's a missed shot from Mira. IC survives, and it's going to be a set going the way of Rival Gaming.
I mean, nobody to blame but themselves for that, obviously. They had the chance of even flipping it round in that one, but the Surge just decided, I'm just going to wait, try auto-aim it out and get this Lu in close range. And by the time he'd got the shots in, he was stunned, and they couldn't get those 7 gems out of there. A little bit unfortunate for them, but you've got to be banning this Hank out in those banning stages. Like, please give yourselves a chance in set 3 and just make that happen for me, I beg.
It was very wise from Frenzy Gaming that they banned out the Ollie, yet they left the Hank open, as you just mentioned, Trev. And this is shaping up to look like another reverse, another sweep on their end. Rival Esports could take this one in 3-0. Kenny, what do Frenzy Gaming have to change in order for them to still turn things around and maybe win the next 2 sets?
I think they need to watch the pre-match. I mean, we talked about Terry the Tank, and then you gave him Hank. That's a lot of rhyming, but nonetheless, 293 DPS, the hypercharge won him borderline both of those games, I would say. I mean, a couple times there where Frenzy Gaming had an opportunity to retake, and obviously a very tough team to go against. Rival Esports are no slouches. Just because last month didn't go their way doesn't mean they aren't capable, but I feel like when you have a Lu, a Poco, and a Hank on the same team, it's going to be pretty difficult to draft in that for no matter what comp. I think their way of getting creative and trying to get around that was this grip wall break, but we talked about it before. Hank is known for being in these close quarter situations, but now that he has a hypercharge, they took a weakness and made it a strength. The more this map opens up, one pop of a hypercharge can eliminate an entire team. You just have to be careful of that. I think that's something that you're not willing to deal with. There's no cheeky way to get around it. I think you just have to ban the Hank.
I mean, in my eyes, that's the only way to deal with it. That's the only way to deal with it. Like, as you said, it's got to be done in this pre-game stage because at the moment it seems like they're getting outskilled and outdrafted. They've got to get a grip back on this game, and as you say, it's got to be in the pre-game to start with.
Let's see if maybe Brawl Ball fits their playstyle a bit better. If maybe they have their meta knowledge down and they know what to draft on this. It sounds like you guys would both just ban out all of the tanks and then they should win that one.
I wish it was that simple. I mean, obviously not that simple. It's very easy to criticize when we're over here. Trav is also a tough one to please in general, I would say. But yeah, I think Hank's just a brawler that is so good in this meta that I'm not willing to put up with it. It's hard, right? There's so many good options in the meta between Poco, Stu, Mr. P, Ollie, Hank. I mean, I just named 5 off the rip like that. But at the end of the day, you kind of got to pick your poison, like I say. And that's just something I don't want on the map.
I would also agree that I am quite difficult to please, so if they don't manage to please me, I wouldn't be surprised. But there is one thing that they know will push me in that direction, so I'm hoping that Frenzy Gaming do manage to clean that up. But then again, if they manage to not ban the Hank and get it, they're going to be pretty pleased about it. But this is going to be the kind of map and mode, along like the other two as well, to be fair. We've had 3 very tanky maps here, which definitely favors Rival Esports a hefty amount. So they're going to be pretty pleased about the maps that will have come out, the first 3 at least. Because this is another map. There's a bit of grass there, there's some walls, and there's a lot of work to be done by tanks.
Travis, hard to please, but trust me, you can bribe him with some chocolate if you want him to think that you're going to win. Let's see if Frenzy Gaming can turn things around here. I would certainly hope for not another 3-0 sweep. We want to see some more Brawl Stars today. We're heading into the draft now. They somewhat listen to you guys. At least the Ollie is gone.
Oh, they're halfway there. I mean... this has been all punt. I do feel like Hank is certainly in the mix here. I don't know if you'd be my top dog. I do respect the Ollie elimination. Think you have to get rid of it. Mr. P, you all know at home what he can do right now. But Poco, Stu, Mr. P, Ollie, kind of the brawlers that come to mind off the rip here. We get some more unique ones like Max going out of the mix. I think B, you're going to see a lot in the band stage here today, maybe more than some of the people at home are expecting. And Otis once again showing up here, Trav. That's an interesting one. Yeah,
I mean, Otis is fine. I wouldn't say it's up there as one of the best brawlers in the game at the moment, or even one of the best brawlers in Brawl Ball, really. The mute's nice, the fat splatter's nice now that you can use it unlimited amount of times, but I still don't know if it's bannable for me, really.
Yeah, hard to say. We don't necessarily have the context of who's got this first pick right now. If I had to guess, honestly, probably the left-hand in with the first pick, right? I mean, Ollie, definitely one that I want to eliminate. He's at the top of my list at least, but obviously just getting a little educational here. Having a few issues with the draft here, so it looks like our bans are going to be reworked, and here we are jumping into it. It's actually a Frank overall first pick, so we got the update. This is what our draft is currently looking like. And Trav, you know what? Credit to these guys. They listened to it. They threw out the Hank. It was actually Rival that did it, though, because they didn't have that first pick.
Yeah, I mean, now that the Hank's banned, though, the Ollie slipped through, which is just great. It's great. I love this. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. As you say, you can never be perfect with me. I always like to kind of pick at things, so I'm glad that the Hank's out of the way at least, but that is 2 extremely good picks from Rival Esports. And considering first pick Frank, it does surprise me just a little bit. First pick that brawler definitely leaves yourself open to quite a few holes, but there's some good things that you can pair with the Frank. Poco being banned out again from Rival Esports would have been one of them, but still, Berry, stuff like that, you can still pair with it. Obviously a little bit less good in Brawl Ball than other modes, but that pairing is just devastating no matter where it's played.
I mean, Rival loved their comp so much on the previous map that they just outright banned it as their 3 bans. I think that's pretty telling of what they think of those 3 brawlers, even on a different map and mode. Frank is the first overall is an interesting one to me, too. I mean, to touch on that as well, somebody like Ollie, I totally see being a first overall pick. Frank's a little trickier, though, because you can draft into it. Now, obviously, with Lou out of the way and some of those other counters, makes things a little bit better for Frank. But I always feel like drafting an outright tank that early on kind of sets yourself up for failure sometimes, or at least makes it a little harder.
Yeah, I kind of expect with, like an Ollie or something like that pretty early on. Okay, well, maybe we're a little bit flipped up of what was going on here. They did pick the Ollie, one of the early round. Torres were going to be on that brawler. And over here we had the Meeple along with the Melody and Frank instead of the Ollie and Melody. Now the Colette comes through, and that's a good kill, and honestly, a very good start for Frenzy Gaming.
Excellent start. Colette's going to be able to walk this in. So scratch that draft, folks. This is what we're working with here. Frank, Meeple, Melody going to be our blue side. On the right, that Colette showing up as a direct counter into the Frank. Not sure the map in order, but this could be filthy. A little jump through with the hoverboard. And Frenzy Gaming finally picking one up here.
I mean, who's surprised they've got the Ollie? It's kind of expected at this point. So really, really nice stuff from Frenzy Gaming there. We didn't see too much of that game other than just Frenzy completely decimating the back lines of Rival Esports, but Rival Esports going to be hoping to get a bit of a better hold of the game this time, but what a comp this is from Frenzy, honestly.
It's a perfect countermeasure, having Colette into the Frank. And Ollie there alongside it. I mean, that's a pretty good 1-2 punch, and along with it, a super pesky brawler in Amber. We got Meeple once again. We'll see if he pans out. There's somebody I was anticipating seeing a lot more in the monthly finals, but I was curious to see how these pro players dealt with him. Interesting to see that I don't think he has any super hard counters, but he's certainly a frustrating brawler to deal with, alongside Terry, who's just up in their faces right now, dancing around with his musical notes. They find their first. I mean, we need to see Rival Esports start putting some numbers up. This is a great way to do it.
Yeah, well, hypercharge available from Terry now. Might be able to slot this one in. Goes for the dash forwards. Really nice play there from Terry to make the move, and him in the backlines really made the big difference from Rival Esports there. Able to pinch back. And then obviously the Colette super being used on the Melody means it's not being used on Frank.
Frank being pushed out here early. Getting a wall kind of movement there out of the Meeple. It's a stun going through. It's so close, but not quite enough. Frank able to hold on with about 1,000 HP. Terry trying to build his teammates a little room, and he's going for 3. It's a team wipe there as Ollie now respawns. It's a hypercharge from Frank, though. He really wants to walk this one in. A clever use of the gadget, a good attempt, but not quite enough. It's going to be our first match point here in our second one. It's going to be Terry and his teammates with 1 away from moving to our semifinals.
I mean, it was much better managed that time. It seemed like they got the matchups a bit better, and obviously it's tough to come out against such a counter to Frank and get the matchups pretty much perfect, because he really doesn't have any good matchups in this one, but managed to make it work regardless. Ollie going to be trying to use that gadget towards the end there and stun him out, but was unable to as Icy kind of predicted it and moved a little bit better.
Mameshi with a quick frag, just out of the distance. Ollie's going to be able to survive. Now Amber dropping a gadget, Frank swiping away, and Mira back needs to be shadowing that Frank, and they know it. One tap, you just saw how much damage it did. The super goes through, but it's not enough. Colette going to be able to get that elimination. Dishari, right-hand dinned. It's going to be Mameshi with yet another super, trying to hold off this entire Frenzy Gaming roster. Buys just enough time for IC to come back, but they're in a full defensive stance. They have no room to walk.
Yeah, Mira over this right-hand side wants to try pinch in on IC here and get a nice super through the backlines and cycle it out, but Mameshi not giving him that opportunity. Terry baiting out that gadget. Nice play from him. That's going to be great in this position. Now the jump comes through to... Oh, what a play from Toradesi. The pass to himself. Gadget over the wall and catches it. Brilliance from him.
It's a great start here for Frenzy Gaming. They gotta hold on here. Ollie diving in the stun to kind of countermeasure that. Love that gadget choice, but Mira has the hypercharge, the pushback, and a bucket alongside it. A flashy play to keep Frenzy Gaming's hopes alive.
Yeah, don't want to be finishing off in a sweep in this one. Really nice stuff from Frenzy there. That little pass to himself for the Ollie, brilliant stuff. And then Colette was like, you know what, can't let you have all the fun. I'm gonna go score an amazing goal of my own. And that's exactly what he did with the hypercharge, just pushing him back off the wall. Was expecting a little bit of a Frank super a bit earlier, considering, you know, then the Colette super wouldn't have been able to be used on the other two because it had been forced out on the Frank, but just wasn't really meant to be, didn't happen, and Frenzy Gaming hold on a little bit longer.
That first Brawl Ball game was one of the quickest games I've ever witnessed. Frenzy Gaming taking it. It looked like Rival Esports had everything it takes to turn things around, to maybe still make the 3-0 happen, but they didn't account for that Ollie and Colette combination, especially Colette. Usually you pick the shield star power for her on Brawl Ball. It certainly helps to pick the push it. We also see on the damage side of things, Colette into Frank is amazing.
Yeah, just the beneficiary of that 440 DPS. No wonder they got the star player. So much output there. One thing to note too, they were down in the kill category. I mean, by a decent amount. It was a relatively quick set, I'd say, all things considered. But at the end of the day, I think this is a much better showing, and really tells how much the draft matters, right? Now that we have a little bit of hindsight, can look back and see how this went. We don't know the order of operations, but I think Colette certainly came after the Frank, and sometimes you just need a direct answer into your opponents. You can go with the meta and all that, but I think this was a good call out from Frenzy Gaming. They were well equipped to get a goal scorer and something like an Ollie. They had a good blend of defense, offense like this, and I thought it was a big step up from what we've seen in previous stats.
I think it worked pretty well overall from both teams. Like, Rival did what they could with the comp that they drafted, but Frenzy Gaming just drafted so much better in this one. And, you know, it was what we said after set 2, they need to do better in that phase of the game. The pre-game needs to be where they're thriving, and that's exactly what they did in this third set, and that's why they're clinging on to Layer Cake.
It also seems like Brawl Ball is where they are thriving. Now they have to continue doing that another 2 sets to turn things around though. They need the reverse sweep in order for them to still move on into the semifinals, so that's not an easy task. Layer Cake is back in the competitive map pool. I love to see that. I used to play Dynamite on this map back in my day. Trev, you also have some esports history. You feel like Dyna's coming back, or not anytime soon?
I don't know. I feel like I was just playing non-stop mirror matches of like Brock Piper on this, to be honest with you. Maybe a bit of tick thrown in there as well, but like it was just non-stop mirror matchups of those brawlers, a little bit of a map break, and then just a long-range frenzy with a thrower in there for the early game as well. But I feel like those comps still do exist, but it's definitely a lot more aggressive these days. We've even seen Stews on it, stuff like that, melodies flying left and right, and throwers are a lot more prominent. You know, the Jujus because of all the grass, bit of range on that as well. It's a scary brawler.
Yeah, back in our day, we didn't have draft yet, so a lot of mirror matches. I certainly do miss that. Actually, do I? No, I think I prefer draft. I think we stick to the draft for now. Kenny, we're going to start anytime soon. Do you feel like there's a brawler you want to see banned out?
I mean, I think Mr. P for sure, right? You know, we've talked a lot about Hank and things like that, but Mr. P was definitely one that came to mind immediately, at least for this map and mode. The walls can be really frustrating to go against, and once you get that turret established in the very back, you're just kind of cycling porters endlessly unless the other team can get really aggressive. I do love Ollie, though, on this map. I've seen it a ton in scrims. I think it can be very successful. Ollie, overall, I think is the most standout brawler for me right now, just in general. I think in a pro player's hands, they're going to be able to utilize him so well between the blend of offense, defense, the hypnosis. Anytime you can get free shots on an enemy brawler, pro players are going to take an advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just saying, you know, the Brock Lil Piper little combo comes down quite often. We see a Brock slide on in, so maybe that's a possibility, but with the aggression that Rival Esports started off with, I would be surprised if that was the case. You start off with an Ollie and, you go some long-range stuff, you might be in a bit of trouble towards the late game if you get pushed back. So we'll see what Frenzy Gaming do choose to go with, but the Brock's a good start for some wall break. Kenji in there as well. It's going to be good against some kind of less aggressive brawlers, but when it comes to brawlers with quite a lot of HP, which it seems like Rival Esports are quite into, maybe not as much, but Byron is going to be one that Kenji should be able to target and kill.
Definitely an interesting one, pairing the Brock with somebody that doesn't necessarily benefit from wall break. I think Kenji kind of wants to work in these close quarter spaces, does have a super be able to dive out at a moment's notice, and Carl, one that I'm definitely keeping my eye on for the day. One of the things that has really shaped up with him is the gadget change. I've seen a ton of pros be utilizing the other gadget. Most of the time we're seeing them run with the flying hook, but even in a mode like Bounty where intuitively you'd think, hey, I should just flying hook to get this star, I have seen them test out the other one. I'm curious to see what they end up doing. Gale, my favorite brawler in the game, finally back in business. I will say he's not the strongest in the world right now, but could be a good preventative measure into that Ollie.
Kenny, I know you love it. I know you love it.
I love it in my heart. Does that?
I'm hoping it does well for you, but I'm not sure it will.
I'm not sure it will either.
Because, as you say, not the best in the game at the moment, but I love the wishful thinking from Frenzy Gaming, and clearly it's just a bit of a homage to the glorious caster Kenny.
Yeah, I'm sure Frenzy Gaming's first thought was, you know what, Kenny would really love to see this. It's been a while since we've had a
tournament life on the line, but we've got to impress the casters.
Well, they certainly did. Made my heart happy, but you know what made me a little happier? Seeing this one go to a set 5. Dan Shari starting off in the corner here, pinned against his spawn, and Terry gets the frag. It's going to be a blue star in Icy's hands, and now Kenji going to have to space the floor a little bit here, too. Hot start for Rival Esports.
I mean, we've got to note that the Gale is the only one that didn't die, right? So that's already a great start. But Toradesu, through the back lines, coming on the right-hand side, just picked up his super, but already a hypercharge from Carl. It's not one of the strongest, but definitely still going to be beneficial to use it along with that super, so we'll see what does happen. Now, Icy sliding on in, Kenji going to super backwards, and Terry still not going down, jumps away from that Brock super, and that's 8-1 already, and Rival Esports flying.
Nowhere to hide for him here either. Kenji is just going to have to walk it forward and hope to walk him down alongside it. And now that this is a little more open space as well, Gale's not going to necessarily benefit. This is not a long-range brawler like Brock. They have a well-rounded comp, but not all of them are going to have their strength. They're diving in here, though. Frenzy Gaming need to get some kills. They find one, but lose one in the process. Terry, Icy will survive. Those are the two brawlers with all the stars on their noggins. This is where Frenzy Gaming have to turn their attention.
Well, Terry over the right-hand side, just trying to keep Mirror back. Toradesu does have the shield activated, can only tank one of these shots, but Icy is going to be prime target. Super comes down, that's going to be a fair amount of damage, but only a couple of those last rockets actually managed to hit. Flying hook towards the left-hand side here. Terry's going to go in, not find anything just yet. Spin from Icy, goes towards the backlines, heel hits. Can he survive this? Toradesu's still on top of him, but he gets another super and he should be able to survive this. Terry gets another, but Mira is going to go down as well. Rival Esports decimate Frenzy Gaming. What looked like a bad position turned into a very good one. Kenji Super is not going to make a change to that either. Toradesu unable to get much done, regardless of all the aggression that he was kind of bringing in. It didn't seem like it really worked out in the end. So we'll see what is going to happen in this next game, whether or not we're going to see a few reparations here and there, or if Rival Esports are going to completely run away with this one and take the set, move on to the semifinals.
Well played there. Rival Esports running away with it. A really impressive start. And now they're going to do just that once again. It's going to be Rival Esports with a 2-1 lead. They don't get their hands on that blue star. It's actually going to be Kenji, I imagine, dashing forward for it and then just trying to get out. That blue star can make a big difference in the pacing of a match, how things feel. So definitely going to be curious to see how things change up. It's safe to say, though, Frenzy Gaming not looking good in that first one. They had to change up their strategy.
Yeah, well, they are down 1. Toradesu swooping in and trying to get the job done here, but more of the same. It's just kill after kill after kill for Rival Esports. And Terry going in for some more. Jump pad away, though. Danshari is going to go down, and Mira, I mean, they're running in one by one now. There's really, hope is dwindling for Frenzy.
Oh, it's a tough sight for sure. And Gale just kind of in and out with that launch pad. I mean, it's fun. It could be a little cheesy at times, but you really got to play it perfectly. Curious to see if they can try and take advantage of that dive away once again. And Mameshi going to be able to fall now. 3 stars this separated. Blue star still with Frenzy Gaming, but much work to be done.
I mean, honestly, if Toradesu does stop dying, they might have a chance in the backlines here if Danshari can keep on doing the work that he's doing. Same with Mira if he can get a little bit of a pinch in and get a super possibility. With Terry going to go in here, should be able to hypnotize Danshari and get him taken down, but gets another super along the way and just trying to drag them back. Mira jump pads away, nice jump pad from him, but with 30 seconds left and massive amounts of stars down, and we see Kenji go down again, what hope do they have?
Gonna have to get real creative. Have to make a comeback here as well. There's a lot of stars to make up for and only 15 seconds to do so. IC with 5 on his head and the blue star with Terry. IC diving in. Danshari trying to deal with him. Now they've spaced the floor a little bit. Maveshi falls. They grab one though. Terry secures the kill and IC just buying time on the clock. 5 stars being the separator and Rival Esports will walk away with it. They will be moving on to our semifinals.
I think deserved as well after that last performance from Frenzy Gaming there. They looked so hopeful. I was really hopeful for them after that 3rd set. Drafted well, played it well, and then kind of just reverted to default settings of just drafting some pretty odd things. It was really a little bit of a complete turnaround.
It didn't really work out for them in the end. They did take a set, however, so we're happy as casters. We at least saw 4 maps. That's beautiful. Kenny, I want to touch up a little bit. You were talking about during the draft phase how Carl now is more often played with heat ejector instead of the flying hook. Now that the gadgets have been reworked, it did work out well for them. IC really made the flying hook work there.
I think in Bounty it just makes too much sense. I mean, honestly, in scrims, a lot of the times these pros are just testing out anything and everything. If they have an idea, they're going to go for it. But ultimately, if you can get a free blue star, why not? I think it just makes too much sense with the game mode. Maybe with the timings of the gadgets, you might see it depending on other maps and mode. I think Carl shows up a little bit more now due to Mr. P's prevalence in the meta. Just having the pickaxe fly through the spawners really helps. But that's a massive draft advantage, I think. I mean, honestly, you see Ollie and Byron, which is a powerful comp, and then you see Carl with a 10-piece. I mean, goodness gracious. It's just too much to deal with. Kenji, a good brawler. Brock, a fine brawler. Gale, #1 in my heart, not #1 on the map, though.
It seems just a very odd draft, at least in my opinion, for Frenzy Gaming. For Carl to be able to get 10 kills in a map like this, you kind of expect him to be kind of sitting back, waiting for his opportunity, but he didn't have to wait for any opportunities because they were coming directly to him over and over and over again. It was just kill after kill after kill, and he really didn't have to put that much effort into getting them, which is even more of an issue in my opinion. Frenzy Gaming, I'm sure they will be back though. I'm sure they'll be stronger than ever in the coming months because they don't seem like, you know, a bad team. They're still mechanically gifted, as the majority of players are in this region, but I think they've just got a little bit of ironing out to do when it comes to that draft.
Yeah, Rival were certainly happy with the choice of the gadgets, with the choice of the brawlers. I felt like their meta picks were truly impeccable. Like, their draft overall looked really, really solid. Also their playstyle. And with that, they move on into the semifinals now with a 3-1 victory. Against Reject though, is it gonna be that easy? Could that be a 3-2 finally? Kenny?
I think it could be. I think Reject and Rival Esports is setting up to be a pretty good one. Again, Reject had a phenomenal previous month. They're off to a hot start here with the 3-0 victory against a team that honestly challenged them more than just about any team last month, obviously outside a loss. But nonetheless, I think this could shape up to be one of the better semifinals of the month.
I hope so as well. I really do. I feel like, you know, it very heavily depends on this lower bracket and how competitive that's going to be, because it's a very, very strong lower bracket, don't get me wrong, especially that quarterfinal number 4. That is going to be the game of the day and what should be the grand final in a lot of people's eyes. So we've got to get through this Navi versus Effort result game, but quarterfinal number 4 is going to be an absolute beauty.
I'm definitely sticking around until then, I think. I should have some time. Also for that semi-final, though, Reject versus Rival Esports is going to be one of the closest matches of today. I call it now. At least I hope so. And we're going to head into a very quick break. We're going to be right back, though, with some action. Navi versus Effort result.
ナビに、クルさんと良平さんが、加入したことは、まあ攻める良平さんがタンクとかを使って攻める役で、まあミッドでクルさんで安定取って、まあアチャピさんで、まあバランスサイドでバランス取るみたいな、かなり3人の、スタイルが合ってるのかなと思います。
クルさんはまず長射程キャラクターがとても使うのが上手い選手で、良平さんはタンクを使うのがとても得意なんで、自分はそのアンチタンクのメタキャラって言われるキャラクターを使うのが基本的に得意なので、そんな感じでかなりバランスの取れたチームメイトたちと組むことが今年はできたかなというふうに思います。
Kenny, we'll catch up with you soon. For now, we get Ark back. What did you feel like that last match went down? Did you like what you saw, or did you feel like Frenzy Gaming could have taken that one if they just changed up their strats a little bit?
I didn't like what I saw. I think the draft was just not great. I mean, I could kind of get an idea as to what they might have been going for, yeah, it just really wasn't the play. And you know, guys, if you're not banning Hank in this meta, like you haven't quite got the alarm call yet, because that's quite an important thing to do. And to get that wrong twice is unforgivable, in my opinion. Like, if you run into a Hank and you struggle, then the next thing you're doing in that set is banning a Hank. And if you're not doing that, then you deserve to lose. No offense, but I mean, come back and come back stronger, right? So.
At least they always listen to the casters. They were wishing or hoping for them to ban out the Hank. They banned Hank, then left Ollie open, so Ollie was picked up. It just didn't really work out the way that we were hoping for them to go. Still, they took a set. Let's see if Effort result and Navi can do the same here, if it's going to be another 3-0, because I do feel like we do have a clear favorite here. Is it safe to say that Navi should take this one, Trev?
I think a majority of people are going to be saying that. I will say in the last one, I expected the majority of people to be saying that the same team is going to win again, but the prediction went the complete other way. So I'm unsure if there's kind of a bit of a something going on with the viewers today that just kind of swaying the predictions a little bit. But yeah, this Navi team 100% should be winning. They seem extremely strong. The names in this roster should be winning the majority of matches. And F result, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to put that much of a fight. I'm thinking more of the same, 3-0, 3-1, something like that.
So I have a theory with the polls, and I think that on the events side, because it's going by the win rates, right? And we didn't see last month, Rival Esports qualify. That those that may be less familiar with the rosters might just be going with the highest win rate, and like that last series, it would have been the other way around. So let's see that on this one. I mean, I feel like effort results certainly are the underdogs. There's no kind of way around it, really. I think Navi are certainly the favourites. You know, when you've got a world champion on your team like a Chappie, you know, you tend to have some credentials that come with that. So I think it's going to be tough. Certainly, though, I think in the past it's been difficult for both Chappie and Curry when it comes to LCQs. Not really getting out of those stages has been quite costly for them over the years.
Certainly. I mean, we do have on one side one player that has made 2 world finals, 2 wins in the world finals. So Chappie definitely a threat. We had a little chat with him, and let's hear what he had to say about their loss last month against Crazy Raccoon.
先月クレイジーラクーンと準決勝で戦って負けたんですけど、よくよく、後から反省してみれば、相手がよく使っているキャラクターだったりだとか、そういうキャラクターをもうちょっとバンするべきだったんじゃないかなっていうのを後で反省しました。
Impressive career. He hasn't yet made it into a grand final this year, though. Could that be the case today, Ark?
I think certainly so. Many who thought that maybe last month we would have seen Navi actually in the grand finals. Of course, taking their loss to Crazy Raccoon, a tough thing to consider. It was a sweep as well, which makes it that little bit worse and tough. But certainly for a Chappie, I mean, he's just got so much under his belt. 2-time world champion, back in 2021 with Zeta Division, and then 2022 with Zeta Division 0. Back-to-back world champion. I mean, that's just unheard of. In any game, let alone in the global stage in Brawl Stars. I mean, just incredible, really, when you think about it. But has been a tough few years. Looking back last year and the year prior to that, with rejecting the LCQ, not coming out of that, and then last year with Navi getting swept by Reply Totem. I think from memory there was a game earned by Navi in each of those sets, but they didn't make it to day 2. Really quite a sort of poor showing in the past few years, but looking to make things different in 2025.
Even though Navi are the favorites here, effort results is also looking really, really strong. Their stats are looking phenomenal so far. They haven't made it out of the quarterfinal last month, but that could happen today, Trev.
It could, and honestly, I wouldn't mind it happening either. Not that I've got anything against Navi at all. Everybody loves an underdog story, so effort result are the heavy underdogs in this one, I will say as well. So I'm kind of expecting Navi to come out on top, but I would love to see effort result get a result.
We want to have a little look at how many sets they actually took. At the stats from the previous month, Ark, it's looking not too bad for effort here.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite impressed actually when I saw this stat, to be completely honest, and had to sort of double check to make sure that they'd sort of played enough through the qualifiers to, sort of make it make sense in that regard. But certainly I would say that there is the elephant in the room, and that Hot Zone is definitely the weaker of the modes. So I'd kind of be looking to see where that particular game mode is situated in the rotation, and whether it's like an early stage or not, because if it's like the first set, then that's going to be a really tough thing to bounce back from. But yeah, pretty commendable in fairness. But again, you got to look in the context of like who are they facing in those instances, and kind of like the big picture as to like what teams they were facing during those results. But I think that for a team that are an up and coming for this region, it's great to see them having some results. Against Navi, it's just going to be a tough one.
Yes, Hot Zone is not really their strong suit. They're lucky though, at least they don't have to start with it right away. We're gonna have a look at the maps here, and we see Hot Zone is only the second set. So at least they can kind of ease into the series, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, for a stat like that, as Ark says, it does depend who you're playing against, but at the same time, Navi's probably one of the teams that you don't want to be playing your worst mode against, right? So Ring of Fire as a second, probably not going to help them out too much, but as you say, at least it's not the first. If they get a little bit of momentum in Gold Arm Gulch, if they manage to win that knockout, possibly they'll be able to carry that over and take Ring of Fire, but worst case scenario, they're only going to be 0-2 down. They're not down and out. They can still bring it back from that point. It's just increasingly unlikely as those sets go by. But as you just saw, all of us still siding with Navi regardless.
I think it's going to put a lot of pressure, honestly, in that regard on that first set, because they've got to get through it. 87% on the event site for Navi is a substantial sway as well. I think it's going to be tough. This first set has got a lot riding on it.
Well, 87%, I will say, is definitely the convincing one. 13% goes the way of Efrazol, and that is probably a bit more of a expected prediction from the community. I will say Navi being the organization they are, the following they have, and also the results that they should be getting as well. As we get into the draft, though, we're heading on to Gold Arm Gulch. Mr. P going to be banned out, obviously, with the hypercharge. Ridiculous at the moment. A Kit and an Angelo as well. You don't really want those cheesy comps with like the Kit and the Daryl, that kind of thing, Kit and Buster, especially when you are the team coming in as the favorite, as Navi are. They don't want to take any risks, so I'm not surprised they've got rid of that. The Ollie, the Gene, and the Hank on the other side. Efrazol, they know what they're doing with these bans.
What catches my eye here, only one of the long-range brawlers out of the way. Angelo, the only one banned out. With that, we have brawler like RT, Hyper, Nani, and also Mendy with the new Hypercharge open now.
Yeah, I think the other thing we haven't really spoken about today so far is like the difference between last month and this month, and how much we saw Kit in this region last month. As the first monthly final coming into the season, I think we were all taken aback, and now we've not really seen any of that particular brawler really making a statement since the meta shift has been so substantial. So it has been prioritized to be banned by Navi, and I think this is one of the game modes where I think it makes the most sense to consider that ban, so I don't mind it. Take first pick, though, for the side of Navi. Certainly for control, definitely not a bad brawler to have. I just feel like with Juju left open, it's probably my preferred thrower, regardless of the map and mode. Really, I think she's still a standout, but it's not a bad pick. Often sort of banned out, but Eve, for me, yeah, makes some sense. When you got the Angelo banned out on the side of Navi, it makes the ideal kind of brawler to have on that lake side where you can kind of hover over the water. So not a bad shout. But then again, it also brings more questions to the tick over the Juju for me, because Juju can do the same thing, and also with the amount of bush, get some good range, and Grigri's so suppressive. So it leaves it open for effort result, though.
I mean, not even just that either, I'd say. You know, there's Juju, and I'd say Sprout's usually one of the preferred throwers on this map as well, being able to block off that kind of portion of the map towards the later bit of the game when the gas is coming in. You can just lock them in there. So it's very surprising to see Tick, especially as the first. But the Grey going to be coming in, has been coming into the meta more and more, especially after that hypercharge did get released as well. Very solid brawler with the walking cane, dragging people back. It puts them in some perilous positions, and definitely a good thing to have. Not one of the best people to have against these Eve spawnables, and the same goes to say with RT as well. Just the single shot brawlers, they're going to be struggling when those come rolling in.
Well, I was kind of considering whether it may have been a Sprout coming in it would make a good follow-up pick to have the Grey on your side, because Grey is such a great counter into the Sprout. So they might have been just like having that on their side to then follow up with the Sprout. But Squeak is one of those brawlers which I think has been coming a bit more forwards in terms of the meta. Still not really great for me, but still just a bit more substantial, I would say. We're kind of seeing Wind Up now being the gadget of choice over Residue, which is quite interesting now. That longer range that you get, and with an 11-second cooldown, I think that's probably the reason why that most people are kind of opting more for Squeak now. And you know, the amount of range that you get from that gadget is quite substantial. They're all going to be joining the force of Navi then, and definitely I'm looking at the Squeak's susceptibility there. I think Grey's got the TP to get away, the RT's got the legs to be able to lay down, and it's pretty strong against Daryl. So pretty much a product which is designed purposely to get that Squeak eradicated. And on this particular map, it does make some sense, because that Daryl roll with the lake bed in mind gives you that additional range, and you can really cover a great amount of distance from one side of the map to the other. So I can understand it, but you know, at the early stages, you're going to be kind of just waiting to get your super. So if you're overran and forced back by your opposition too earlier, you know, in the stages of the match too prematurely, then it could be costly. That's what we're seeing already. Look at that. He's under so much scrutiny, he's going to go down for it. It's exactly how you play against that kind of comp.
Yeah, I mean, they just went straight for him, and he definitely overextended himself to a certain extent as well. I'm surprised he went into that position to start with, rather than just kind of sitting back, waiting for his teammates to make some moves. But it's also surprising to see him even playing Daryl. You know, when they've banned out the kit, you expect them wanting to really not bring tanks into the equation. So We'll see if Navi are able to do anything. A good outcome for this would be just getting a couple of supers. You know, they're expected to lose the round at this point.
Let's see if Chappie can bring something to the table. It's going to be tough for Curry, though, because that Gray is going to be able to just find a nice time to either use the Walking Cane gadget, which I assume it will be. It pretty much always is for Gray. In Knockout, though, we do tend to see the Grand Piano sometimes come out, but not often on this particular map. I think Curry's already just trying to get straight to gas early on. Chappie, I think maybe just trying to get some utility, trying to get super or some stages towards that hypercharge, because that's where Eve can really thrive, but may have just served to really kind of feed a bit more than he would have liked in that instance, to be fair.
A bit of a grass break over the left-hand side as well. That's not helping Ryohei either. As that's his kind of ability to sneak just completely gone. Does have a roll, though, which can make all of the difference, especially if Tick gets a couple of shots in here as well. The Sharpie wants these babies to be rolling on in, needs the super, wants the hypercharge. But so far, really not looking too good for Navi at all. They haven't really had a look in.
Well, Ryohei's got some time to... He could even consider going for the Gray if he wanted. Shows better of it, because ultimately, if the Pichu's just a couple of shots away, he get the TP in that interaction and get away safely. The Squeak's definitely trying to avoid him there. Janae Azuri just trying to just scout around the map and evade it in all possibilities. But well, she's got to be cautious to try to mirror, in a way, Ryochi, because that's the best person to take care of the Dow. But now the gas is in. The roll is inbound as well. Look at that Walking Cane as well. The wall break is just going to expose Ryohei massively there as well. Surviving on, but not for long. Now, look at this. Ryohei against Kuru and the Chappie. Should be a safe 2 versus 1 for Navi. And it is. They get the round. The game, though, still all up for grabs.
Yeah, Ryohei got some great shots in there as well, post-roll. She shouldn't be too far off his once again, and he does get it just there and has the hypercharge as well. Kuru has one of his own too, but no super to go along with it, and Achape, the baby's come rolling on in. He's just going to be trying to work for another one, work for a hypercharge for the later stages of this game. But with Ryohei with hypercharge, they're in a good spot.
Well, Kuru, if he can just get super, having that hypercharge is going to be massively advantageous for Navi to be able to tie up this game. Maybe having his as well. Well, the Daryl pick, you know, the hypercharge can go a long way. Not the best by any means in terms of the tier list for hypercharges, but just having that additional buff is sometimes all you need as a difference maker in Knockout. Walking Cane does find a Chappie, nice jump away there. We've got away getaway gadget from a Chappie. That was quite crucial in his survival in that instance. And now, the Pichu on the bottom just pushing his way down. And Kuru, for that reason, trying to get away. But now is the nitty-gritty super coming out for Kuru. A dash in from Ryohei as well. Now this head's going to connect, and those bombs are going to pack a punch. Down goes the Squeak. Huge damage there. The 2 versus 1. The knockback is perfect for Kuru. And Navi pick up the game.
Well, the first round was a disaster, but after that, when the Daryl got rolling, everybody else started getting supers and hypercharges, it really worked out for Navi. And we really didn't see much of a look in there from Effort Result. And I mean, they just need to kind of replicate what they were doing in the first one and go a bit more aggressive, I feel. Try single out the Daryl rather than letting him have his moment, letting him have his role, and going straight towards you in the late game, because the late game is something that a Daryl should be winning pretty much every time.
Well, again, Effort Result will wash up this Squeak interaction left hand side. He does find Ryohei now, and that will raise awareness to his teammates, but got some good value for it. Well, Ryohei has now got the roll, which he didn't have in that first instance last time round. So now he's got the aggressive maneuver, using it. I think a misclick, surely. It's got to be a misclick there. We'll still have, yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about, to be completely honest, but I was going to say that he could use it to get away or go on the aggressive, but now he can't do either of those 2 things at all because he wasted it. Nice connection with the Walking Cane there from the Pichu as well, the Gray pick, and that's going to leave a big opening in the map and not a great ability for Navi to hide behind anything now.
Yeah, it was a very good Walking Cane. Even broke up a bit of that grass as well. So playing over the left-hand side has become a little bit less feasible for Navi, and Ryohei not in the best of positions, but does manage to juke nicely. Super's going to connect there, another shot will as well, gets the roll. Honestly surprised he didn't just save that for the next round, but he does choose to go for it. Wahochi going in on the 2 of them, Achape versus him, and a jump to the right-hand side. The spawnables will come in, and then surely that's going to be a win for Achape. But he's taking so much gas damage, just about in the end, just got the win. But I'm surprised that didn't go the other way. I was expecting Achape to take it convincingly, but after that gas kind of took a few ticks, it was starting to question it.
Yeah, that was a little bit almost close to call there, honestly. I thought it was going to be quite straightforward, but yeah, Chappie just playing it quite fine. Nonetheless, getting the round. He's only one round away. Corey, the walking cane. Oh, beautiful there from the Grey pick going in. Almost didn't come out, but nonetheless, effort or result do stay standing in a 3 versus 2 now, and a chance to rekindle this round. And maybe even a game. Let's see, though. It's definitely going to be still a great opportunity for Navi to turn things around. If Ryohei times this well and can just find one, then that will open things up. And have great gadgets, honestly, from the Pishu here. Really, he's excelling massively so. Oh, Shabby, yeah, found out there in a 1 versus 3. Where is Ryohei going to go here? Surely just straight to the gas and just run rings around the map. Yeah, he's going to do just that. And the wise call doesn't want to feed too much in. There is the hypercharge for the Grey coming into the next round. That's going to be quite a scary prospect. But nothing more to the squeak. And I think that's quite something of a saving grace for Navi here. But not the round they were looking for.
Yeah, well, the triple hypercharge is available from Navi. Just need to see Kuru getting his super, so a little bit of a dangerous position now for effort result, but that hypercharge super from Grey definitely helps. Goes in now, and he leaves himself a little bit susceptible to Ryohei's roll, but he thinks better of it in the end, and now 3 people will be over this left-hand side, a Choppy hypercharge in hand, and that is going to be providing so much pressure on effort result when it comes through.
Yeah, this is the tough scenario. Nice roll, beautiful range. Oh my word, almost actually overshotting it and saved by the TP of the Grey. Oh my word, everyone's still standing. I'm surprised that interaction didn't have a death, but it actually did. The Daryl slim down to 2 versus 3 now, and the shielding for the Grey is keeping the Pishu alive there, but my word, what an interaction back and forth. Every result though, got a hand, and they're still staying on their feet here. The Grey going to be going in yet again onto a Chappie, finds it again. The knockback is going to be there for Kuru, but oh my word, the Pishu in this round, in this series, is excelling so well and keeping effort result in the conversation.
I mean, it was wild. I'm surprised that we didn't see more out of that triple hypercharge available play from Navi, but at the end, effort result played it so well. As you said, Napishu on that Grey playing so well. He was kind of plucking walking canes out of thin air as well. Yeah. Didn't even know where players were and was just hitting them out of nowhere. So really nice stuff from them. And if he can replicate that success again, then they're in a good spot to win this set.
The walking cane's got an 18-second cooldown. It's not the shortest. Nice connection yet again. He just doesn't ever not land them every single time so consistently so, and Ryohei falls again in a 3 versus 2. And this is the problem. This brawler pick as the final one for Navi is being a bit of a thorn in their side, honestly. In these opening moments that we've said coming in, the exact strategy is to overrun it, and effort result know that. And I love that about an underdog team like them, that they might not be necessarily the most mechanically gifted, the most credible in terms of their achievements to date, but they're playing this really well in terms of strategy, and you can't deny that. And now looking to take another round, one more, and they gain the first set over Navi, which is exactly what they had to do coming into this, knowing the next set is Hot Zone, their least favored mode, their lowest win rate mode, so they've got potentially a cushion coming if they can keep this up.
Yeah, Tickhead finds a connection onto Napishu, but he's just going to heal that out straight away. It'll give Kuru a little bit of a cycle, but Ryohei getting tapped so hard and might be pinched out here, forced to roll all the way away, and Kuru almost goes down because of it. Actually, might do, he does. Tickhead thrown out at the last second though, but I'm not sure that's going to make much of a difference. 2v3 for effort result to win the set.
I mean, Navi had this on a platter. Honestly, this was their set as far as I was concerned, and they just kind of threw it all away. And I think now it's a matter of time before every result closes down, based upon what we've seen so far. But can Navi make something of this? Can Chappie find some of a nest egg utility to be able to have the hatchlings come in? That's the one saving grace here, and so far, effort result doing a great job of evading it and not feeding into it. And with the TP available to the Grey, I think that's a really tough thing for Navi to be able to work around. Now the gas coming in as well. It's going to be a very tough thing to make this 2 versus 3 work.
Yeah, especially when he's getting marked up and pinched. Napishu goes for a little TP down the bottom. Hypercharge used now as well. And what can Ryohei do? What can any of Navi do at this point? And Chappie's going to go down. An effort result take the set out of nowhere.
Didn't see it coming. I gotta be honest, I did not see it coming. Big celebrations, and rightly so from every result. But again, it is early days. You are facing Navi. Your next set is your worst in terms of win rates. I would be a little bit more reserved myself. But hey, confidence is key, and I'm all for it. If they keep this up and they keep Navi suppressed, this could be the first real upset of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Go ahead, go.
Oh, good. We're going to see how they will do in Hot Zone. As you mentioned, Ark, it's not their best map, not their best mode, but we'll see how they will do in the end. That Grey TP definitely went a long way. The hypercharge, that 1000 HP on top, just really helped them to win this one. It is a surprise, as 87% of the people watching also thought that Navi should take this win pretty easily. But effort result is here for a fight.
History, 9 takedowns. I mean, and we were saying it all the way through the game. Like, every single walking Kane gadget connected. I mean, he didn't misfire once that I could see, and just that makes the biggest of differences in the map when you got a Daryl on the other side of the field, opening everything up and just keeping everything susceptible to damage, allowing the Squeak to get more visibility and line of sight, and the RT as well. I mean, just did wonders for his team, honestly. When you got that kind of comp, you need the Grey to pull through and need to create that kind of space, but be consistent in those connections. And we often see the miss, and kind of like that's a terrible thing to have when you got a Grey that's not really pulling its weight. Just so good every step of the way.
9 kills is wild. It's very, very good for a Grey. It's kind of usually more of kind of I'll put my teammates in good positions, maybe get a couple of kills here and there. But 9 kills from Grey when you kind of don't do the most damage in the world is not the best. And especially when you kind of got Wahochi doing, I think it was 59 DPS on an RT. I'm expecting I'm expecting a little bit more from my RT. I can't lie to you. So it's definitely good that Napishu did actually get the kills that he did, because it seemed like Wahochi was maybe lagging a little bit behind.
Effort Result didn't have the easy task last month already. They had to face up against Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon then ended up winning the whole February monthly final, also beating Navi. So both of those teams last month didn't have the best of luck, had to face up against the right now strongest team in the region. So let's see if one of them makes it into the semifinals, maybe all the way to the finals. For that, they would probably have to beat Crazy Raccoon again though, or Zeta Division. Both not very easy to take on. Anyway, we are now 1-0 up for Effort Results. They have proven the haters wrong, and maybe also Hot Zone wrong. Because as we talked about before, they don't really have the best stats on Hot Zone, but they can change stats to Daybreak.
Absolutely so. I mean, imagine if we see the unthinkable happening here, but this is going to be quite a key draft. I'm very impressed with Effort Results draft in that previous set, sure, but I think Navi kind of sealed the nail in their own coffin with the final Daryl pick, which really was the costing of the team. They got very close to getting the set, but you know, as soon as that happened, Effort Result locked in, and that's what you need. But nice player. Close up. Let's see what the draw's going to be.
Close and personal with Hoshi here a little bit. I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
B coming in. We've seen a lot of B bans today, so I'm really pleased to see that Brawler finally making his way through. Which is going to be a quite heavy tank deterrent. Hank banned on both sides. The Griff there for sort of lacking that breaking of the map, which would have been a nice pairing with the B, to be honest, but the Ollie banned out as well as the Poker and the Berry. There's still options to bring in tank, kind of heal tankier comps for Navi if they wish, but the B is the first deterrent of that idea. But I think the Juju for me as well is an option of a throw with the Berry band, just because you can really lock it into pocket. Penny as well. Now the Byron first pick, I was going to say, is an option for heal and then follow up with tank, maybe Frank, but it is tougher to make work. So if they do go down that lines, they've got to make sure that these hills land. And I mean, choosing when they want to place it in the draft, if they place it second or third, I mean, if they are thinking it's a risk.
I was going to question if they were going to pull like a tank and a Grey, but obviously it's going to be hard to get both of those when you have that second pick. So they choose to go for a Melody instead, a little different kind of choice of aggression. Maybe they will still go for a tank as the last play and just hope that the Melody can kind of clean up the B when going aggressive. But we'll see what Effort Result do take. They can obviously kind of account for that massively over the next 2 picks, or be a bit more versatile and leave themselves open with a few gaps here and there for that possible last pick of Navi to go with the tank or just completely pivot away from it.
For me, Rosa is honestly ridiculously strong at the moment, but the problem here is that Effort Result can't really pick it because the wall break to get rid of the bush would be there for Navi, because that's where Rosa right now is for me just such a strong brawler on this map. The Grow Light just allows you to build bushes at a 10-second cooldown, which is ridiculous. You can really build up your bush in the mid, but I just don't know whether they're going to go for it now, because ultimately, yeah, if Navi wants to go for wall break to have like that burn for the Amber or something along those lines, you're kind of left standing and you're left susceptible. So Stu's always a very solid pick when it comes to hot zone, so I don't mind it, and Drake are going to come in. The question is, without the heals behind the Draco, is it going to be nearly as strong as it was in last month's meta? I'm not overly convinced. It might just be to get it out of the hands of Navi, and that might have been their approach to combine the Byron with the Draco. That might be their idea there. If they can't, like, kind of, if they've got nothing to really kind of say against it, then just take it away from them. But I don't know whether the last stand gadget, which will likely be the pairing, as it pretty much has been notoriously since Draco came into the meta in that sense. I mean, whether it's going to be nearly as good now. It's got a 22-second cooldown. That's probably one of the highest that we've seen all day.
Ooh, little Mr. P coming in. They haven't got the most damage against Draco, I will say. Byron, Mr. P not going to be throwing down too much. Melody doesn't want to get too close in range to the Draco either, to be able to get those notes spinning around her and getting the damage in too. So I love a Mr. P. It's pretty much all I've been picking on ranked. The hypercharge is ridiculous if you can get that rolling on in. And they should be able to get it built up quite fast, considering they are playing against a tank. They will be able to tank some of the B shots, but Draco's got so much HP and it's going to be hard to eradicate.
Yeah, I mean, I love Draco. I'm all for it, honestly, but I'm just a little bit concerned by it, just simply because I think it may have been that, just getting it away from Navi more than anything else. Because with the Byron, then that's with that Poco ban, the best pairing that you can really have. So it makes some sense, but that speed zone's gonna be very tough for Navi to break through now as well. And let's remind ourselves going into this game that this is Effort Results' worst game mode. So if they're able to get a win against this now, then they could very well just go all the way. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility. See, 40%, almost 50% and climbing so far. Now we've got to start to get some takedowns, and they do now. Clearing up house, getting on the zone, looking better, but that was a slow start, Trav.
Yeah, and a Porter should be coming in fairly soon as well. Sharpie's hit a decent amount of shots. And Gene Azur backed all the way up in spawn. I'm pretty sure that can still be sniped down by the Mr. P, but he's going over to the right-hand side to try and build up his hypercharge off Napishu. Napishu eventually gets the super and starts going in, but the Mr. P Porter's proving a bit of an issue.
Now, the Dragon's Breath coming through. And some good tension from Achapi there as well, allowing Rio to come in, finding one, getting potentially two if he can get the last stand down, but his teammates find it in the end, and he goes for the stew. Nice stuff from Navi now as they start to claim up this deficit in spectacular fashion. If Achapi can get some porters down as well, get towards more of a hypercharged scenario, then it's going to be impossible really for Ever Result to push back now, especially with stew. It's like the real thing that's the thorn in his side. Now, Porter's coming back through. A nice tap from Kuru. We're all tied up now. Really straight back into the middle here and getting a nice takedown as well. And now getting the ahead in this objective.
Yeah, what a splash that is from Kuru as well. Resets Gene Azur, slow comes in, but what can Napishu do alone against three? This is surely going to be Navi's game, and as we expected it to be that way, as soon as the porters start coming in, and he didn't even get a hypercharge either. As soon as the porters came in, it was a totally different game.
Wow. But we've got to be honest, it was a very slow start for Navi. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in this next game, like, we see if it results start to just really claim back their throne a little bit more in this series, because I mean, if they can lock things down better and not lose control, then, I mean, it was looking 50-0 at that early outset, these early moments where Navi struggled. Until they got that utility down, until they got the melody notes and the dash forwards and the porters down, they were looking very, very slow and sluggish to the mark.
Napishu now over the right-hand side, still trying to fight against Ryohei. Two of them there, and it is another very good start for Effort Result. And Ryohei's going to go in, should go down, but actually the splash perfectly on him and two of the opponents, and he does survive along with some heals of Kuru. Keeps him up that little bit longer as well, doing a nice job of dodging a Sharpie here and trying not to feed. But Ryohei already hypercharge activated, he's going in so strong, but a little bit of a big shot there from Napishu and Gene Azur will keep them in control of the zone.
Porters down now. Not good for Effort Result, and the Rattle Tide didn't really find it either. Been a bit of a saving grace. They had to whittle down a bit of the HP, but not going to happen. Big splash. The takedown is there also. The respawn's not going to be kind here to Effort Result. They're flustered a bit, looking a bit flustered. But the objective is still alive in their favor somewhat, but Rio says that is going to change pretty swiftly. Comes in and gets the goods. Now getting some heals from Kuru, much needed as well. The hypercharge, though, is really staring me in the face for Rio. And now is the time to strike, going straight in. Finds one. Where is she now? So low as well. The Dragon's Breath the last time to get an answer for things, but meanwhile, that was quite explosive. As Effort Result starts to give back a little bit more composure.
Yeah, well, a hypercharge turret, I kind of have to say maybe game might be a little bit out of the reach of Effort Result's hands with that. Napishu going in. Nice work from Ryohei here, getting some good heals from Kuru in his back. Now going in. Super's there as well, but Ryohei not really getting the most. Achapi there with his porters. The porters are just too good. They're doing so much, and Navi managed to take the set, and I mean, it's the same again. We saw a little bit of fight back there from Effort Result. It looked better than in the previous game, but the porters do so much against every member of that opposing team.
Took a long time to get the hypercharge though, didn't it? It really did until just the final couple of percentiles. But I think for me, the Mr. P pick was really against that B. That was where Brawl was able to thrive. And whew, I didn't see that coming, honestly. I didn't think that we were going to be in this scenario.
I mean, they made it close in the end. Every result really turned things around in that second round, as you mentioned, Trev, but it just wasn't enough. I recently have some Mr. P trauma as well from ranked, so I certainly get how Navi won that one. Still, they really played for the objective. They always stood in mid. The Mr. P porters, the melody worked out great. Just a phenomenal draft and very well played.
Yeah, I mean, 11 from Achape, 8 from Ryohei with 430 DPS. And Wahochi wasn't able to get a kill. And I'm honestly not surprised about that. When you're playing a stew into Mr. P Porters, the Melody just dashing left and right, and Byron providing so many heals, I'm not surprised he didn't get any kills. Jenny Azur doing better than I would have expected into that composition as well. So, honestly, good work from Efrazul. Yet again, it seems like it's a never-ending cycle of them just losing Hot Zone, so maybe they'll be able to do more in the future sets. But that one was quite convincingly, at least in the first game and mostly in the second game, Navi.
I think Ryohei has redeemed himself. You've got to give him credit for that one. I mean, that was the man that, for me, really was the downfall of Navi in that first set. That Daryl pick just really kind of, I dare I say, through. Because Navi were literally one round away from being able to claim that first set, and they would be 2 sets ahead now, if that were the case. But, you know, I think at the same time, you know, I think the effort result are looking good. Better than I think that many would have thought coming into this one. So, hey, anything can still happen. That's the worst game out of the way, remember, for effort results. So, could all be looking a bit more tasty to come for them.
Exactly, we talked so much about how Hot Zone is their weakest mode that they have. Maybe they're going to do much better again and turn things around again. Maybe make it a 2-1 for effort result on last stop. Another map we haven't seen yet today. I'm looking forward to the draft here since it's a very open map, yet you have those bushes on the side where you could play some tanks again. I'm looking at Hank and Ollie again.
I can't say I'm the biggest fan of this map, to be honest with you, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hank and Ollie are both banned out. Down in this grass, some tanky movements might be a bit of an issue for both of the teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are banned. But Gus been a real big player here, same with like Stu, 8-Bit, those kind of brawlers, very, very solid. But the bans obviously being the Carl, the Mr. P, and the Kit. Another Kit ban coming in, and the Ollie, Hank, and Stu both banned out by F result there, and the Stu also along with it as well.
Yeah, don't want to say I called that one, but very wise from Effort Result to ban those out. Hank and Ollie, not something you want to see in the hands of Navi, especially since they have the first pick here. Could be a great addition to their draft. I expect Gus to be picked up here as gem carrier since he's open. But do you feel like, could that happen, Ark?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it probably should, to be fair, but there's still the option of the 8-Bit here on this mapping mode. It just depends a little bit upon what they're playing themselves into. The Otis first pick is really interesting for me. Melody picked up by sort of effort result, which I quite like. Janet's not banned here as well, by the way, which could be a really interesting pickup for the lane side here. But yeah, the Otis, I mean, it's just, I get it. The Fat Splatter gadget, it can definitely do a decent job of just pushing the lane side, but I don't know whether it's first pick worthy here, to be completely honest.
I'm with you on that. I'm not sure if I find that first pick, and we've even seen it banned a couple of times today, which surprised me as well. Seeing Otis being picked and banned end of seems a little bit weird, but first pick definitely throws me off. Lola rolling in afterwards along with Napishu. I like that composition a lot. What they've got so far is pretty good, but as Sonny said, the Gus should be rolling in as one of the gem carriers. And we've seen a lot of like 8-Bit and stuff here as well as the gem carrier as well. So a Gus and something aggressive, usually quite good for being able to provide the shield to one of the lanes. There it is. Should be playing through the mid as well. So we'll see what their last pick will be down the lane.
Makes perfect sense. You know, it's a great synergy that if they didn't lock down on their side, would have been absolutely on the thoughts of effort result. I mean, I wouldn't have seen a reason why they wouldn't have picked it over the Lola, to be completely honest, and had that be locked in for them. But in that regard, I'm assuming that both of the two brawlers that they've got are going to be playing lane. So the third pick is going to be the mid. But I, to be honest, don't really know. I mean, they won't need to consider the bell, but they might want to, because unless they pick it up on the side of Navi. Daryl again. Yeah, I don't know. Clearly, it's a sort of comfort pit on the side of Navi, which they're hoping is going to pay dividends. But I don't really feel like it was too great in knockout. I think that against the Lola, really tough to push against a Melody, can dash away. Where are we thinking that this Daryl's going to sit into this comp? That's kind of my reservation. I think it's going to struggle. And Effort Result have already got 2 good brawlers against it, and now they've got a chance to get a third as well. I mean, it could be, again, that same old story of the first set.
Well, it's been a while since I've seen a Sandy, I will say, but I always welcome it. I don't mind that brawler. Obviously, the invisibility is extremely useful, and especially when you're playing against tanks and stuff like that, being able to just get close and get the damage in and take out gem carriers, sweet dreams, put them to sleep, stun them. So very good, very versatile. I'm not sure I've seen it in quite a while in competitive, to be fair to you. But as I say, Navi seem to be comfort picking this Daryl a fair amount, and I do worry about it, as I did in the first set. I'm not sure how it's going to play out.
No Gene, no Tara. I mean, there's kind of options that I was expecting that we may have seen a glimmer from. And certainly with the Daryl pick, I mean, there's better brawls, in my opinion. This just kind of is. Let's see whether Rio he can change our minds on it. He did play a fantastic Melody in the last set, but he likes his up close personal brawlers for sure. But it just feels like it's so behind what the Melody can bring. We'll get to take down some gems as well. Maybe eat my words. Cheers, Ryohi. But you've got to keep this up. I think it's going to be a tough thing to happen over time. But let's give him the chance and see what he can bring to the table.
Yeah. Well, he's just going to go down, provide those gems back to Napishu. Not sure if he's the one who really wants them, to be fair. He's going to be dashing left and right and possibly going into the faces of the opponents. Rio, he's going to roll in and try to secure these gems for his team. Just opens up a bit of room for a Chappie to slide in for one and Kuru for another from the mid. Fat Splatter into that position as well there. Stop, try get Ryohei to pinch in, but Napishu going to the left-hand side and cleaning that up with the hypercharge. Not the best use of a hypercharge, not the worst either. It stops Navi, from getting towards that countdown.
Got a shield over to Ryohei now, surely. He's got hypercharge. You want him to go in the right time to strike and have the survivability, I imagine. Now just flanking forwards, this could be devastating if Kuru lands this, if that is the play that they're going for here. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but he's going to go prematurely without the shielding. Staying alive though, and I think he might have, no, it just goes down in the end. That's why I'm just kind of unsure as to why they didn't just utilize the Gus. I think Kuru's utilizing it for himself. In the eventuality the Melody gets too close and personal, he can knock it back and survive himself with the gem. So I can get that, but it may have just cost Navi a bit of positioning here, as now as a result pushing forwards.
Yeah, a few of these little ghosts on the floor, they're waiting to be kooky popped. If they step over them in a bit of a perilous situation, it's something they're going to have to avoid, similar to like a bell nest egg or something like that when they are quite low. Then Sharpie has the hypercharge. Ryohei's going to go in, maybe open up some room for his team, gets one, might be able to get two, gets that as well, almost gets the third, and Napishu just narrowly holding on. It is going to go down now. Not something they want to risk though, and the gems spawn on the opposing side. Not sure if that's capability of a reset. It's not. They've only got 8, so they need 2 more to spawn, and Ryohei's just going to go rolling on in, and that's going to clean up 1, possibly 2, and open up enough room for Navi to take game 1.
Interesting. I think the Daryl's working better than I gave it credit for coming into the game. I think it's still teetering somewhat, verging more to the side of being useful than not, I would say. I think that it's able just to go on the aggressive, and when it had the gems, didn't really want them in the first place, and that did kind of give a little bit over to Effort Result along the way. But I think it's being the aggressor that Navi kind of need, and I want to see a bit more of the pairing between the Gus shielding and Ryohei, but I don't mind what I'm seeing so far. I think that by comparison to that first set in knockout when it was basically costing for Navi, I think that it's actually proving its worth so far. Let's see on the left-hand side now. Sweet Dream Stun is going to make Ryohei quite susceptible there. He's going to go in and just kind of take the death. I think that he could have got out, but wants to just maybe try and get that super to come back in with.
Yeah, Napishu over this right-hand side, trying to focus down on a Sharpie rather than being anywhere near that Daryl. The roll is available, and Sharpie might be able to get it himself. It almost does, but the roll comes in, and the in is pretty much wasted, I feel, by the Sandy there, as Kuru's pretty aware of where the opposition are, now eventually making a bit of use for it as Wahochi slides in and gets a few shots on Kuru, backs him off, and Effort Result in a much better position than last game, but we know how quick that can change with Ryohei barreling on in.
Absolutely. Hypercharge as well, available for Napishu as well. Nice mute as well from a Chappie. He's going to leave him very susceptible. He goes down, drops a gem in the process also, and that's going to bring back a bit of lost time in favor of Navi here as they can pick them up. 5 now from the mid for Kuru, 1 with a Chappie, so they are split slightly here as well. And as quickly as that, Effort Result back into the mid. I'm keeping an eye on Ryohei. I want to see him get that super and go straight in again and get something for his time. Hypercharge available for the Pishu. It's going to be an issue and a big problem if he goes and gets some value for it. Finds the Chappie. The gem is dropped now back into their hands as well, shielded along the way. And that's 9 gems now. 1 more to spawn, and this could be a countdown for every result. Unless Ryohi's got something to say about it. He overshoots the super now. It's going to be in the back spawn, a bit overshot for me. Still there, I believe, though, and taking a bit of time to be taken care of now. Eventually done so, but it's taking a bit of time away, actually. And that's a great fat splatter from her Chappie, buying even more time for Navi.
Yeah, I don't mind at all. It did seem like he massively overrolled and it was going to cost them, but it took so much time for Effortresult to clean just the singular Daryl in the spawn up. And now Napishu's going to go down again. Might be the 8th gem for Kuro here. Make it the 9th, actually, sorry. And that's 9 to 9. A roll available from Ryohi, but gets stunned halfway through. Napishu just going to go straight for this mid. And actually, Ryohi picks that up as well. Should be able to get the equalizer from the mid here, and especially with the hypercharge from Achape. And they do just that. 10, all in the hands of Kuro. And we see a split from Effortresult.
Kuro's got a heal though, and now the pushback is strong. Nice dashing from the Melody, but they're going to hold this mid and get the next gem in their pocket, and it might go the way of Navi here by their positioning, and it does. Shielded is Kuro. Nice cookie popper gadget there as well. The hypercharge for Chappie will find nothing but the ego, but Ryohi comes in and gets the gems dropped. It's a reset, but they get 1 more gem from the mid. It might not be enough for Effortresult to be able to contest. Nice dash, but oh my word, too low HP over Salas there from Effortresult, and Navi capitalized 17 in the pockets and running back to spawn.
Yeah, much better there as well. And Napishu had to go for the gem. He had to try and equalize it, but it's never going to work in that situation when you're going in so low and not being able to get out. That's going to be the set to Navi again, and that makes it 2 to 1, regardless of Effortresult putting in so much work and actually playing very well across the last couple of sets. They're not getting the results that they want, and it's Navi now only 1 away from taking it all and moving to the semis.
Gotta hand it to them. Gotta hand it to them. I question the Daryl pick, but hey, it worked tremendously well. Ryohi really did redeem himself, and I'm happy for him.
I mean, I looked at the 2 drafts and I really liked the Gus. I agree with Ark. I didn't really see the Daryl coming, but it worked out so well. So far, Melody today had a 100% win rate that got neglected in that round. Now, Pishu was almost able to still turn things around in that second round. The second round overall was so close, but it just wasn't enough. He died in the last second. Now he wins that one. And the Daryl Ark, he really proved us wrong.
I mean, 12 takedowns on a Daryl in gem grab. I mean, you don't see it every day. I mean, I can understand it on the Melody side, but I love the fact that, you know, we got proven wrong. In that first set, it was a loose pair of hands, really, for Navi, for me, in knockout. And Effortresult really just demonstrated they knew how to play against it in that scenario. But in gem grab, against the Melody, it actually kind of worked as a brawler, which, you know, you wouldn't really want over the Melody, in all honesty. But, I mean, look at that. Really at the right times going in and coming back with the goods for his team, and you know, even just buying that time enough there to hold the mid and to have the respawn cycle there as well. Ryohi just really was the man to come in at all the right times, really, here, and just apply the pressure where needed. Even if he couldn't come out with the gems, it was never really the approach. Simply go in, get a takedown, drop some gems, create a bit of a reset scenario, make your opposition flustered. That was the key.
I do have to agree with you on that again. We are heading into our set 4 already. Melody has been picked up so far every single round. I assume she's going to be banned out here. One of the best brawlers to have on your side on any Brawl Ball map, because you can just go up the map so quickly, score in a nick of a second. Super Beach in general, I feel like we're going to see some B action again. Trev, that's another map that was played way back in the day, and it was just B everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of throwers on this map as well. It was kind of just, maybe like a Barley non-stop down one of these lanes, played so much. But as you said, the aggression coming in from like a Melody or something like that kind of makes that a little bit less viable. B through the mid definitely played a lot as well, as you said. It's a great shout, especially with the hypercharge, which has thrown it kind of back into the meta once again. I was going to say, you've got to be scared of the hang, though. Got to be scared of the ollie. Both of those are banned out, along with the griff from the side of Effortresult. So stopping that wall breaking capability, and the B and the stew, along with the hang, are banned out by Navi Arc.
To be honest, I'm expecting to see a bit more Meeple today, and I think this could be a map where, with the bans that we've got, with the B ban, it could be a viable mid and could have something of an opening to really capitalize on those left and right hand side lanes. The stun as well as a gadget is so strong, where you just want to get a free shot on goal. You know, kick the ball, tap your green button, and it's going to be going in because your opposition are going to be locked out and not able to defend against it, and you'll get the pass through. but we'll see. The very first pick to me is kind of saying a story for the side of effort result here. Tanks might be on the flavor of their day to come. Frank certainly can have a place on this map and break open a substantial portion of this map. And it looks like Navi are thinking similar ideas themselves, maybe here with the Poco first pick. Poco is just disgusting right now. Another brawler that I was kind of expecting to see a bit more today, honestly. The Protective Tunes gadget is down to an 11-second cooldown, which cancels out any slows, any stuns, any effect that your opposition are trying to enforce against you. Eradicates it completely, and that allows for a great amount of cycling. Capo, a great star power to heal up the tanks of your team, to push through and overthrow the opposition as well. So a very worthy first pick for Navi. Melody, as Sunny said, coming in as well for Navi, a nice supporting hand. They might not be going for tanks, they might just want to be supporting the Melody forwards here and allow what I imagine is going to be Ryohi as that kind of controller to come in and aggress things through. The effort result, combining things with this berry is going to be quite the key thing to have here. And berries, as we saw in the past monthly finals, so suppressive, but it's got to be paired with the right brawler.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm quite surprised. I'm not surprised, I should say, that we saw Poco being taken, because I'd have loved to see a nice little Poco Berry Frank comp. No stuns, massive amounts of heals, just walking it down and winning this matchup, because that would have been incredible from effort as well. But they do choose to go the Colette. Obviously, they're kind of expecting Navi to go a tank, right? Which is not something they have to do. They've still got the opportunity to pivot. But when you've got a Poco, you're kind of expecting that to come. So not surprising to see the Colette come on in. Wouldn't be surprised if the next one's a Frank as well, going to be able to tank so much damage, move forwards with the berry heals, and Colette, one of the best counters to it, taken off the map as well. Ooh.
It definitely feels like in this series that whoever doesn't have the Melody picks the Daryl. The question really for me is, like, having Ryohi in Hot Zone play the Melody, I think that he's a bit scarier, to be honest, in those brawlers that can close the gap quickly. So we'll see how that might go on either side. If they want to have a thrower option to really counter the berry, I think the Barley's a great choice for me. Again, there's the cooldown on the gadget front for both healing and slow is pretty substantial, so I wouldn't mind it. Ashe, though, I mean, they were going to go for tanks. I think that they were probably a bit scared by the Colette to kind of deviate away from the Frank, which I think is the better choice of tank for me, at least on this map. But I think Ashe has slept on a little bit, in all honesty. Since the hypercharge coming in, I think that's really elevated Ashe into a much better spot in terms of the meta. So the rats can really be a problem. The berry's going to be able to deal with them pretty well. The Colette, not so much. So I think that's where the thinking might be for them. But certainly, I mean, the other thing as well about Ashe from memory is that, like, so just check my notes as well. The Ross and Banana gadget's got the 8-second cooldown. That's the lowest in the game. So if that's the choice of gadget, it's not my preferred. I prefer the chill pill myself for the additional healing instantaneously, but it is a consideration here. Since the gadget rework, a lot of these brawlers and sort of different variations of kit have become viable now.
Yeah, it's definitely... Ashe is an extremely good brawler that's flown under the radar for so long. Colette not going to be able to do too much against the rats when he gets those as well, so it's one of the better tank picks against it. In come the rats now and should be able to pick up a kill on it, and that is exactly what it does. But Napishu starting to go forward. Ball has been pinched off them though. Napishu low. Ryohi almost gets the shot off but stopped. I'm going to pass forward to a Charpish and still get the job done, but almost a great defense from effort result. But the perseverance from Navi forces the ball in.
Starting hand. Yeah, he is running that gadget. Utilizing the heals from the Pocos to be able to cancel out the deficit, which is going to take them popping the gadget. Look at that. Team wipe all round, and now he just pushed this one through, getting the second goal, getting onto a match point, most importantly, against effort result, making it look easy. And now, effort result really are in the danger zone. They've kind of dropped the ball through what was a fantastic start to this series, getting that first set. It's starting to crumble. It has not been anything other than doom and gloom since that first set now, as they just start to crumble. It's just not working.
I mean, that was incredible from Navi. The triple hypercharge pop, Kuru providing shield, the Charper just powering forwards, and Ryohei able to just walk that ball in. Might be able to get one quite early on here as well with the movement that Ryohei's going to be able to bring to the table. Heals that Kuru's providing, and a Charpe pinching in here. Good super. Almost finds an opening, but Ryohei not able to get the job done, and just dashing back to this right-hand side to assist Poco with the Daryl.
Wow. A good spot in the mid here for the Colette. Azuri just trying to keep house, allow a bit of a channel for his teammates to come through, but big amount of clustering might not be the wisest of calls. They're going to be trying to force things through now. Nice heals along the way, but the ball is intercepted by Navi. And now a breakaway for Ryohei, but then crumbled a little bit against the wall. Enough of a timings to allow Effort Result to collect themselves. And Rats instantaneously taken care of now. Another attempt on goal. A push through. Nice shielding as well along the way. Ryohei doing wondrous work and gets the third as well. Lovely stuff for Navi. 1 goal away from a ticket to the semi-finals.
I mean, it just seems like no matter what they do, they can waste an entire Ashe super by throwing it on top of a Berry super, but they still get the goals in, and Ryohei has a hypercharge as well. Napishu might be taking the chance here, but trying to get this rolling goal in. Now the Colette super comes through, not going to make any difference though. Napishu doesn't get the ball, and this might be a breakaway now. Going to give it back to Ryohei, surely, and this should be the game done. A little dash there, and that will finish it off. Navi take the ball, they take the opportunity that Effort Result have given them, and they move on to the semis.
Spectacular returns from Navi. Really, really great to see. As quickly as Effort Result got some momentum with the double pick, trying to force the goal, the ball goes into the hands of the Melody, just launches it back to the other side of the field. I mean, what a way to counter the very idea of scoring. I mean, Effort Result did have a good showing today. I think, for me, a better showing than last month even, but it just wasn't to be. Navi looking really, really good today.
It's yeah, definitely something special. First set, questioned it a bit, and I was like, okay, maybe Effort Result are gonna be able to make something happen here, but that just wasn't really the thing. That is crazy. That is absolutely ridiculous.
That hurts to see, honestly. Effort Result took some inspiration from Navi's comp, it seems, with the Daryl that Navi used on Gem Grab, but it really didn't work out. Honestly, as soon as I saw that Melody and Poco have been left open and both got picked up by Navi, I almost thought about interrupting you two and be like, okay, this is over already. We don't have to watch the match. The draft just really speaks for Navi. They played it phenomenally. In the end, we still had a lot of TPS from the Colette, but it's just not enough to actually stop them from scoring, it seems.
Yeah, it seems that way. It really does. It's not the worst of picks, and I imagine they were probably expecting a Frank or something like that. They massively accounted for a tank, and Ashe is the best of the bunch to play against. So we saw the Rats doing what the Rats are there for multiple times against that Colette, tanking some shots, getting the kills in, and just allowing Ashe to move up the map without taking massive hits from the Colette.
Congrats to Navi once again. Here we have our third semi-finalist already in the books. We're only waiting for one more quarterfinal to go down, and Ark, this is one we've been waiting for.
Yeah, my favourite match of the day to come, and the one I'm most scared about as well, because I was saying on Twitter, these are the predictions I'm going to be going with from the very get-go and not playing it match by match. So if we see an upset, if State Division get the win here, then everything to come in my predictions is going to be ruined on the event side. But hey, it's going to be a really close one. Always a pleasure to watch go down. But now the separation of Chitampo from the roster, it's the clash that we've all been waiting for. The sort of former teammates going against each other now as rivals. I mean, what better narrative can you have for March?
So you heard it, World Up next is going to be Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. So stay tuned. We'll see each other after the break.
してタンポという、世界最強の、プレイヤーと言われている、選手と、元チームメイトだったレビ・シズクが組んで、かなりそのプレイヤースキルという面でその3人のチームはとても高くて強いチームになるんじゃないのかなというふうに思ってます。
今年のゼータに、シェタンポとシズクと自分のチームになったことは、今までシェタンポと自分は組んだことがなかったんで、新しい形ということで、楽しみでめっちゃ強いと思います。で、3人とも結構アグレッシブなタイプなんで、それを生かして、マンスリー、東アジアマンスリー優勝できると思います。
We have to say bye to Trev, but he's going to be back. For now, it's going to be Kenny with us here again. Welcome. And I hope you watched the match. Effort Result had a fantastic start. We all voted for Navi. So did it surprise you?
Not really. 3-1 was kind of the scoreline that I was anticipating. I think Navi are a pretty solid, well-rounded team. I think they're kind of in that, maybe they get an LCQ spot kind of category, but Effort Result feel like more of an outside shot to me right now. And decent performance for sure. I think they've had a couple back-to-back months where you can see the vision, but they're not quite there yet.
Honestly, from my side, I felt like after Effort Result took that first one, they might be able to take that momentum into set 2, 3, and so on. It didn't work out. It always was so close. They took some games along the lines, but they also still have to work on that draft a tiny bit hard.
Yeah, and also Navi have got Ryohi. It's kind of the way I see it. I mean, when you got an aggressor like him, I mean, they tried their best with other ideas. They even picked Darren in that final set to try to have an answer. But, Ryohi's just built diff. I mean, he's like the man for me on those kind of aggressive brawlers. And, it didn't work out in knockout, but as soon as they got over that first set and didn't let that weigh them down, most importantly, and kind of get, bogged down with the fact that they took that loss and probably shouldn't have done, they just reset their mental completely and thoroughly deserve to turn things around.
We were hoping for some close matches. At least we had a 3-1 in the last one. Now in this quarterfinal number 4, I do expect a very close one. We have Satan Division versus Crazy Raccoon. The reason why so many people woke up today to watch this throwdown here. Ark, take it away. Those two teams both are so strong.
They really are. I mean, this was one of the biggest storylines in this region coming into this year's season. Tampo moving away from Crazy Raccoon, setting up this roster with Levi and Suzuku for Zeta Division, and Zeta Division leaving the EMEA region. I mean, these were huge narratives that came to light, and we, to be honest, we're expecting a bit more of a showing last month. I think it's not unfair to say. Zeta Division not able to get out of those semi-final stages versus Reject, losing to a 1-3 scoreline. I had them down to be in the grand finals at the least, facing against what would have been Crazy Raccoon then. And now we've got them in the first match of the quarterfinals. Quite a tough position to find yourself in. To be Zeta Division in the 4th spot on our leaderboards to the 1st spot for Crazy Raccoon. Zeta need a win now more than ever if they want to be in the Brawl Cup.
That is so true. We had a little chat with Levi as well. Here's what he had to say about heading into their match against Crazy Raccoon.
初戦のクレイジーラクーン戦は確かに強いとは思うんですけど、自分たちも今月優勝しないと中間の世界大会には行けないので、自分たちの持ち味を生かしてバンバン攻めて勝ちたいと思います。
He mentioned something very important there. They are on the run for the Brawl Cup and they need to win today in order for them to still make it into the Brawl Cup. Levi and Suzuki have a long history together. They played with Choppy already last year, a very competitive team, but they ultimately fell short at the LCQ. Now they get another shot with Tampo. How far can this team go, Kenny?
I think pretty far, and obviously it's on their mind too. It's something that should be on all of our minds. There's only one spot in this region for a Brawl Cup. Mathematically, you're really hurting yourself if you go down the semifinals last month and then lose to the #1 team for now in the quarterfinals. Really digging yourself a hole there, and that's not even just a Brawl Cup thing. That's a whole year thing. That's a World Final spots, LCQ spots. The separator between those is what put Levi and Suzuku in the spots last year. They couldn't get over the hump at LCQ. Getting themselves a guaranteed Brawl Cup, a World Finals, I think would be a huge momentum swing for this team.
It would be very important for them to win this one today because of the Brawl Cup, but also because it means something. Winning against Crazy Raccoon already in the quarterfinals after Crazy Raccoon had won the February monthly finals, that would really be something. And we have something really interesting for you guys as well. We have some thoughts of the players on Crazy Raccoon's roster changes.
クレイジーラクーンに、シェタンポの代わりにミルクレオが入ったのは、まあ結構、そのスタイル、プレースタイルが全然違う2人なんで、まあチーム自体の、構成の組み方だとか、編成だとか、戦い方がかなり去年とは、また変わってくるのかなといったところです。
クレイジーラクーンについては、シテタンポがいなくなったことによって、かなり弱くなるんじゃないかっていうことが、言われていたんですけど、全然そんなことなくて、やっぱり天才さんという、キャプテンがいて、それについていくモヤ、そしてミルクレオが新しく入ったことによって、かなり長射程キャラクターが上手かったりだとか、あとはそういう街の編成が上手かったりだとかするんで、そういった感じで、チームの仕上がりとしてはかなりいいと思います。
元チームメイトのミルクレオが CR に行ったんですけど、彼はムードメーカーだったんで、自分たちのチームでもどのチームに行ったとしても、彼の士気の上げ方とかでそのチームは絶対に強くなるんじゃないかなと思っています。
Shu had some very kind words about his ex-teammates here, Milkreo. Really wholesome to hear that. As we mentioned before, Crazy Raccoon are your February monthly final champions. Do they have what it takes to repeat that arc?
They only dropped 2 sets last month, which is really commendable. I think some of the reservations that we might be seeing in the community at the moment are the fact that they qualified for the lower bracket this time round. It was a very close affair in the upper bracket with rival Esports, went to double match points, and eventually Crazy Raccoon, found themselves in that lower bracket stages. But I don't think there's too much to have to worry about personally. I think that, rival Esports have demonstrated that they've turned a new leaf this month, and they've done really well in their qualifying stages after not attending the monthly finals last month. For Crazy Raccoon, I think for me, it's all about can they continue to live up the expectation. In terms of the scrim rates for these two teams, by the way, it's only about 5% more in favor on the side of Zeta Division. It's neck and neck. It's the 50-50 matchup of the day, if I ever saw one. In fact, slightly more on the side of Zeta. And we saw from the interviews, the mindset coming into this one is we have to win this to be in the conversation for the Brawl Cup. There's no way around it. This is their most important match of the day, and know that they have been putting everything into, all their attention and efforts is going into winning this match.
It's a 50-50, even though Zeta Division lost to Reject in the semifinals last month. Now they have to beat Crazy Raccoon already in the quarterfinals. If they make it out alive of that, we'll know in approximately 40 minutes from now. First, we're going to focus on the maps, though. Kenny, some new maps, I see.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a juggle of some maps and modes here, and coming to this month, we get a swap up too. They keep things fresh in the BSC and keep our pro players on their toes. As if the gadget changes, all the balance changes. It's tough being a pro player out here, I'll tell you what. But should be some fun ones too. I think the first couple of maps will certainly be interesting with the new balance changes that we got going. If we get down to a 5th and final set, I am never upset with the little brawl ball to decide everything.
Yeah, those poor pro players always have to learn those new things. We casters can just lean back and all the new gadgets and hypercharges, not that important for us, right? That was totally sarcastic, by the way. We're heading into our first map here. It's going to be Heist, a mode we haven't really seen so far yet. And we also see the people at home don't really believe in a 50-50 arc.
Again, I think the win rates that it kind of hints towards are going to be in favor of Crazy Raccoon following the loss of, Zeta Division in last month's final. They've both, I think, in terms of the qualifying stages, actually, yeah, they both attended through the upper bracket and lower bracket once each time round. So that last monthly final is going to be putting a little bit of a bias, I think, towards them, the Crazy Raccoon side. And again, got to reiterate that in terms of their their scrims, they're facing off behind the scenes. It's a 50-50. In fact, it's 55-45 in favor of Zeta. So just take that with a pinch of salt, and hopefully you didn't follow my advice fully on Twitter and lock in all your predictions for the entire day. Always better to kind of watch the show live, and then kind of like you can kind of hedge your bets in that regard. But yeah, let's see. This is the match that we've all been looking forward to today, and that's one good reason why the Hank is banned for me. Draco first pick coming in for Zeta. Not much to say about it other than, it's that brawler that's going to be able to push its way forwards. Certainly in Heist, not where you'd see it every day. Shade for Crazy Raccoon, again, like two brawlers that, just a bit of a wild draft really when you think about it, but we haven't really seen this map really much played out, especially like this is the first time today seeing it with now the gadget reworks and the new method that we're working with. So good bans across the board, though I agree with the bans probably more than I agree with the first picks, to be honest, Kenny.
It definitely is interesting. Shade showed up a ton in scrims on this map, especially in this region, which was something that I immediately noted in a lot of wins that players had. They found great success there. Another way that they've got about this, though, was going Cordelius on defense. So those are a couple more unique brawlers, I would say, things I'm not used to seeing. And a lot of the times they're straying away from throwers. I think historically this is known as a really aggressive or a thrower-centric kind of map, but it's been tanks, and more tanks than I've seen, and that's the start we're seeing here at a Zeta Division.
I mean, the Shade I can see getting hands on the safe, literally through the middle of the map, and popping the gadget too to get that extended range can be a play as well. Keep the pressure on, and it gives your opposition nowhere to hide. So I think that could actually be a bit of a cooking brawler. The Buzz, the RT, I mean RT as well. I'm not fully sure whether it's going to have the best lines of sight on this particular map myself. Certainly, if you can get it up the map and then having on that left or right hand side lane to get a good access point to the safe, I can see that happening. But on defense, it can also have its capabilities. That could be an idea for them if they have that in the back pocket. There's always brawlers that can dive on the safe, so better to have than to not, I guess. Needs coming in for Zeta Division. Definitely a bit of a wild draft, but there are some ideas here that make some sense. But again, having this in pit stop played out so little, to kind of give either side the edge here, to be completely honest.
I think the Nita pick makes some sense into the Buzz, especially. That's a good defensive measure to have Bruce the Bear on the ground. Buzz, not somebody that's likely going to be able to focus two brawlers at once, so having that in your back pocket, and also the ability for Bruce to get on the high safe if you really need just a huge surge of offense to get onto that high safe, I think can make a big difference. So as a sixth and final pick, I think that makes a lot of sense. Curious to see how Shade does here. Like I mentioned, very popular brawler in this region, depending on the map and mode. This is certainly one of the more favorable ones. Here we go, folks. Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. This is a huge moment for Zeta Division as a roster. If they lose here, it'll be another early exit and a major letdown in the expectations.
Oh, look at this. Zeta just forcing their way forwards. I've got some big reservations on the comps, but nonetheless, let's see how they both fare out. It's not going to be much until the Buzz gets the stun, and then Moy goes in and finds two, but they don't go down. The HP is still there, and Zeta are just tearing this safe apart. They've just gone in with a full dive, and the match is over in about 30 seconds with 20. Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. 228 HP in a dream is all that is left on that safe. I mean, can CR do the absolute impossible here? They cannot skip a beat, and they cannot let anyone through. It's going to be an impossible toss, surely.
I mean, it would be the wildest thing I'd ever seen, but now Suzuki with a hypercharge literally lobs up a bear, and this is pretty much over. No way Shade can get through 10,000 plus HP. Final blow there onto the high safe, and Zeta Division starting out hot. That was an unbelievable performance.
This is what I expected. I found the draft so confusing and so wild that I just felt natural and right to me that someone was literally just going to walk their way through and win it in like literally what would have been 30 seconds, if not for 228 HP. I'll keep my reservations because, again, we haven't seen that much of this play out across any of the regions, really, and certainly not with the new meta and the new gadget cooldowns and such. But, I mean, certainly for CR, they've got to be able to defend better than that if they want to have a chance. And more using the gadget earlier, I think it's the wise call now, but the last stand there for Draco keeps him alive just a little bit longer. Tensei now coming in, trying to get some value, trying to get some support for his teammates to have a better defense because, I mean, it couldn't have been much worse in that last game.
Zeta Division have not given up an inch ground so far. CR, a measly 12% compared to about 100 in the last game in just a matter of seconds. That's the first kill necessary, though. They have to keep finding a way to move across this map. Buzz is just kind of waiting, trying to charge up a super. Chitapo's just cycling in these gadgets really well. It's going to keep him alive, and they don't even lose a brawler. Now they've got Levi on the other end trying to play defense. Tensei certainly piercing through that high safe, and this is the first signs of life we've really seen from CR.
Let's see now, Moya trying his best. Nice stun there from Levi as well. Low HP and does find it from the gadget for additional damage onto the safe as well. And Suzuki trying to find a bear. Might get it off Moya here as well. Hypercharge now with him, but might not have the ability to connect it. Needs to get the super first as well, and that's why in CR know he's not the biggest of threats right now. So they feed him though, he will absolutely be. The bear comes out now hypercharging as Moya, I think, missed there a connection on the bottom right hand side of my screen as well. Now on the safe now, we've got a base race, but it's certainly going to be Zeta Division that are way much more in front when it comes to that. All over the same 8% left, and this was going to be done. The set goes the way of Zeta. CR snoozed and losed.
I mean, yikes. That was a tough one, Ark. We regard CR as a top team, if not the best team in this region. Obviously, scrims aside, lower bracket aside, the people at home clearly side, along with most of us in the casting desk, that this is the superior team. That's not what we saw at all in that set number one. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked. That was dominant by a mile.
I kind of have flashbacks to Tensai's Draco at the World Finals last year. I don't know if you guys remember as well. Now, Shitatampo made him work perfectly. We're going to have a look at the stats in a second. I do expect Draco actually to have the highest DPS. Let's see if I'm correct. Actually, no, it was Moya on the boss. He died often to Shitatampo. He tried to just defend his safe with everything he had. And that's really all we have seen from Crazy Raccoon this round. They were just defending, and the game was already over.
I think in hindsight, I should have been much tougher on this when it came through on the draft side of things. I thought I'd be reserved for a change, you know, especially when I'm with Trap, you know, it's a bad influence on me as well. So still lingering off the last series. You know, I tried to be reserved, but I really shouldn't have been, because, you know, it was just wild. A bit on both sides, to be completely honest. I think CR played it in that regard pretty abysmally, because, you know, I think that pretty much anything else could have worked better. And, you know, I thought there may have been some method behind the madness, and there wasn't really. And for Zeta Division in what is their most important monthly final, the most important match of the season thus far, I mean, what a way to start. I mean, that's definitely going to be something for Crazy Raccoon to have to think about coming into this next one.
Love seeing the emotions out of these guys too. I'm not used to seeing Milcreo, the sad one. Usually he's the animated, upbeat. You know, he said in the interview, the heartbeat of a team. That's a big time statement there, and I think exactly what Zeta Division need to set the tone for this match.
Ark, you said that you expected them to walk up just like that. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I mean, it's just kind of like, you know, what you expect to see from these kind of comps. They're kind of wild. The Buzz has got a bit of time to take before it can really do much on the defense. It hasn't got a stun. It can, so sure, it can kind of like close the gap, but you're not going to be able to do much except maybe just feed utility over. And, you know, it just felt to me like it was such a weird draft, in my opinion. I'll remember it, I'll reserve it, and kind of let's see what other regions as well bring to the forefront when it comes to pit stop. But it just didn't feel like it was working in the way that I was expecting. RT is a bit of a weird brawler to have as well in itself on that particular map. No lines of sight, but of course out in the open, very much different story here. So let's see what the bans are. Angelo, Brock, and the Gene banned out by Zeta, as well as the Nanny, the Kit, and the Daryl banned out by Crazy Raccoon. Banning Daryl's interesting. Piper first pick as well, coming forwards as well. Mr. P's not banned here though, so I mean that's got to be on the minds of Zeta just to really shut Piper down. She's so susceptible against the Mr. P pick and on knockout as well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of glaring me in the face.
Kenny, Crazy Raccoon seemed to try new things in the first round. They tried it with the Shade. Now they're going in with the Piper as their first pick. That's a pretty safe bet, I believe.
I think so too. Having Piper is usually a good benefit of the doubt for me. Just somebody that can have counters. I mean, you got things like Mr. P out there in the meta. Not always the easiest is something like a Gene, but when you look at that ban stage, Gene already gone, you know, outside of the Nani, who's also banned. And that may have been part of Crazy Raccoon's plan all along. Meeple on the other end, though, quite the polar opposite. This is very different than what we've seen in previous months. We touched on it a little bit, but Meeple is certainly stronger this month, Ark. It's somebody I'm definitely keeping my eye out on.
I was expecting to see more of Meeple, to be completely honest. I love your excitement for the Piper. I'm worried. I'm really worried. If it's a Mr. P pick, then I just think that the Piper, or even like an Eve, there's a lot of counters to Piper on this particular map. Mandy can be a good threat as well. I think that if Crazy Raccoon don't lock something like that down to helping hand this Piper pick, then it's gonna be tough, especially when you can end up in the back spawn area. I mean, and get easily overthrown. Buster can be another good brawler, which we don't tend to see that often, but it's often slept on in that regard. Yeah, I'm nervous for this Piper pick. And I love a Piper pick. Don't get me wrong, it's my favorite brawler. So pairing it, yeah, I like that. The Crazy Raccoon have to do plays like this to be able to give themselves the best odds. And realistically, Zeta had a bit of an open door, in my opinion, to pick brawlers that could have been more targeted towards the Piper pick. Squeak as well, definitely a tough brawler to play into. I've been facing it a lot on ladder as well myself, on ranked. But, you know, again, the wind-up gadget is where I feel like that brawler's got a really good place to have on a map like this, where you can kind of reach that back spawn faster and allow a good pinch between yourself and your teammates. Let's see what Zeta round this one off with, but I feel like they haven't really targeted this Piper nearly enough.
I agree. I mean, the Eve's a good shout, but they certainly could punish it a little bit more. Instead, they go with Meeple, Gus, and Gray. 3 strong brawlers, granted. I think Gus is going to be pretty solid in this spot, but anytime you see single-shot brawlers and I see an Eve on the other end, I'm thinking advantage Eve, especially how she can traverse over water. I mean, honestly, I think Crazy Raccoon kind of get away with one a little bit here, right? I agree. Yeah, Piper very safe, but you brought up some great points. Even outside of the Mr. P and some of the bans that we had, there were still other brawlers they certainly could have gotten away with.
Absolutely. I mean, in that early stage of the draft, I mean, I think that Zeta could have absolutely drafted the Eve and something else. Maybe they wanted to keep the Gus. They could have had Eve and Gus. That's not a bad pairing at all, to be fair. It doesn't really have the best synergy to have the shield go onto someone to have that survivability. But, I mean, certainly that would have been a prime opportunity to have something go against that Piper in a stronger fashion. So, I don't know. I think that Zeta really didn't kind of like see through the strategy enough here. Maybe Crazy Raccoon will have an opportunity, or maybe they've already anticipated things and we'll see it through, but we'll try to get into the game shortly and see whether that is the case or not. But I just feel like they didn't spend enough time really targeting that Piper.
Oh, that's a cheeky little play too, something I didn't even think about. They see the Meeple, they grab an Eve, which helps into the Piper, but they can also literally jump out of that little cube. Honestly, a great heads-up decision there. It's the gadget they would have run with anyways, but just one more reason why that Eve pick's gonna be great.
See as well, so far CR, a good advantageous spot in the mid, and Hatchlings coming in as well. Not gonna be too much of a deterrent for Zeta, who are staying standing. As again, nice cycling of that Meeple gadget from Levo. Oh, they're taking a big heavy hit now though as well. CR clustered a bit on the left hand side, the Grey going in. Will he come out though? That's the question. Milk stays standing. But it's a 2 versus 1 now, and Zeta clear up the scraps.
Zeta continuing the streak. Crazy Raccoon really need to get their hands on a rounded game, just something to get the momentum going. Zeta Division have just been walking away with it. Interesting choice of gadget coming out of the Gray as well. He's just going for this grand piano and constantly cycling them out. The timer on the thing is really quick.
Meeple, again, like I said, I was expecting to see a lot more of it today so far. Really happy to see it coming through now as well. As again, that zoning of the gadget, it can be really brutal, especially with like the gas as well. I mean, that's going to be something that CR going to be really, really cautious on. And now separating 10 side from Milgrio, beautiful stuff again. Levo's playing it beautifully, but now Milgrio finds the tap. He's got 2 versus 1. This could be a CR round, very much so. Moya wants his hypercharge for the next round, absolutely so. Trying to use Suzuki to get it, but in the meanwhile, going to the jump pad, it's not out of the question. He can bring this one back in some like Hail Mary. If he can get a shield, he can give himself a chance. It's not over just yet. A gadget pop as well could help, but I think it should be a simple thing for CL to clear up, but you just never know.
Think even a Gus shield, like you said, would be a win. Suzuki off into the fog, and he's seeing the inevitable on the wall. It's Crazy Raccoon who are going to take round number 2, finally getting something going for themselves. I think these early takedowns are something to watch out for. We've seen a couple times now where Satampo is diving in, getting real aggressive. If he can survive that interaction and get a pick or 2 like we saw in that round 1, Zeta Division can still hang in there.
Good starting hand for CR now. Trying to find Satampo on the left-hand side, and Zeta's credit, keeping a good distance now. Levi going to throw down again. The mansions of Meeple, forcing that right-hand side much more into his favor. And has a super as well to be able to lay down if they get CR in the back spawn side of things. Tenso's got hypercharge now as well, as have all 3 members of Crazy Raccoon. And what is around it is going to be going either way to one of these 2 teams. That's a great position of standing. Oh, catch again from Levi. And now CR got no choice. They've got to pop these hypercharges now and start to retake.
Oh, the hypercharge is going to start going down. Milgreo has one of his own. Levi going to be weak here, barely surviving, but here come the spawners. CR have reinforcements, the dodging coming out. Levi barely surviving, and a shield up for Suzuki. 3v3 after all of that. Milgreo not quite trapped. Squeak gadgeting the right-hand side as well. Grand Piano going down, nowhere to walk. And Zeta falling victim here. 3v2 situation, make it a 2v2 back and forth. Tensai survives, connects. A shot from Milgreo, and it'll close out the round. CR take a game win.
Very close stuff, you know? I mean, really was very, very to the wire. I mean, Levi for me was the man there because he just stayed standing. I mean, without him, there was no potential for comeback. And you can see just how effective that gadget was yet again to be able to revitalize his team enough to have a chance at least. I mean, it still went the way there of Crazy Raccoon, but I mean, it almost didn't, let's be honest. And Zeta have got a fantastic brawler pick with that meeple. I didn't give nearly enough credit at the beginning. I still feel like the Gus could have been traded out for something that's already counteracted Piper better. But I mean, Levi is the threat for me in this matchup. And if he goes down, that's where CR can capitalize the most. They should be focusing as much as they can on doing so.
Pretty evenly matched, exactly the kind of thing we expect so far. A little back and forth. Everybody just trying to charge up their utility, and Shatapo not shying away from gadgets. Same with Levi. He's completely cut off Eve on this right-hand side, so Macreo and Tinsai just gonna have to group together and stick with it. They don't give up too much ground, though, which I think is a big deal. That's something that Meeple could do really well. He can force you on the back foot instantly.
Good aggression, Tensai and Milgrew really working nicely here, and Synergy and Shatapo's gonna feel it again. 3 versus 2 now. But we've seen this comp I was going to say can bring this back, but maybe not now, as CR really start to knuckle down, and this is escalating very, very quickly here, despite a really worthy comp. I mean, the Meeple's certainly the stronger of the 3 for Zeta, but it is starting to topple slightly, and Crazy Raccoon's advantage now really is quite high. If they get one more round, this set's going to be done.
They had me worried after that first set, but they're certainly coming alive here. Crazy Raccoons still have some of the best mechanics on the entire planet. Look at the lineup coming out of Tensai, and now he's putting the pressure on Shatampo. Has a dimensional door available. He may not have seen that he had it. They're going to be really careful, though, and cautious, sticking together, making sure that Gray doesn't get any isolated kills. This is a great opportunity now for Zeta Division. They have mid-control. They got the gadget down, and now they just need to walk away with 1 or 2 kills just to give themselves an advantage.
Brown Piano there, just clearing up that left-hand side bush, leaving Noah for Tensai to hide. Hypercharge available for Milk. Rear might be an opportunity here to get a stun-up or something of a knockback approach. But it's going to be really tough. Look at that wall, and it's going to be broken. Beautifully done by Milk. Rear. What a great usage of utility there, keeping everyone alive. Shielded now as Suzuku's staying alive as well, but now Tensai comes in just the nick of time with the HP and the Hypercharge as well, and gets it done for his team. Keeps Crazy Raccoon alive in this series, and we're all tied up.
There's that smile. There it is. Milcreo's a showman, and just seeing him so discouraged after that first set kind of shows the human in him, right? I feel like we always see this happy-go-lucky touchdown dance kind of guy. He feels it too. I'm sure they knew that pressure was dealt, and the fact that they responded the way that they did, a huge deal. For me, Ark comes back to that draft, though. I feel like Zeta Division certainly could have punished them a little bit more for as early of a Piper pick as they got, like you mentioned.
Yeah, let's talk a bit more about this 12. They really seem to turn around here, whereas in pit stop, they seem like they didn't stand a chance with the brawlers they had on the map. Now, yeah, it was just the opposite story arc.
Yeah, and for this region especially as well, there was definitely some brawler options that could have been considered here against that Piper, which was the first pick on the side of Crazy Raccoon, followed up by the Meeple and the Gus for Zeta. I mean, you know, the Eve could have been an option that they could have taken away from Crazy Raccoon at an earlier stage in the draft for Zeta. I mean, a Max wouldn't have been the craziest of ideas. I can't remember whether it was banned or not, but certainly if it wasn't, I mean, that can really overthrow on a map like this, a Piper, and not even just that, but the entirety of a comp, and just really overthrow that positioning power from the get-go. So I think Zeta there was a bit of a missed opportunity, really. I think the Meeple was certainly the best of the brawlers that I saw there, and Levo played it to perfection. Honestly, you can see just how much of an impact they made on the game. But that's why, if I consider the idea that if they combined it with something else, that would have been a set. That would have been 2 sets for Zeta, and a very different conversation to have.
Definitely would have. I think it's so hard. That's something that we can pick up. We're sitting in the comfort of our chair, but it's important to keep in mind that these guys, the draft picks are flying 30 seconds a pop. I mean, that is such a rapid pace to make a big decision, especially given all the new balance changes. Some of these maps are brand new, like Pit Stop, that we haven't seen in a while. It's a lot to juggle for our pro players, so give them a little grace for sure, but perfection's what it takes, and unfortunately, that's just not what they had.
Not this time around. Let's see if it goes better in the next round, or their way again, and Zeta Division can still claim their 2-1 overall. Could also go the other way though now. They equalized the score overall. Crazy Raccoon is definitely back on their feet, and usually I even like those comps a bit better that just break up the map and out in the open. Didn't work out for them this time. Let's see. Hot zone now coming in again. Open zone. Not really a lot of walls to break here, Kenny. You could just go with tanks, rush the zone in the middle again. What I definitely would ban out here is the poker.
Absolutely. Poco, a great one to shout out, and one that comes to mind immediately because of the gadget popping and also the synergy that it brings. I think it's already been pretty good for a while here at a professional level, but especially on Hot Zone right now with Hank, Ollie, all of these tanks that can kind of hold their own. You know, Barry's been a great option for that, but on a more open map like this, I think Poco's the way to go, so I'm expecting to see him banned here, Sonny.
Me too. Poco, just so good because with the gadget, there's so many more brawlers that have profited from that as well. Mr. P not only got his hypercharge, but also has a very short recharge rate on his gadgets that is helping him a long way, especially against brawlers with single shot, like the Piper to Arc. You touched on that again before already.
Yeah, for me as well, with Poco, Protected Tunes is now 11-second cooldown. For context, like on that second gadget, I mean, the lowest is Rotten Banana at 8 seconds. So, you know, it's really in a map and mode like this, against brawlers like Lou with the stun and the slow and the ability to instantly eradicate any brawler that's kind of in any sense of, you know, slow, stun, you're putting your teammates back on the map immediately so and able to just brush it off. And of course the threat is always there when it comes to tankier brawlers and heal comps, and Poco now is just elevated to be that brawler of the supporting role and bringing the heals in. I think last month really Barry was that brawler. Now I think Poco's got a much better place as a result of those gadget changes and the meta in itself, just in a very advantaged position. I think that for me as well, you know, brawlers like Penny here can have a pretty decent time. I think that's one that we haven't really seen too much today, but can have some struggles now somewhat in terms of those big tankier comps. So I think that the meta is still very much the same as it was last month in that element. I think that teams are always looking to see the aggressor, the tank, the heal idea to really bring things forward. I think Melody as well is certainly going to be on the minds of teams here today, and in this region especially, as a brawler which can really bring home the goods.
Another support brawler that comes to mind for me, gonna be Gray. Gonna be watching out for that. Looks like Stu, that first overall pick too. That's not too shabby. I think Stu makes a lot of sense to me. There's that Poco that you mentioned earlier too, Sonny.
He's banned out, of course. We were right in that at least. I'm super happy to finally see a Stu. I believe it's the first time we actually see him today. And especially in the hands of Moya, I can't wait to see what he can put on the floor with it. Byron on the opponent's side, a great brawler to have in any hot zone map just to keep those brawlers in mid alive a bit longer. Ark, you mentioned Penny before. I think she's amazing here on the left hand side. You can put her turret behind those walls and it can't really get taken up.
The thing is, you said that last night, I was on this very map and they brought in a squeak and that was actually pretty decent at getting it. I mean, throwers can obviously get it, but it does leave definitely a lot to consideration, doesn't it? I mean, you got to think about the Stu as well. Has it got breakthrough as a gadget? Are they going to bring in a thrower last pick? I mean, this is why Penny's for me just a little bit lower in the kind of like, you know, the priority list now. And against, you know, brawlers like Frank, the heals as well, it's really going to be tough to penetrate. If you get your turret, especially a hypercharged turret, then it's a different matter, but it takes a lot of time to get that as well. I mean, against the Frank though, you can cycle it faster. So I think the Stu though is safer. I think packing the punch and having DPS is going to be better. I think the B ban though for Crazy Raccoon being there, it is taking a bit away from their own side. It's kind of the same for Crazy. I was going to say there's pretty much the same story for Mr. P though. It's going to take some setup time here for Crazy Raccoon. That's the brawler that I'm waiting to see from them. That could be the saving grace against this Frank pick. And now this is a different story. Against the Byron as well, it's going to have a tough time against the Mr. P.
Really interesting composition. We get this Mr. P, and in contrast, we get Colette, who's going to be a direct countering to Frank. I think Frank can obviously steamroll his way through a Porter, but those hypercharged ones are menacing, man. I think that's something that would have done really well into both Colette and Stu, so you're removing that from the equation as well. But the whole time, I couldn't help but think about this guy, the hoverboard man. I think they're going to go double tank here. I was kind of looking out for possibilities of Gray, but I don't really love it into something like the Stu, and then Mr. P comes in the mix. I feel like that's just a lot for a Gray, but the hypercharged teleport strat is unbelievable. It's a little cheesy at times, but obviously getting from teleport to teleport after that hypercharge can be a real easy way to kind of cycle in all the health points of that Frank and keep him on the zone. So it's definitely an interesting one. Are two very contrasting compositions.
Yeah, Ollie's brutal. I mean, the ability to effectively cancel out your opposition, but also lead them away from the zone entirely. That's the thing. If you're going to be going in and able to get that hypnosis off and then just lead everyone away from the objective, that's huge for your team. So Chicago's got to land it, got to be able to connect them, but certainly the gadget as well brings that same idea of you know, just being able to land on your position, just hit that hypnosis, have them be out of the match for a moment. But look at this, look at the aggression from CR, a bit of a mystery there from Tensai, and he's going to be punished for it with that very gadget that I was referring to by Shitambo. Big heals from Suzuki with just the right timeful things is keeping everyone alive for Zeta, enough on the zone to get 35% now.
It's going to be a real duel to see if they can take down all the health points of Zeta Division before they get enough time on the clock. This is a great start to that. They're finally making a little bit of a comeback. Moya cycles his way all the way down to the bottom left-hand side of that map, and now Levi is forced to just space the floor a little bit. They have to find a way to move forward. Suzuki going to be pocketing Shitampo, but that's a takedown on Frank. Looking for the hypnosis. A dodge coming out with the super beautifully played CR with the perfect execution.
I mean, that's the problem with Ollie versus Colette, really, is that Ollie's so strong against him, but the timing there was perfect for Tensai. To be able to evade that in the way that he did and just literally make it a non-issue, wonderful from him. Hypercharge now, wasting the timing yet again, not going in too aggressively. He didn't want to get hypnosis there either again, so I'm really liking the awareness from Tensai. In the meanwhile, it's getting a bit tight for time here as they are reclaiming some time on the zone as well, getting to 80% to 60 now as well, so it can go either way still.
They really just can't give up this control. It's going to be really difficult for either of these teams. You're seeing how much of a struggle it's been for Zeta Division, and Rank goes down once again. Started off cold, but CR have climbed their way back. Porter's going down early. Dodges coming out of Colette. These are the mechanics I expect to see out of somebody like a two-time world champion, Tensai.
Yeah, the Stu pick, it's really quite scary, isn't it? You know, you can see how much it forces things back when you get the hypercharge forwards as well, and I mean, it's scary for Zeta now. They started off so well, but it was a bit of a base race set, let's be honest. And now that things are getting more technical and require a lot more team synergy, we're seeing a little bit more of a struggle. Certainly, it's a winning comp still here for Zeta, in my opinion. I think that the draft so far has been favoring Crazy Raccoon, but if the Mr. P takes time to set up, if the healing side of things is on point from Zeta, and obviously the Otis value, that's what we didn't really see in the last game, is Shitambo really connecting a lot of the hypnosis.
Here's his attempt at doing so, but he goes down immediately. Now it's left to Levi and Suzuki. 2v2 situation. Similar start to last time, but Zeta Division are closer and closer to that 50% marker. And Crazy are only at 5-ish%. That is a tough beat and going to take even a better performance than we saw in that game number 1.
Boy, it's dangerous. He's got the hypercharge, but now no super, because he's going to have to wait his time out here. Finds one. Can't get Levi now. The port's coming in. It's going to be really, really tough. They're hypercharged up and very, very deadly. Tama going in with the hypnosis again, but dodge does Moya. And now aggressing Shizuku, who needs to heal himself, needs to heal Levi. They both go down. CR now all over this game. A really aggressive speed zone gadget there as well is not going to do Zeta any favors.
Everybody doing their part with CR. Tensai certainly fragging out. Moya has been a nuisance, and all of these porters there to back them up along the way. And all of a sudden, CR have taken a lead. This is unbelievable, Art.
It really is. I mean, the best thing they could have done is not feed the Mr. P. I mean, if they hadn't have done that, this game might have had a chance. But with the hypercharge down and no access to it either, it's too far back. There's nothing they can do about it now. It's going to be a matter of time unless there's a miracle, unless the heals were substantial for Levi to stay on the zone, which they're not. And now McGregor's got another hypercharge. If that turret does go down, then this is crazy how much value CR got out of this set. Wonderful stuff, and you got to ask yourself the question now, with this much momentum and such a convincing draft like that, can they go all the way? I feel like it's much more sided now for CL than it is Zeta, despite the start.
I felt like it was a 3-1 CR before this. I'm going to hold the line at this point. I mean, that was so good out of Crazy Raccoon. Solid drafting, but that Colette pick, I think, was the dagger. I mean, how are they supposed to, with an Ollie and a Frank, really come back from that? We saw 50+% leads, and they still found a way to claw their way back. Just something special.
I agree with you. I liked see Colette, but the draft overall just looked phenomenal from their side. I was looking forward to finally see some Stu gameplay, and Moya definitely delivered. He performed so well on that Stu with the speed zone as well, making it basically impossible for Zeta Division to hit any of their shots. Yeah, just a very convincing performance overall. We also seen the kill stats. Stu really worked out, as well as the Colette Kenny, as you mentioned.
670? I mean, that's wild. 554 out of a Stu, 484 out of a Mr. P. How many porters were on that map? Unbelievable showing. I mean, just the ability to almost race the amount of health points that Zeta Division have. They're taking down 10,000 plus brawlers like it's nothing. And sure, Zeta Division had these strong starts, but the hardest part about Hot Zone, and especially this map, with that composition, they don't have any easy way in. There's no quick access. They have to walk it up every single time. There's no max speed. There's no speed zone like you see Stu on the other side. There's no way to recover quickly. So once they lost that control, they just never really got it back.
It is very hard to claw your way back into that map overall. It is a map that when you have the mid-control once, it's very easy to just hold it, and they definitely did so. We see here, overall, it's a 2-1 now. Crazy Raccoon have the potential to make this next set the last one arc.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried on some level. I mean, going back to last year, you have to remember that like the losses that CR took were 2-3 losses. They were maps and modes that went all the way to the fifth and final set. So sure, it's a new roster with Milkrow coming into the mix now and Shatama going over to the Zeta Division, but you know, the two of the roster are the same. So I just kind of have a bit of a reservation that CR historically have not been the very best of teams to really tie things up cleanly. I think the wins that they got as well back in March last year was 3-2. That was a win, but it was still a 3-2 scoreline. And then back in July, as a 3-1 scoreline was the most convincing result. But in the losses in June, May, and April, they were 2-3 scoreline losses. So they still can't get overconfident at this point in time. Yes, the draft was much better in Hot Zone, but we got to think back to how it was in the first set and how abysmal that draft was by comparison. So, I mean, you know, I'm not holding my breath just yet. Zeta have been out of the conversation for the past 2 sets, but they could absolutely get themselves back in this next one.
We've seen this map before in the match Reject versus Newa. We saw a lot of Melody, Goss again. Kenny, any other ideas for a mid-brawler here?
I feel like the queen.
I'm thinking B off the top of my head. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's
That's a
go,
good moment
Kenny.
for me.
Let's go.
This is why we did our homework. Zeta Division click B a lot in their wins during scrims. Honestly, this is one of their most frequent picks. It's a brawler that I've fallen in love with in this meta. I just think it's kind of the new Bell in my mind. It's very good at taking out these tanks. It's got a hypercharge now. B is a play for me here as a very safe first overall pick.
I'm not as much of a fan, to be completely honest. I mean, I love B. I think the rest of Hive can get a really nice swooping sort of motion through the bush and can show things up. But I think that B still got a lot of susceptibilities. You know, the Mr. P ban was definitely the idea from Zeta to place at the very beginning as probably the hardest counter to her. And once those turrets down, she can't do anything really. So the max, you know, I mean, I like that from Crazy Raccoon. The phase shift is a great way to really cancel out an amplified shot from B and close the gap, and then gives yourselves that bit more time to get the takedown. And just speed in general in this region is quite scary. Karl as well, yeah, I mean, that's a really good brawler into B as well. So I don't know whether they're thinking along the lines of max mid. I'm assuming so, but they're going to be leaving that last final aggressor lane side into the third and final pick, which is a great position to be in terms of this draft. So Zeta now have got the chance to get ahead of that game, take the biggest tanks off the board, and I'm looking at Ollie.
Ollie for sure on my mind too. We're definitely thinking the same wavelength there. I just think, again, might be the best brawler in the game for me right now, especially in pro players' hands in this mode. You can really hypnotize an enemy, take away a gym count. Surge, I don't think the worst shout here. I think that's honestly a pretty solid lane matchup. B has to be your mid, I think, if you're playing her in the lane on this map. I think it could be an issue. Rattle Hive Gadget is really pesky. I think the slowdown of the super into the max honestly isn't bad, but like you mentioned, obviously that Karl is looming. Karl can be very solid into B up close, especially with a shield on or a protective pirouette. So a lot of matchups and a lot of moving parts here. I think a lot of it's going to be dictated by what this 5th pick is. Zeta Division have a big decision and they're going with Shade. That is not what I saw coming, but it is something that they've scrimmed quite a bit.
You got B as a 10 counter, Surge as a 10 counter, and you pick Shade. I don't understand it. It's gonna be Ollie or Ash, certainly here. It might be even the pickup from Crazy Raccoon. It's Ruffs, okay, but I like the comp regardless of the Ruffs. But like, I don't understand why Zeta didn't really capitalize down. I thought the story that I'm being told there is that very thing. You're picking 2 10 counters. I'm looking forward to being this big tank, you know, that's going to come in and save the day. And it's Shade. And I know it gave them some goods, you know, in the first set of the day. It's one of those brawlers that's yet to be fully explored, I would say, in competitive. I think it's got a good place somewhere. And when I see it, I think it's got some really interesting ideas. I think this could be a map where it could work quite well. but it just wasn't what I was expecting. I think if Ollie's open, you got to take it. And if Ollie's taken, then Ash here is a great second choice to have as the tank. I'm sure for that very reason, they've got a strategy up their sleeve. You kind of have to. You're saying such a statement in belief of that brawler, which has not really been fully in the meta.
Definitely an interesting call out. And one thing to kind of pair with that Colonel Ruffs, reason people love him is because of the support he brings, but he also can break some walls here, which is just going to make Shade's life a little more difficult. So I think that may be a little extra bonus perk of making this pick. A lot of hyper charges to go alongside this red roster team. Levi now popping another gadget, and Tensai is going to be forced to move away. Moya sandbagging just to try and stay alive, and he will be afloat on the bottom right-hand side. But Zeta Division have complete control of the map right now.
Yeah, Chitampo's doing well left-hand side here, but now Mivrio comes in with some aggression. Oh, we've got caught by the wall there a little bit, and he might have been able to get some good value to Levi. I mean, Shizuka was there for the pickup as well, regardless of the stacks over to Zeta, so I can understand the hesitation there as well. Chitampo now going straight for Moya, gets 3 consecutive taps, and that's just dangerous now approaching Tensai. That speed couldn't have come at a better time now to keep Milk Rio in that left-hand side corner, but he's not done yet, going in yet again, cycling. Chitampo is popping off. This Shade pick might be worth it. It's cut here, it's getting a lot of value, and the gems drop the countdown with Levi and Zeta.
Chitampo bullying this CR roster. A team regarded for high mechanics, but he's an old rival. It's going to be such a good showing here. Levi with all 11 gems, able to sit back comfortably. Chitampo doing a lot of the heavy lifting in this set so far, and now Zeta Division 1 away from extending us to set number 5.
I called it. It had to be that brawler which they had the belief in, because to pick it over the options, I mean, they had no choice for it to pop up as well as it did with that Shade pick. So Chitampo really is making a statement here. I still feel like in this method, better ideas, but maybe that's actually more to the fault of Crazy Raccoon for picking the Ruffs as the final brawler pick. They have the opportunity to shut it down and bring an idea of their own to be able to work against it. And they chose Ruffs, which doesn't to me feel like the strongest of ideas. So, I mean, at the moment, CR deserve to be in the lead, and they are dominating this matchup. There's no way of putting it.
Well, Creo also using that heat ejector gadget, a little more popular now that we've had the gadget rework. Tensai in the mid, trying to just give his team a little bit of extra help. They haven't gotten a lot of speeds down or anything of the sort, and Chitampo once again back to harming the enemy team. Tensai moves back, Shade goes down, but it's enough for Levi to grab a 6th gem. I think they're well worth it in that trade. Shade just needs to get 1 or 2 picks, and if he goes down, it's all good as long as that gem count still rests with Zeta Division.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, they've got to buy a lot more time in this series so far because they've been struggling to. They get control, it tends to get lost as a result. That Shade pick, but now goes down. McGreer going in. Gets a gem. I think that probably would have been best left, to be completely honest, as now if he goes down on the aggressive, it's going to be 1 more over to Zeta, who've already got 6. So let's see as they're all clustered down the right-hand side now. Good pinch, good awareness there from CR, but I mean, it's a matter of time for me before they lose control yet again.
Moya makes a good wall break on that left-hand side, but the bad news for him is it helps in the Shade, really hurts in the B. Now B's going to have a little more open range. Now the only way to combat this is going to be those sandbags. Little dishing of the super there. Chitampo rushing in, a phase shift away. Going to be backed in the corner, popping a hypercharge just to try and stay up here, and it's not enough. Chitampo will survive, brings down an enemy, ultimately traded out. And now Levi can take domain of this mid. It's Carl, Moya trying to combat this, and it's enough for a big contention in the mid. This is going to be a huge fight here, Ark.
It really is. Popping the gadget there from Suzuki, who's going in. Hypercharger from Moya. He's getting aggressed so heavily. Someone goes down. Gems dropped and handed over to Zeta for an early countdown. They'll split across the board, though, and they're considering to go for the ones there, but Suzuki gets 1. They're still going to be split here. Chitampo going in the aggressive now with 12 in their pocket. It's now or never going in, and I think it's going to be never really going to get to a 5th and final set unless they get this countdown reset. It's not enough. Zeta Division get the set, and again, it's going to the 5th and final, and historically, that's not been kind to Crazy Raccoon.
We were due one, though. We needed a set 5. This is one of the matches that I'm looking forward to most. I know the folks watching are looking forward to. It's a big moment. Chitampo now going on his own, leaving Moyagoku, leaving Tensai, the teammates he's won so many grand finals with, a teammate he's won a world championship with, doing it on his own now and ready to prove himself. They needed this win, and now they're 1 away. This is going to come down to the wire for sure.
We didn't really believe in the Shade. Neither did I, nor did you guys. Probably Chat didn't either. But Chitampo made it work somehow. You just put him on the brawlers that arguably aren't even the best in the meta, and he just again and again turned things around. Whenever Crazy Raccoon was in the lead, he just killed the person he needed to get the gems from him. snack them away, and Zeta wins this round. Pushing for the 5th set now. They prevented the match point. Ark, this roster sure is looking scary.
I mean, I wasn't sold by the Shade pick, but I said there had to be a method behind the madness to have that much faith in it because of the way the draft was going with the B and the Surge. You're expecting there to be a big tank counter because they've already taken a big tank because the tank counter's already taken off the table. I think, to be honest, it was less about the Shade and more about the mistake for Crazy Raccoon because they responded by picking Ruffs. I mean, what value did that really bring to the table in this matchup? None for me, really. Nothing really that Moya was able to do to go against the Shade, which was at that point in time a consideration. I mean, it wasn't for me my favorite pick at all, but they couldn't just ignore it. It was there for a reason, and to have that much faith in it, I think that for me, CR just didn't really value it highly enough.
Yeah, you proposed Oli, I believe. I think that would have actually been better.
Ruffs
I think so too.
Kenny?
Yeah, I just think it's hard to say, but honestly, I'm kind of with you. I think that Colonel Ruffs was maybe one of the weaker answers. I think Shade was an interesting one, but clearly something that's been scrimmed a lot, and for them to come up with that as an answer, obviously hindsight's 2020, but I just didn't feel like even the wall break, what was the best thing that was going to happen? B just gets more range. Now Shade can dominate one side of the map while B does another. I just feel like it wasn't the best solution to the true issue, especially as a 6th and final pick. You're usually looking for that to be the fixer of all your issues that you're having into another team, and that just wasn't something that we saw there.
We said that this quarterfinal is probably going to be the closest one of today. So far, it's true. I mean, it is true. We didn't promise too much. We're going to go into set 5. It's going to be triple dribble. Another global map we haven't seen so far, I believe. Throwers are really menacing here, Ark.
They are, but they're also very susceptible to being taken down immediately. So it's a bit of a give and take, to be fair. It depends on what side you spawn in. That's always been historically the conversation on triple dribble. So it's a risk on some level because you can either get like the nice side of the spawn where you're kind of protected by the indestructible wall, or you're completely exposed and you could be against the long range brawler. So I think it's a heavy consideration here. B's not banned, by the way, here, which is quite exciting for me because I think this is a brawler which can have a lot of value. And if you notice there, I said it a long time before it appeared on the screen, Kenny.
Hey, I had it written down, number 1 name on my notes. I'm not having it. I called my shot just like you called yours, pal.
No, I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? I mean, the Juju's banned as well, and the Berry, which I think is good signs from Zeta, and they've got a very good first pick here for me. I think the Poco and the Stu, the Hank bans are must. I think the bans are all looking pretty decent for me all across the board. I think that I agree with the sentiment that throwers are, very, very important in this map. Whether they're essential or not, I'm not overly convinced. Certainly not in this meta. It's just so tanky, it's so healy, it's so aggressive, and a melody pick is, yeah, exactly that. And we saw that did for Navi in the previous series. We've seen what a tide change that brawler can be and just go from one side of the map to the other with the ball. It's a scary brawler, no doubt about it.
Melody's certainly an interesting one. Like seeing Poco removed from the equation. No Hank, none of that shenanigans. But Ollie is still certainly available here. Somebody I'm going to keep my eye on at least. Good shout out with the throwers as well. We saw Barley a little bit earlier. Lou, I don't think is a bad option here. Obviously not always an easy one to be specifically, but if Zeta Division are going to try and whip out a tank, which in this meta, certainly possible. Ollie's still left on the board as well. Might be good to have a way to defend against that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Mr. P is an option against the B, would have worked nicely, but against the tank, you got to earn those turrets. That's the problem. The tank can just like run through the whole thing and just the game's over before you've even got your first. So I think Mr. P is an option here, but you got to be careful about what stage of the draft you pick it, honestly. I think Lou Pick is a safer choice. Shade again for Zeta. Well, we've seen what they can do with this particular brawler. I think now the question of opening up the map is going to be much more heavily considered here for Crazy Raccoon. They can't allow Tambo to walk over it, and he will walk over it. If they don't deal with it, it's going to be a problem that Crazy Raccoon might not recover from. This is the match that's going to determine who goes to the semi-finals. Crazy Raccoon are the number 1 on the leaderboard in this region. They won the last monthly finals. If they lose in the quarters, they will lose a substantial number of points. And if Zeta, who are number 4, can close that gap, I mean, Brawl Cup on the line here, people.
This is real interesting. I mean, we see Shade again, and then we see Meeple to pair with it. This is a very new meta kind of composition on the left. And now this right-hand side has to be different from last time. They went with Ruffs as the way to try and deal with the enemy. And Chitampo on that Shade was a devastating blow into Crazy Raccoon, and they have to get this right. They only had 30 seconds to make this call. And it's going to be a big time decision to see if they can get a much better showing than they did in set number 4. And it's going to be the Surge as their final option. Good news is they can kind of jump away from Meeple if they end up going with the Cube gadget, if they're trying to gain space like that. Real interesting though, because I do think Shade can still kind of cause trouble for somebody like Alu. At least they have Freeze as an option. Melody has the note. Surge has a jump. They have some defensive mechanisms, but I don't know how easy this is going to be for either side, to be honest with you.
I feel like Zeta might have this, honestly. If they play the Shade like they did last game, I don't know whether the Surge is the best of answers. I think that maybe getting rid of the walls is probably the best of answers, and they chose not to do that. Or Mr. P would have been another choice of option. I'm sure that they would have been considering that highly. And, you know, I think it's an interesting idea that they just didn't go for. That I think would have been maybe a bit better. At least then you've got a bigger thing to have to deal with on the side of Zeta. Meeple's scary. I think a lot scarier than people give it credit for, considering how much now it's prioritized in a map like this as well. Just to point out as well, gadget-wise, you've got that ability to stun your opposition and have the ball be able to trickle over the line. So I think Meeple here, I mean, you got that. There it is. There, exactly that. The Rage Quit gadget. It's scary, and it's got a 16-second cooldown.
Either gadget can be terrifying, I think, for this map and mode, and into the matchups, that gadget choice makes a lot of sense. We've seen both today. Chitampo, about 2/3 of the way frozen, and now going to be completely stunned out of it. A wasted super as well, so that's a big pickup, I think, from Milcreo. Tensai has to be a factor here. They've put him on this surge. He is still at tier 1, and they're just rattled, hiding away, and Tensai just can't walk forward. Really tough situation to be in.
This is my concern, the Surge. It's all well and good if you've got stacks, but Crazy Raccoon are struggling to get him off the mark at the moment. He's got the gadget to be able to try to be able to give him something of a defense if needed, but he does need to get off the mark. He needs that at least the additional movement speed. I mean, it's crazy to be almost a minute away without having that. Going to overtime, it's not going to be looking good against the beat if you can't move around those shots. So let's see how they fare on the defense. Zeta so far staying pretty firm there. No need to rush things forwards and just waiting their timer out. This is what I mean. Without a wall break, I mean, Zeta can do this.
So many walls to take down too. I mean, maybe a grip would have been the answer there. I don't think Brock for this map or mode is really the best solution, but nonetheless, this is what they're working with now. Tensai has to find a way to get tags, especially as this gets into overtime. Suzuku's just going to continue to bully him. It's a really tough look for one of the world's best. A stun going through, so Moya not able to progress forward, and somehow they managed to find this kill. Moya just has to grab the ball and dump it. Chitampo can move forward, though, dashes through the wall. One of the perks of Shade. He can move through it all. They're trying to cash in a goal right here, right now, and they slide it through with 30 on the clock. It's a 1-0 lead for Zeta.
It's hard to watch for me. It really is. I mean, now Tensai's got the first stack and they need something of it. But I think Moya could have supered the ball to the left-hand side there, by the way. He's kind of didn't really super it where he should have done, and it could have been a bit of a defense now. So Tampa going to be forcing the ball forwards, and what can realistically anyone do on the side of CR? The goals with Zeta, they're going to be getting this first game. There's no time, no super even for Moya to even consider getting this ball forward. So, I mean, CR really, for me, didn't land the mark again in this set for the draft side of things. They've got the 5th and final pick. They've got the opportunity to turn the balance, to turn the way that things are heading around, and they chose Surge, and it gave them nothing in that game.
I mean, in fairness, pretty close to nothing. Especially seeing Tensai, out of all the players in the world, not one that you ever anticipate disappearing, but that's what happened. This team has not found a way to deal with Shade. This is now 2 straight sets where Chitampo and Shade have just dominated. No easy way around it. And look at that. We're not even 20 seconds in, and these fellas already have a bucket. Zeta Division just 1 away from knocking out Crazy Raccoon.
This is wild, absolutely wild, but thoroughly deserved at the moment. And Zeta play this draft perfectly. What taps from Suzuku there as well to really open up the space needed for Chitampo to come through the middle as well. And now with Tensai weak and weary, low HP, can't really be there for the defense. This Surge pick has done nothing at all for CR, except maybe seal their fate. As Zeta now with 1 goal, we've got all the time in the world, just hold this position, not even get the goal. But I think it's going to be a goal one way or another.
Now Suzuku moving forward. They do get the takedown, but it's such low HP across the board. They have to triple team this. Suzuku pops a gadget, finally goes down. The red roster survives, and they finally have a little semblance of ball control and some positioning. But that's really the best that we've seen so far. They have to find a way to knock this one in.
Yeah, Chitampo can sit behind the wall or go on the aggressive like that. Tensai just find a connection there, but the Meeple gadget as well with the super going to be able to open up that space needed to get the shots off to land. And now the ball passes to Chitampo, and Moya comes in for the interception. Yes, she gets it. An opportunity basically a tough one to make land when you've got to beat the packs a punch like that.
Suzuku has the ball now too, and they're just pocketing it on that bottom left-hand side. deadly positioning now. They're not even worried about dragging this out. They just want the kills. Levi dropping that super. Milcreo backing off. They have to drop an Ice Rinkin fast. Gadget connects. Moya goes down. The rattled Hive buries another one.
Really, really tough to see CR now, who without this surge pick and without any wall breakability, going to struggle big time. Again, the ball's not even got across the line, but an opening! Moya's going for it. Can he get the ball in time? I don't think so. The shielding there for a little bit of a saving grace, but it's not going to do much. The ball's on the left-hand side regardless. He's going to have to get across to that side of things. And with 30 seconds remaining, it's looking really, really bleak for the #1 seed of this region.
Things could really shape up here in East Asia, and Shitampo continuing to just bury the enemy side. He went off on his own, new team, new roster, and for now, he's going to be leaving this enemy side behind. Tensai has to sprint to the other end. Moya does have a super available, but this ball is comfortable in the bottom left-hand side. Another takedown to add on to the stats, and the #1 team in East Asia will fall. Zeta Division get a marquee victory for their season.
Great drafts from Zeta. That's where the story lands for me. CR choked it, and it was all because of that. Their mechanics today, their ability to play was on point. Some fantastic moments, but every single time in the sets they lost towards the end, they had the final pick. They chose the brawlers they did, and they gave them nothing. The Ruffs did nothing in Hard Rock Mine. The Surge gave them nothing in Triple Dribble. It's all to their own fault. They had no answer for the Shade. Simple as that.
They really didn't. We said this would be a very close series, yet this still feels like an upset. The Crazy Raccoon is out of the race already. They're not in the semifinals. It's going to be Navi versus Zeta Division. And all because, I feel at least, we had Shade in the run here. We didn't really like him on Hard Rock Mine, but Citatampo made him work. And now on Triple Dribble, he was an absolute menace. Nobody could do anything against him. Kenny, you mentioned Griff could have been an option for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I feel like that would have fared a lot better for them.
I don't know what you do. I mean, in fairness, I'm not going to pretend like I had a perfect answer for them. But honestly, it's clearly something they're going to have to address going into next month. I mean, Shade was a problem for them. Shitampo, the mechanical player that he is, was able to excel so well in that brawler. And that is honestly the biggest reason why I think Zeta Division are able to move forward. In my mind, whoever won this match was going to be the favorites for the monthly finals. I thought it was going to be Crazy Raccoon. At the end of the day, Zeta Division take it. And now this region's been turned on its head. I mean, CR losing in the very first round of the second monthly final shakes things up for the Brawl Cup, for World Vinyl standings, for everything.
Yeah, I think we four all said that Crazy Raccoon is going to take that one, regardless of it being a very close series.
I wish we did.
Trav didn't? Oh my, that's not good for us. Well, we're going to head into the bracket real quick, just to have a look real quick again at what already went down. For everybody just tuning in now, we're going to head into our semi-finals next. We had some very close games here. We had a stomp from Reject against Newa. Reject up next against rival Esports in Arc. Navi versus Zeta Division could be just as close as the one we just watched.
Yeah, I think things are now really flipped on their heads, and for those that are listening that have followed my tweets, I'm sorry. This is why you watch the shows live, people. This is why you watch the shows live, you follow the event site, and you go by prediction by prediction. That's the advantage of doing so, and the disadvantage if you just try to do it before the show starts and then think that you're going to get your free rewards along the way, because that's the reality. And historically, we said it coming in, or at least I did coming into the match, that Crazy Raccoon struggled to seal the 5th and final sets. And with the drafts being as sketchy as they were going in, I think it's the perfect outcome, in my opinion, for the storyline, for the narrative, and for what we saw on the field. Zeta Division deserved it. They've earned it. And now, a real opportunity to make a fantastic storyline going into the Brawl Cup. Imagine if they go all the way today, and that's a real possibility. I'm all for it.
Personally, I feel like one of the most interesting things for me is that this is only one region out of 4, and I'm really looking forward to see what those different regions bring into the meta. Shade, for example, we did not have on our list at all, and Chitatampo made him work. He is also our MVP of this match, so congrats to him. You truly convinced everyone with your Shade.
Yeah, for sure. Just stand out today, and I mean, those were the 2 sets which Zeta needed. So I think that's thoroughly deserved and couldn't have gone to a better person. I think that people are going to get an answer for that Shade, and quick, because the day is far from over yet, and Navi have got to be getting their analyst on the phone quick, because they need to find an answer to it.
Kenny, maybe a little hint from you. The viewers are going to look forward to the Reject versus Rival match. Who do you think will win that one?
I think I have to go with Reject, just giving them the benefit of the doubt after last month, but that feels like another one where I'm not going to blame people either way. The second match of the day, I think leans Zeta Division for me for sure, but this next semifinal number 1 should be one of the better ones of the month.
We're going to figure it out after a quick break. See you then.
C の540で。4で。A の4で。まあ、B の 1.6 で。よし。A で。よし。C の8。ああ、7なんや。なるほど。自分的には、アッシュが驚きでしたね。6発、体感マジで4発くらいで溜まるイメージがあったんで、びっくりしました。
Welcome back to Brawl Esports. Welcome back to the East Asia region. And also, welcome back, Trev. How was your little break?
Oh, it was a nice break, I must say. It's a nice break for me, I think, especially because my prediction's correct and you guys are all wrong. Hate to say it, but I have to bring it up. You know I have to. If you want to get your predictions right, make sure to go with the champ.
I expect nothing else but phenomenal casting from you now, Trev. Since you had a 3-2 break, that's the longest break anyone has gotten so far today, since none of the other matches has been that close.
It's honestly quite sad. It's sad that none of the games have been that close, but, you know, I honestly wish I was casting that game. I'd have loved to cast a little 3-2 between those, because that's a final materials match, right, that one.
Yeah, but at least you got your predictions right, you know. You can't have everything, Trev. Kenny, looking at our very first semi-final of today, the quarterfinals are all done and dusted. Reject versus Rival. I already had asked you who you think is going to take this one before the break. Could you elaborate a bit more on that?
I think I just have to give benefit of the doubt to Reject. They've been very consistent. Obviously, Rival Esports not having a great month number 1 and kind of showing up with a strong start here today. But I think this is going to be a pretty big test for them. Obviously, in the qualifiers, they were phenomenal, getting a huge upset to get through that. The ones that bumping down Crazy Raccoon to that lower side of the bracket. But I'm going to go with Reject. I just think they're the safer choice.
We talked to one of the Reject players, Shu. We asked him who he thinks the strongest team is.
ゼータはまあ、プレイヤースキルだけで言ったら、多分ダントツで一番強いチームなんで、あとはピックとか戦い方を確立したら、もう世界大会優勝も簡単なんじゃないかなと思ってます。
He faced up against Zeta Division in the semifinals last month, so there might still be some trauma left. He says Zeta might be the strongest team. They already beat Crazy Raccoon. Maybe they also beat Navi in their second semi-final. First up though, Reject versus Rival. We already heard Kenny's Prediction, Trev, where are you standing?
I think I have to go the same way. I think Reject is the smarter choice. I'm not going to rule out Rival whatsoever, though, to be honest with you, because they are an incredibly capable team, 3 very good players. Obviously, Mameshi leading them as well is a great player to have on your side. I just feel like Reject have got that little, tiniest bit of an edge.
Reject versus Rival, a match that we have been looking forward to. We thought that those two would make it into the semifinals. Now they're actually facing up against each other. And we're looking here at the overall set wins and losses. Kenny, it looks like it's going to be a close match.
I think it will be too. I mean, honestly, when shaping up into this month, Zeta and CR were the 2 standouts to me in scrims leading up to this. Obviously, qualifiers didn't necessarily go CR's way, but these are probably 2 of the next teams up, I would think. And that was kind of my expectation coming into the year too. I think both of these teams are more than qualified to maybe compete for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th spot in this region. And honestly, with the way things are shaking up and CR losing right now, heck, maybe they've got an outside shot at number 1.
Reject had a very convincing 3-0 in their quarterfinal today. Rival Esports played a 3-1 against Frenzy Gaming. So with that, we should also say Reject might take this one. They have the stronger momentum from that 3-0. Let's also have a look at the maps though, since some of those maps have already been played by some of those teams, Kenny.
Yeah, a little bit of repeats here and there too. I mean, Pit Stop was kind of a fun one. That's one that we talked about earlier. Just really not sure how it's going to go down. We've seen a million different tanks. This is one of the maps that we saw a bajillion of them, so we're at least going to get there. Hideout's kind of an interesting one too to professional meta, so those are a couple I'm definitely keeping my eye out on.
Yeah, I think Trev agrees on that. You have a lot of maps that you don't like, Trev. I feel like out of those 5, there's many of them.
It's a little bit worrying, isn't it? I'm just like, oh, I don't like this map, don't like this map. No, go to the next, don't like this one. It literally is. But I do have maps that I like as well at the same time. But the maps I seem to like are the ones that the majority of people seem to hate. So maybe that's more of a me issue.
Is there one in this series that you're looking forward to? Maybe this first one, Super Beach, is going to be the map we begin.
I like Hideout the most. I think Hideout out of these ones, which is one map that people hate. Like, Kenny's about to drop the absolutely despises Hideout now, but 66% of people are going to go with Reject, 34% are going to side with Rival, which I think is about right, Kenny.
Hideout's just like a really polarizing one. You're usually a very firm yes or no, and if I had to guess if you were yes or no, that's one that I would have doubted you on. So it's good for you for being open-minded, Trav. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, Kenny. I appreciate that. But
it's very rare.
Yeah, it's rare to see an open-minded Trav who likes a map. That's 2 things lining up that are just not really that common.
2025 Trav. Look at you, big dog. Look at you.
I'm
Prediction
a
master
changed
last
man.
year
I'm a
gets this
changed
big
man.
ego on him, and he's a changed man, Sonny. I don't know what to say.
That's really true. He doesn't like vegetables, he doesn't like maps. That's all I know about Trev, basically. But he's a great caster. Actually, one more thing I know about him. He also knows a fair bit about draft. Trev, on Super Beach, I said we are gonna see B. She was banned out last time. She's open now. You feel like she's gonna be picked up now?
I mean, it's probably one of the better mids, right? It's pretty versatile, good for the ranged matchup or mid-range matchup in mid. The slowing effect, good against tanks as well. And there you go, first pick. Nice one, Sonny. I'm proud of you. Clearly, I need to compliment you a bit more after you've just dropped that. I'm a great caster, and I know stuff about the draft. You know stuff about the draft, and you're a great caster.
You're too sweet. Thank you so much. I'm host though today, in case you didn't notice that.
Well, you're good at that as well, Sonny.
I see. Kenny, who do you feel like are they going to pick up now? They banned out Ollie and Hank, 2 of the best tanks are out of the way. We also have seen, I was about to say Frank and Drake on here before though.
Let's see if Sonny can go for 3 for 3 here. I mean, honestly, the secret to success is just calling the B first pick. It worked for me. It worked for Ark. It's worked for Sonny. I'm a little surprised, though, they picked Frank up this early. I feel like you're either aiming for support plus tank here, which is kind of the direction they go with the max. But the max into the B super is kind of awkward, Trav. And then B is a tank counter, also counters the giant tank on the other end. It wouldn't surprise me if Rival Esports drop a Griff or a wall break of some kind and really just blow this map open.
Yeah, it would make sense to go that kind of route and just play for, as you say, just have it complete. Kenny, you're wrong, Kenny. Shut up. You know nothing about this game. Primo, Mr. P, out of absolutely nowhere. What a wild combination. Primo against the Frank, obviously going to be a very good matchup. The goal scoring ability that Primo brings to the table as well, very, very good. And then Mr. P, B, it's just one of those things. Mr. P is probably going to get a lot of porters thanks to that Frank just eating every single shot. But Reject still have a bit of a chance here to kind of change things up and get this last pick being a good one.
They got to kind of nail it too. I think if Mr. P had gotten away from this rival esports side, that would have been a really good matchup into the B, but El Primo can kind of just walk his way through all those, and it's going to be fantastic into the Frank. Surge, once again showing up here, and I feel like in previous months, Surge is oftentimes a safe pick. Surge was a little bit of a letdown here earlier today. He's been back and forth, so I think it'll be interesting. He does have, obviously, the ability of the jump to counter that El Primo. You know, somebody up close to B might mess with, but between all the porters and starting off slow with that tier 1, I think if they just avoid feeding him, this could be favorable for rival esports. I really like this El Primo pick, though. I think that's one that really stands out to me as a good goal scorer, counters the Frank, very creative way to kind of approach this map, and this is kind of the one mode that we see the big guys show up.
Yeah, it's a good draft. I just feel Surge is going to be hard not to feed when you're playing with a Primo, right? They're just going to be constantly swapping and trying to force, you know, Frank being able to run down a Mr. P and a Primo being able to, or the Surge just trying to get super off the Primo. And there you go. It's just literally a game of swapping and swapping and swapping until someone through the mid makes a move.
As a wise caster once called it, musical lanes is what we got going on. I mean, shifting everywhere across the map. And now we've got a big old Rattle Hive, and Batman's just charging. He knows he needs this super, and it actually works out. He might even have a wide open space. He does! Slides it through. A huge mistake coming out of Rival. And after one simple team wipe, Reject take a 1-0 lead.
I mean, maybe they've learned to not just consistently just swap lanes over and over and over again and just let Batman run up. But Shu going to be moving up through the mid and now had to pivot to this left-hand side with Melty as the Primo attempting to make a move. Hasn't dealt any damage, just got his super purely off eating shots. And he's not going to be too sad about that either, as he should be able to make a good move with this.
All-team cardio so far for El Primo, not dishing a single lick of damage, but he sure is walking across this map, and that tank trait definitely come in handy, like you mentioned. Melty now right-hand side, flashing that stun. And Icy just holding this ball. There's the jump, perfectly timed, dishes the ball, jumps in, not enough. Grabs him one kill, but now advantage for Shu. 1v1 situation, he phase shift forward, and now there's multiple spawners on the map. And this is what Mr. P does in this current meta, especially in somebody like Max that takes several shots to get rid of those porters. It's almost like you're battling at times a 3v5, a 3v6. I mean, the more porters on the map, the merrier.
Yeah, I mean, with the porters, with the B, with the Mr. P, they're going to be dreaming in this map that's slowly starting to open up. And I will say it was a lot thanks to Melty that the map did open up. Going to super back in this backside as well, open up that little bit more. Icy got his super back, but a hypercharge being used now by Reject, sorry, and moving up, trying to make use of this before Primo manages to make his move. Melty going to go in with that super there, try slide it underneath, but it's not going to happen. And Icy cycling that one out, might have a chance here.
Low HP, flashing that super, but being patient. Love this choice. It's going to heal back up a little bit. Frank gets back in the mix, sure, but Mameshi now going to have a great matchup into the open lane. Hypercharge going down. Icy dribbling right-hand side. Mameshi lining it up, and now it's a 3v1. The big man not enough to stand alone. With 15 on the clock to go, Rival Esports tie things up, looking more and more like overtime.
And a rival overtime is going to be good for them as well. Hypercharge turret there, B, Mr. P, everybody in this open map. They're going to be dreaming, and you can see it already starting to take fruition, but the walls have even gone down. Icy has the super as well, might be looking for a pass play with Terry, but Melty has enough HP to just pretty much eat a lot of these shots and move up. The Shu needing a speed if they want to try and make a move here. Batman gets to level 3, and that's going to be a huge help for Reject.
Tank trade, another key for IC. He's going to be passing it forward, diving in, kicked away. Mameshi has an opening, doesn't quite find it, but it slides through. Shu, he needed to grab it. He was just off the mark, and honestly, he was in pretty big peril there. I don't know if he would have been able to defend long enough, but nonetheless, another tiny mistake there that's going to give Rival that game.
And I think, if anything as well, Reject's goal, I'm not going to say it was lucky, because they played it well, but the Reject's goal shouldn't have been a goal, you know? Like, they shouldn't have been allowed to have that. So I think that puts it even further in Rival's hands going into the second one. Not only have they come back from that pretty devastating early goal that Reject managed to slide in, but they persevered through and should be looking to try and take the set in this game.
The El Primo tank trait really coming in handy there. Matching up against Melty. It's Surge trying to charge up once again, but they're working this left hand in. Rattled Hive going down, and Icy, once again, just dribbling, running across the map, taking a shot, doesn't care. He's just looking to get one big super to either jump on Frank, jump on Max, whatever it takes to move this ball forward is exactly what he's been here to do.
Frank goes down as well. Great shots coming in from the B, and a wonderful slow as well. Rattled Hive rolling on in also, and Batman's going to eat the majority of that. Trying to look for this level 2 as he's still sat on level 1, but it's not really looking likely at the moment. So many of these porters coming through, and along with that, the turret at the back, providing even more support.
Icy is still dribbling. I mean, this guy's running a marathon in the middle of a Brawl Ball set. He finally gets stunned, punished for it, and now Melty able to do the same. Recharging that HP, Hypercharge connects. It's going to be 1, 2, make it 3 shots landing, and that's a takedown. A beautiful phase shift out of Shu to stay alive. Icy right back in action, though. His teammates bought him just enough time. He's once again dribbling, and he does have a super in that back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's let go of the ball this entire game, to be honest with you. He's just been walking around with it. Hasn't dealt any damage, hasn't really done anything at all other than just kind of stroll around and look for an opportunity to score. But Melty did manage to get the kill in the last interaction and might be able to do it again with a little bit of help from his teammates. Batman does have level 2 now, so a bit of extra speed, but wants that range if he wants to compete in this matchup.
Maybe just trying to buy this clock to get to overtime. B, Mr. P, some great matchups into the enemy side, but now Rejector applying a little pressure, and Icy might have to finally dump this ball. Jumps, times it perfectly. No hypercharge connection there, but it is a survival. Shu dashing forward, face shift in, and walks it on in. Shu with a beautiful stroll and a bucket here.
Yeah, that was a great dash, and he's just showing Icy how to actually dribble with the ball and get a goal. He can hold him for the entire game, but I might be able to take advantage of just 1 second, and that's all he needed. Icy might be able to see an opportunity. Oh, no, I didn't mean to say that, but he might have been able to see an opportunity here. Goes for the jump to the right-hand side. Melty now pushing through. Batman, the last one surviving, gets the jump perfectly, but no time to clear it. Nightmare for him as the shot left him with no ammo, and that's going to be a rival esports even.
Fantastic response. Now the walls come down in overtime. Icy with a hypercharge available. Mameshi putting on the pressure in a big time slow. A dive in. Icy goes for it. Sticks the landing. Looks for another one. Clears the lane for Mameshi. And Rival Esports surge to a nice set win.
I mean, that was incredible from Rival Esports there. So patient, just waiting for the moment. And the hypercharge coming into the overtime from the B was just disgusting. Slowed all 3 of them, and then Icy took his chance, and he was waiting for that chance a long time, I will say. Eventually got it and took advantage of it, Sonny.
We also saw how flexible some of these players are. Terry, that we had talked about so much before, the tank player was playing Mr. P and it worked out great. You two also mentioned the marathon that El Primo was running. I mean, he can. With the tank trait that gives him a super, even by just getting shot at, he can just hold the ball and walk it in and even get super along the way.
I mean, his job was literally just to eat bullets, and then the one time that Frank super, just make sure you dive on that guy. Either stun him out of it or dodge it entirely. He didn't have a single kill. Certainly a worthwhile pick, but the main man, Mameshi with the 12-piece. Wow.
I mean, look at that. The tanks are 0 and 0. Like, they really haven't done too much other than just stand there, occasionally get a few shots in, and IC did score a couple of goals, but very similar statistics from both of those tanks as well. 133 and 131 DPS, so such a comparable performance from both of them. But this is the kind of early goal that Batoman managed to get, but they just couldn't hold on to these leads that they managed to start with. Like, it seemed to be going so well for them, but just quickly turned around when Rival Esports actually started to want to score, as it did seem like a lot of the time they were just kind of standing there and waiting for overtime to start.
They were the first to strike on a lot of occasions, but they just couldn't hold on, like you mentioned, in these overtime situations. Look at this. I mean, the map opens up. They have a B hypercharge ready to go. Melty on the Frank. What's the man to do? You know, Surge has a little bit of range, but outside of that, pretty difficult to deal with. That's just a really well-balanced composition. Love the El Primo pick. And Mr. P for some late value. That's some good stuff out of Rival.
Let's also remind ourselves again that Rival didn't even make it into the February monthly finals. Last month wasn't really their time to shine. They also didn't play with Mameshi though. And now they're almost beating Reject. They certainly are off to a great start. Reject made it all the way into the grand finals last month. Now Rivals is truly putting up a fight, and we're heading into Hideout now, Trev's favorite map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's my favourite. Let's not say that. Let's not say it's my favourite, because it's fine. You know, it'll do. It's the best of the bunch. But I do like it. It's a very versatile map. Like, technically, you can play tanks, assassins on it if you really want to. It's got a good bit of range. You can play throwers. I just think it's such a versatile map that we see so many different metas on, which I think is really entertaining on this bounty. So we'll see what they do going with the draft. I imagine it's probably going to be a thrower here and there, possibly an assassin, and, you know, bit of range down the sides.
Keep my eye out for Brock in this one too. If he escapes the ban phase, it's kind of going to deter others from going thrower. I think that's one of the things where it's one of the only legitimate wall break options. I can't really see a Griff here, so that can sometimes dictate how a set's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
Sorry, Trev. I love mobility on this map. I really would like to see some Melody, maybe a Grey Melody banned out. So sadly, not going to be seeing her. But again, Grey, really good on here. Max as well. We have seen Max more often in this region than in any other region. But let's see if he's actually going to be picked up.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I mean, I'd love to see the Grey as well. I feel like Grey's a great shout here with obviously you can drop a Grand Piano on that, and that can be a versatile wall break as well, along with that Brock. So we'll see what Reject do go. They have the first pick, so should be coming in very shortly. But the tanks that I was mentioning, you know, they're pretty much out the way. Angelo's going to slot in here as well. Not the most. I don't even know if there's any water on this map at all, to be honest with you. So not really going to be using that function, but still a very capable sharpshooter. Then we see the Nanny Carl come in. Whether or not Nanny's going to... Carl's going to be running that flying hook or run the burn. Both should be relatively fine here, depending on what the matchup they're against is.
Like I mentioned earlier, they've tested a lot of stuff at a professional rate, but I just think in Bounty it makes too much sense to go with that flying hook, guarantee yourself that blue star. So that's what I'm guessing happens. But again, with those gadget cooldowns being reworked, a lot of gadgets that were obsolete before now become a lot more relevant. I do really like this 2-3 turn though. I think Nani going to be a great option into the Angelo. Nani is not the best sharpshooter, but it's the best sharpshooter at countering the sharpshooters. So I think that's going to be one good way to cover your bases. And then Carl can be more aggressive up in the face of enemies, that blue star guarantee on your team. I don't think this is bad from Rival. Gene going to be available here. Mr. P also on the table though, so I'm curious if they grab this here, because I think a Mr. P into both single shot brawler Angelo and Gene, a very historic one that doesn't do well into Mr. P, could be tough. And now Gray being a single shot brawler too, I mean, I feel like you're kind of exposing yourself. Yeah, that just seems like a no-brainer to me.
Kenny, you have something going on with the draft today. It's going very well. You yourself on for the Mr. P, and that's exactly what they choose to go for. Yeah, the single shot of both Angelo and Gray and Gene not going to be able to pull that much if these Mr. P portals are coming in. But you got to realize it's very hard to get the hypercharge when you're playing at such a ranged matchup. You're not playing against tanks, so possibly we'll see, I imagine, a normal turret, but getting that hypercharge is going to be very, very difficult.
Part of the issue too is when you see Carl on the other end, a reason that Carl has become so much more prevalent is because Mr. P's relevant. Mr. P's porters get sliced through by Carl. It's one of the better ways to deal with that. So I think it deterred them a little bit from making that selection. But the problem is they still picked into a possible Mr. P. So I think that's partially on them too. I think it all comes down to this draft. Having the first overall pick on this map could certainly be challenging at times. But Angelo is going to have to pop off to show his worth. He's starting off with a big-time kill from Rival Esports. It's a response from Batman, though. That's the way to put it. It's a little respect on your name there.
Yeah, it's a great start from him and the Grand Pianos as well, opening things up. Nanny Peep coming in and Shoot just eats that, takes it to the face, and another Grand Piano to break up this mid and expose Mr. P that little bit more. But it seems like Nanny's doing a good enough job on her own over this right-hand side, just dealing with two of them.
It's a little give and take because it punishes Carl, makes life a little bit harder for Mr. P and his porters, but Nani now has free range, so Mameshi is certainly somebody I'm going to be keeping my eye on, but this multi-cycling of gadgets is wild. I mean, this timer is so quick, so definitely a value that pros aren't valuing as we've seen it multiple times today. Mameshi with another 2-star piece, and it's going to be 8-3, 5 stars being the separator, but Rival have to be careful. They don't want to get trapped in their spawn here too early.
Yeah, Batman has the super as well, starting inflicting some burning shots if he does manage to connect them, but aggressively IC coming forwards, might be able to pick up a couple there, but a TP out from Melty, chooses to stay alive rather than come later in the game and go aggressive with it. Hypercharge Peep coming in now and trying to find a connection, goes for Melty and really not too much damage dealt. Batman just healing up in this mid, hitting a little bit of a burning shot, but didn't charge it up enough for it to have a real effect.
Pressure's got to start applying here. There's the start. 3 stars now being the separator. Shu healing up his teammates and another Grand Piano, but this is IC diving in. Hypercharge. Melty trying to get the teleport inside, but he can't quite do it. With 20 to go, it's 5. Rival with a big advantage now.
Yeah, Batman was burning down bad there as well. Luckily, he got away in time and healed up a bit, but 10 seconds to get 5 stars, and they're going to have to go for Carl, really, along with one of the others. Melty getting some shots in now. TP available. Carl going to go in, though, and try and take some pressure off, but even getting Mr. P there's not going to be enough. Rival Esports, another game ahead, and they seem to be running away with this one.
It was close at the end, but to be honest with you, they had to lead pretty much the entirety of that game number 1. Terry and his teammates They're doing really well. Another impressive draft for me. I just think having that Nani side by side with that Carl really was a big impact. I mean, they're covering all their bases like I mentioned earlier. If you go sharpshooter, Nani's the sharpshooter counter to all sharpshooters. You have Carl. If they try and get something squishy like a thrower, or if they want to go Mr. P, they're not able to. It's not going to be easy for them. If these walls get broken up by Gray, they've got Nani. If Nani's playing well enough, this set's going to be just fine for Rival Esports.
Yeah, well, they are behind again, thanks to the blue star that Carl managed to retrieve. And two of them over this right side, as I said in the last one, not having the best of times against Nani here, and Mr. P just kind of chilling, waiting for opportunity to get one of those closer shots in, because it doesn't have as much range as the others. Porter placed on the right and on the left-hand side, sorry, and Melty did take a little bit of time to get that down. Icy found a couple of shots along the way.
Shu able to eat up that Nani peep, so Bataman's going to be just fine. Able to stay up. On this right-hand side, it's Shu attached to Bataman, trying to give the passive heals to go through, keep him afloat just a little bit longer. Now another Nani peep. Nani's been unbelievable at cycling these supers. This time it's a connection, not enough for a kill though, but Meshi going to continue this toxic cycle, and Reject are going to have a long way to go if they want to find their first kill.
Yeah, great shots there from Nani again, and has the hypercharge available too. And Terra even placed a Porter there to defend him, but hasn't really managed to get the turret yet, and still only 1 star separating them. Vengeful Spirit's not getting too much back either, and Icy able to juke nicely. Now the flying hook lunges in, super on top of him as well. Beautiful stuff from Icy, picking his moments so well.
That's a blown super too, a wasted utility, and one that could have been really valuable in these final seconds. Bataman already back in action though. And a little Evil Spirit's going down. The return to Cinder, not enough. And now it's a trade. A 2-piece coming out for Reject. They're exploding with kills, and now they have to run for the hills.
Yeah, Mameshi Peep coming forwards, and the assistance from the Porters as well. Tank a good amount, might be able to get them quite low for an aggressive push. Oh, Icy flies in, tries to get Shu down, but couldn't find the connecting hit. Bataman needs to be the one to die, and also might need another one as well, considering how low the rest of the team are. Melty goes in, gets the kill, secures the game, and brings this one to 1-1.
Big pickup for Reject. Things could have looked real bleak there, Trav, if they dropped that game. A 2-0 start to this match is something you don't want to see. Reject are riding on momentum, like you said, from last month, from earlier today. A strong quarterfinal showing, and Rival, a team that didn't even make it to this stage. Even the quarterfinals last month, they weren't a top 8 team. And now they're trying to put a little extra respect on their name in this region. Currently 8th out of all these teams here in terms of the leaderboard overall in the standings. This would be a huge boost for them if they could come away with a match victory, but still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, they know they're not aiming for the Brawl Cup at this point, just trying to get some points on the board towards the later end portions of the year. Bataman just moving forwards and already pushed back into the spawn. Rival Esports is where they're spending the majority of the time, but they haven't been looking bad in this position. But when those Grand Pianos really do break up the map, and Melty already has the super as well to evade IC when he comes in, it does start to get very difficult.
Grand pianos galore. IC having to work with the open space, not something Carl typically wants to do. Great maneuvering from Bataman, but he swings right on into it. Nani Peep connects and will be able to stay alive due to the assistance from Shu. Evil Spirits going down. All of these gadgets just being cycled in and out. It's such a change that we're all getting used to with the recent balance changes and the way that gadgets function now.
Good pressure from Reject, and can probably turn this one around quite easily in the late seconds. See a little switch now as Mameshi trying to stay on the Angelo, but the Vengeful Spirit once more gets bounced back this time. The return to sender used by Mameshi, and IC about half health and gets hit again by Angelo. These burning shots will start coming through now as he has the super. Mameshi gets hit, can't return that one, and this is going to be the lead once more for Reject with only 30 seconds for a reply from Rival.
Bataman barely survives Evil Spirits as a little coverage, and it even gets him a kill as well. Mameshi goes down again with 20 on the clock. Rival are going to have a huge surge of kills here if they want any chance of this set.
IC moves around the right-hand side, might have a flying hook left for when those late portions of the game come in. If they're getting desperate, possibly be able to go in. They only need Shu, but the pull's there, and that's going to extend what they need. Hypercharge available from Melty, goes in, does go down, gets the kill, I should say, on IC, and that's going to be it for Rival in this one. Reject will take the set, and they'll even it out to 1-1.
This is more what I was expecting coming out of this match. This feels like a very even one. It's something that, Reject showed up in second place last month. Rival weren't here. Coming into this, and especially given the round one, a lot of great names on this Rival roster. Certainly capable players. And honestly, I'm really impressed considering that draft, I really feel like on paper, sided with Rival, right?
I I do think it was a 50-50 actually. The first round did come down to just 1 star, so it was a very 50-50 round. It looked so promising for Rival to maybe double down and make it a 2-0 so far, but somehow Reject just learned how to deal with that very annoying comp that Rival Esports was showing up with and completely demolished them in round 2 and 3. I really liked the Grey with the Grand Piano gadget to open up the map, helping his 2 teammates do what they do so well, the long-ranged Angelo. And also, the first time we see Gene today, Shu was doing a phenomenal job.
He was. Yeah, Shu played so well there. Just kept him low consistently with the Vengeful Spirits. Just over and over and over again, just peppering down with those, waiting for Batman and Melty to make their moves. And not only that, 4 kills with Gene's pretty good as it was. We did see a few little pull misses here and there, but nothing too major, and they managed to come away with the set anyway. And you see moments like this there, he missed his pull, but it doesn't matter if his team's already got that lead back.
I think it's a really great look going for the Grand Piano. That's something I honestly didn't anticipate seeing as much as we have, because the Walking Cane's been a great gadget historically, but I think with the gadget cooldown on the Grand Piano, it just makes a lot of sense, right? And I think having that wall break was really what allowed Gene to get those extra few tags and those isolation kills and make Carl a little more useless. So even though on paper, Mr. P in a one-on-one matchup, fantastic to all those enemy brawlers, it's not always that simple. It's not black and white. It's very gray, no pun intended, like we just saw there.
We're learning a lot about the new meta. We're learning a lot about which gadget to use in your ranked matches at home as well. We now learned Heat Ejector might not always be the best gadget for Carl. If you play him on Bounty, Knockout, still go for Flying Hook. And then Grey, depending on who you're playing with, what are your teammates, brawlers, you might want to open up the map instead of using Walking Cane. That has always been the better choice of gadget. We're heading into set 3 now, and it's a 1-1 so far. It's so close. Trev, hit stop. A map we have seen so far as well. You feel like Rival is going to continue on their run through, or is Reject now the ones in the driver's seat?
I mean, it's tough to say because I feel like it's been such an even series so far, like 1-1 in sets. All the games have been so close, and last time we saw this, it was such a scrappy map. Like, it was just kind of run of the safe with as many tanks as you can and need to throw it in there. Like, we even saw a Frank being pulled out and a Shade. Like, it seems to be a very kind of odd meta on this map, and we'll see if that does kind of carry through, or that was just the ideologies of those 2 teams, because it seemed incredibly wild. But Reject and Rival very evenly matched, just as we saw Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon were as well. So intrigued to see how this one actually does play out.
Tanks, and Shade. That's what I'm keeping my eye out for. It's a region that's really enjoyed Shade. And also, we saw 4 or 5 tanks on this map earlier, which is honestly pretty incredible. I mean, Draco, BB, Buzz, Daryl, even Bull, all notable ones that have shown up, at least when I've been watching these guys and kind of noting what they've done since qualifiers, since we have a little bit of an establishment of what this meta could look like. So I think all of those certainly good options here as we walk into this one, Sonny.
It is going to be an option here. Terry, of course, putting him on a tank again is going to be a great idea. Shade, you mentioned it. He's been put in tier C from so many pro players from so many different regions, and in EA, he just really seems to strive, especially in the hands of Shitatampo. Let's see if Terry can do just as well on him, if he's even going to get picked up here. Pit stop, again, we've seen it before. We also saw Draco, Frank, and Nita. And Zeta Division ran away with that comp. They completely demolished CR in a 2-0.
Shade in the band stage, Edgar in a band stage, Miko in a band stage. The Cordelius is actually a sneaky good shout. He's been used on defense a lot, so that might have been a removal trying to get something really aggressive for them. So I think removing that actually makes a lot of sense, but you can kind of tell who has the first overall pick here, Trap, based on that band stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be a berry as well, which is going to have some good long-lasting burn down damage on safe, but also compare with so many brawlers to just set them up for greatness. Like, just the amount of heals you can provide when they're running towards the safe, the amount of damage you can get on the safe as well. Very good brawler for this map. And Rival Esports have set themselves up very well with that one. Reject are going to be up next, though. And you can still see there's so many tanks left on the table. Like, no tanks were really taken out thanks to the ban stage. More kind of like assassins, obviously Shade as well. I'm not even sure what Shade's classed as these days, but it's going to be a loop. maybe they're accounting for some tanks coming in for the side of Reject.
I think we see the Barry have to be on the lookout for it, right? Although Lu is, I will add, not necessarily the best for Heist itself. We see it as a defensive kind of brawler sometimes, but it's not like he's going to be dishing out a ton onto the Heist safe. So they're going to have to find a way to either completely control the entire time or use other brawlers. And Draco is exactly where they're going with that. I think pairing Lu pick, if you're going to go Draco, makes a little bit of sense because Draco obviously has the indestructible gadget. He can stay invincible there for a few seconds. So to respond to that, a freeze is often used because even if you're indestructible, you can still be frozen. So makes sense why they would want to pair those two together to not give rival esports that option. Spike, an interesting one. This is kind of one of the only maps I've really seen Spike recently at a professional level. So interesting to see the little guy come back here.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem a little bit weird. It's been a very long time since I've seen Spike. He's kind of just like average across the board, isn't he, really? Reject, I wouldn't mind a thrower or something here, really. Barley, Diner, something to be able to, yeah, there you go, the Barley comes in, to be able to deal with the Berry and also across the board deal with a decent amount of them. Obviously, you kind of got to avoid Terry, but you can do very well against the Spike and Barley as this, Spike and Berry, sorry, as the Barley.
Really interesting one for sure. I think Thrower a great shout to match not only Barry, but also to counter out the Spike pretty well. You got to watch out for Buzz, but they do have a way to deal with that in Lu. I think a fairly even draft, right? And I think like you mentioned too, Spike a fan favorite at home. Unfortunately though, is not necessarily the best at a professional level. Maybe something's changed here. Like I said, this is kind of one of the only maps that I've really seen him scrimmed or even practice in. Hasn't gotten a lot of love recently, but we'll see if he makes a difference here. It's going to be Reject versus Rival Esports. 1-1 overall. This match important. Trying to make another Grand Finals appearance for Reject, and Rival trying to make up all the points they missed out on last month.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to make any moves up this map, but the Barley versus Berry matchup is kind of just a bit of a 50-50 at the moment. Mameshi is getting pushed back. Forced to use some heals for himself and does fall low as well. Right-hand side, we see Melty and Batterman making some good moves, but Terry puts a stop to that and gets rid of the Lu.
That was a nice grapple from Buzz. Long distance, peaked just at the right moment and got the attachment there. Now he's breaking away to the other side, and I think he's hunting down this Barley on the left-hand end. It's an easy counter matchup. Buzz doing a great job so far fragging out, but despite all of his efforts, it's the top side that's getting the damage. Terry hasn't been able to make it across the sidelines. Mameshi and his teammate couldn't win the 2v1, and therefore over 50% damage done.
I mean, Melty's just wiped 50% off the safe alone, and Mameshi's not going to last any longer. They've only got 5%. It's going to trickle down a little bit longer thanks to those Berry shots, but Melty moving up quite swiftly now. Terry just going to go forwards, beelining towards the safe and towards the Barley as well. Icy picks up a kill over there up top. And Batterman unable to guarantee this kill on Terry. Hypercharge has been popped and might want to go for Icy. Double stun in the middle though. Great decision from him. And the super coming out from Barley as well with the Hypercharge, pushing Terry back and allowing a little bit of a path towards the safe. Great grapple from Terry, but he should go down and they should be able to add some more damage.
He goes down, and now Melty pops a gadget. He's holding on for dear life. Oh my goodness, that would have been unbelievable if he survived that. A few extra taps coming in right-hand side from Batman. I think this is a wise gadget choice because now they get an easy lineup of this Lu Ice Rink. We've seen Herbal Tonic a ton with Barley, but right now into the matchups we see on the map, I think it just makes too much sense.
Yeah, Mameshi trying to get the job done. Hypercharge available, might want to use it for himself here. Put on the rink and gets taken down. Barley super onto the safe, might make a few connections with Terry there as well. But I see push back, and only 30 seconds to make the difference. It's just not going to happen because Barley's going to finish this one off, and Reject move ahead.
Advantage Reject. Game number one, pretty convincing, I would say. I think, honestly, the Spike kind of underwhelmed me a little bit. Obviously, still set left to be played. Lots of adjustments could be made, but I think it had a kind of tough time there, to be honest with you. It wasn't the most impressive showing.
Yeah, the Spike really didn't do too much. And the same with Buzz, right? Like, it was getting kills. Yeah, you know, get your kills, whatever. But what are you doing for the actual objective of the mode? Not really that much. I feel like it was mainly Berry who was getting good damage down. But even that, not too much. This time, much better though, as they're getting some good damage. But Terry joining the party a little late, and a very odd super there from Batterman, not able to get anything on it. He's missing shots. Terry might be able to pull something off here. Gets the stun, and I don't know how that's happened.
Oh, kind of butchered that one a little bit. I'm with you. I think he was just trying to drop it on the safe so that Buzz can walk, but they also didn't focus Buzz at all, so Buzz lived, he's still living, and now made it much more of a base race. Look at Terry go. Another connection there. He's got a hypercharge already, and Shu's going to be in trouble. Dropping the slow. Connects with Melty. Melty can't even drop a gadget. Unlimited stuns coming out of Terry, cycling his way across the map, and Rival Esports cleans up the rest. What a game there, and a comeback from the Rival Esports side.
Yeah, I mean, what a turnaround from game one that was. complete dominance coming in from Rival Esports. Much better from them. And I mean, all they needed to do was just leave people and go for a base race. It worked, so I'm sure they'll probably want to try that again, but Reject should have a bit of an answer to it this time, or at least play against it a bit better. And it all stemmed from just Terry staying alive when he shouldn't have.
Another swapping of lanes. This time it's going to be IC on the right-hand side, laning against Draco. We've got Buzz on the Lu now. Shu rotating to mid. Meshi charging that super off the heals, off the damage. It's going to make things a little bit easier. The quicker they can get that, the more they can give their teammates a little bit of a walkway with all the puddles of ice cream. And now Terry's lurking. All three enemy brawlers on this bottom side. They're forced to play defense. There's the first one that falls. Terry looking for one. Shu goes down. It's Batman playing defense with Barry lobbing up some extra shots. They don't get the kill though either. It's off to the races here. Mameshi, Terry lining up shots, but it's back and forth for each end, but it's certainly Rival Esports taking advantage so far.
Some really odd choices from Batman. Just seems like he's supering the wrong people. Another kill could have been down there onto the Buzz, but chose to go for the berry yet again. A hypercharge through, not going to get those final shots onto the safe, but with 11% left and them in this position, I find it hard to believe that Reject are going to come back from this one.
Only 11% left. One Terry hypercharge. One lobbing of shots over the map, and that's exactly what Mameshi is going to do. Isolates them, gets the extra tags, and makes it look way too easy. Great offense coming out of Terry there in games number 2 and 3, and allows Rival to make a little bit of a comeback here.
Great offense, yeah, but terrible defense. That's what I'm going to say. Like, as well as he played, the defense was not on point whatsoever. Lou's got to be getting these kills quicker on the Buzz, got to be dealing with it. I know Berry's hard to kill, but, you know, they're focusing 2 people when they should just be getting the person who's dealing damage on safe the most down.
Yeah, you really need to focus your defense on the player that does the most damage. Usually, I at first thought that the Barley would win over the Berry, but yeah, Spike and the Boss just did so much damage and it didn't really matter what the thrower did. We even see here, Barley actually, the MVP here, did the most amount of damage, but it just still wasn't enough, Kenny. I think you even called it that, yeah, the Rival just had to make it a base race, and that's how they won.
I think swapping up the lanes a little bit helped too. I feel like in that first game, they couldn't really get Spike going. I feel like Barley was a lot of the times laning him, getting the easy kills, because Spike's not traditionally going to do well into throwers. It's hard to get his shots around those walls, especially when you don't have something like a curveball on your side. It can be a little trickier too. I think once they got that Spike to the other end, Buzz could apply the pressure. Honestly, the mechanics coming out of Buzz, really solid. We saw these hyper charges coming out of Terry, the long grapples across the map. I think Buzz was certainly a star player for me in that set.
I mean, I think so too. He did play it very well, but as I said, defense needed to be better. Barley did a good enough job, dealt with the Spike well, dealt with the Berry well when he was in that matchup, but as Sonny said, it really wasn't to do with the throwers. The throwers were kind of a bit obsolete in that matchup. It was just kind of down to the rest of the players.
3 sets done, and we have a clear leader so far. Rival Esports claimed their lead back. They were 1-0 up, and now they're 2-1 up, making that next set potentially already the last one. We're heading to Goldarm Gulch, a map that we have seen before already. We've seen some Squeak, some RT, Gray again, and effort results made that comp work out. One against Navi's Daryl Eve comp. So we're gonna see how those teams decide to pick here. I certainly feel like having either the Angela or the Eve is gonna help here, since you have those water tanks on the map.
I think it makes a lot of sense to look towards Angelo and Eve as well. Just having the additional space to move around the map can honestly make a big difference. And Gray's somebody I'm going to be continuing to look at here in this monthly finals. No Hank, no Ollie, no Barry. That'd be a pretty nasty comp. Makes sense to get rid of that one. And Jean, Lou, an interesting one. And Juju in the band stages too.
It does seem like the bans are pretty solid overall. Juju obviously has the range from the grass, works very well. Daryl, as you mentioned, could be a possibility. I can't say I liked it at all. It didn't do too well. But I think it was Ark who mentioned every single time there was Melody on one side, there was a Daryl on the other. Kit gonna come in, and now Daryl's starting to look a bit more likely.
for one of the two teams, right? Either they're stripping the left-hand side away from the Daryl, or they're probably looking to grab it. Kit's still a part of the meta. I don't think he's been nearly as big of a factor as we saw last month. I just think there's too many good options right now, so Kit's kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit. But in Knockout, it still makes a lot of sense. They're kind of locking themselves into a Kit strategy, but even last month, especially in East Asia, we saw this brawler picked up 8 times, only won 25%, which is definitely a poor showing. So we'll see if this month number 2 changes things up. It's a good call out from you, and we knew it was probably inevitable, right? Either they don't want a Kit Daryl combo to face off against, or they have to steal it for themselves. So now they're gonna be able to sit back, relax. Even without Kit, Daryl can still be relevant, I think. You know, he does have the ability for tank trade to charge up his super passively. I think it can still work out pretty well, and grabbing a Mr. P is not a bad consolation prize, I might add.
I mean, we've seen that it can work. Like, it did fine in a few of the matches, or a few of the rounds, I should say, when I believe it was Navi who picked it up. It worked. It was fine, nothing special, but you've got to take it away from the Kit. And I don't know if they're going to choose something else, Buster, something like that they can also aggress on with this Kit. Similar kind of mentality and gameplay with it. Or if they're just going to completely pivot away and now just try to counter out the Daryl. They're going to go with the Melody, something a bit aggressive, can be good against the Mr. P if caught off guard. But if there's porters coming in, definitely makes her a bit more difficult to play.
Melody and Kit certainly has potential. I mean, a little dash plus heals could be pretty filthy. And like you mentioned, if we get those musical notes up close to Mr. P, when you're a little more personal in his space, you can definitely get a takedown a little bit easier. Mr. P likes his distance. He's very, very much likes to have those longer range shots, have the porters by his side. But I think a Kit plus a Melody might be a good solution to kind of taking that guy out.
Piper rolling on in as well. Obviously, it's one of those brawlers that kind of just plays in that pocket and just shoots across constantly. Don't really want to take her into the grass because that can be a big risk, especially against, you know, even a Mr. P, against a Daryl, those kind of brawlers who she's going to be pretty useless against at close range. So it's a fine pick, but you've got to be very, very cautious with Piper, and late game, it's going to be an issue.
Curious to see how it does, because obviously in the Daryl, it's going to take a lot of shots to bring that down for Piper. Mr. P has the porters, and they're going to be going with Buzz. Look, I was really impressed with Terry on the Buzz just one set ago. This would be a whole nother level of performance to me. Now they're double tanking, no support. The Buzz can definitely work if you grapple onto any of those 3 brawlers. But I think it's a little bit trickier to make Buzz work on this map and mode especially. So we'll see if Terry is just a cut above the rest, because I would certainly be impressed if this worked out.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to see if it does. I want to say I want to doubt it, but if I say that, I know it's just going to walk over Reject and win, because that's just how it goes, apparently.
We should be open-minded.
Yeah, I feel like
they're
going to have to start very aggressive and just go for it, or when supers get built up, walls get broken, they're going to have some problems.
Definitely interesting, a unique draft, and just one of those that always excites me. Ready to be proven wrong. I don't doubt the Buzz, like you said, but it's one of those things that I haven't necessarily seen all the time, so I don't know how it's going to fare. Shu already has a super built up, though. Either attach to one of his teammates, heal them up passively, and become a pseudo thrower, or a lot of times, pro players aren't afraid. If they get an isolation situation, see if they see Meshi on that side, the squishiest of the enemy brawlers, they'll look for those free tags. So either way, they can try and take advantage of Kit here.
Yeah, tried to have one of those little porters coming from the bottom side. It was quickly dealt with by Shu, who does have his super now and might be able to single someone out, but if he goes aggressive in this portion of the game, he jumps in, he gets killed in about a second by a Daryl or a Buzz who's just going to be waiting there for him, so chooses to jump on his teammate's back and try play it that way, and Gas starts to come in, forcing them into a tough position now. Needs starting these shots, Icy, super used, and is going to go down. Nice stuff coming in, and those revolving notes are just decimating everybody on Rival Esports side, and that was even fairly late game, and it didn't work.
I think that early super from Kit kind of made the difference. It was just a game of being passive at that point. You know, I talked about players being all team cardio earlier. Terry quite the opposite, or excuse me, IC quite the opposite. Daryl just kind of sat there and obviously can charge up that super without moving. So he's just going to hide behind these walls, wait around. But it's a full house for Reject. Every single super available to them, and they're the ones with the advantage in the rounds. They don't have a lot built up on the other end yet. They're still kind of waiting for that. So IC needs to get a super if they want any chance at this. And now it's going to be everybody that's just ultimately going to ult drop here towards this fog closing in.
Well, Porter's just non-stop now rolling in. Batman has the hypercharge and the super is dangerous, but we see stuff on the other side as well. Mr. P Porters non-stop. They are being dealt with quite quickly. And technically Piper could go and shoot that Porters, but choosing to just play it out, wait, because these notes revolving around Batman will deal with it quite quickly, and Icy looking for the opportune moment to strike.
Fog's gonna start closing in, Shoot getting into action. Icy rolling out. All the damage gonna start unfolding here. It's a stun. They hyper focus that top right hand side, and Melty left all alone. Gonna take some insane footwork to dodge all this and the Fog. It was close, but 8,000 HP for Daryl will certainly be enough. Love the focus there. Rival Esports had to have had good comms there because they were all fixated on that kit combo. And that's exactly what they needed. They had to bring that down first because once the Piper, the single shot brawler, is down by herself, it's gonna be really hard to bring down two tanks in Daryl and Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, they got two, so well done to Melty for that, but they just kind of waited for Batman's dashes to run out and then just pounced on him. Icy only used one of his rolls to ensure that he still had that in the pocket. And another one of these Porters coming out by the gadget. Every few seconds now they'll just refresh and another one will be heading in, but they're not the ones you're going to be scared of. They need to prevent him from getting this super.
Icy already has it charged up, and Terry just waiting around. Memeshi gonna cycle in those gadgets, just waste the shots of the enemies. And again, I think we're just gonna have to anticipate this being a late game stage fight. I know that's definitely what Rival want, but I think Reject made it work in round number 1, so it's gonna be a clash of both these strategies here. Melty has a hyper charge as well, and I'm sure Batman would love to charge up a little bit here. He's gonna need a few more taps if they want to be able to cycle that super.
Oh, Terry gets right on top of him. This does go down, though, and Batman gets out of range. Now Kit's just going to be heading straight for the Mr. P, but they're not going to get a great jump from him there. But he auto-aims the turret. Almost went very wrong. Could have shot along the side, but the turret tanked a little bit and eventually managed to get it, but definitely could have gone the other way.
I actually think that was a lot closer, like you said. I'm guessing that was an auto aim as well, because basically the Piper just had to line up one good shot, and that was it. It was a simple shot too. Kit was stunned, but I think that's probably just in the panic of the moment. And honestly, it all worked out. It's all good, but my brain was thinking the same as you. I got real scared there for a moment. Terry just diving in here instantly, and it does not pay off whatsoever. He falls immediately. Now they're getting passive heals from a Kit super, and they're able to dash away. Disaster spilling for Rival Esports.
Yeah, it's a tough start. I mean, we didn't really catch the right at the start. I'm guessing they both just went left, and Buzz tried to catch someone out and got caught out himself. A little bit unfortunate here for Rival, who were in a very good position coming into this set and not looking bad in the past game either. But now, seems to be getting away from them.
3v2 is devastating in Knockout. I mean, especially at pro level, it's really hard to make up for that, but the Porters are essentially going to be their third brawler on the map. Another dive in from Kit. They dodge the Daryl roll. Daryl will go in for the second, and a simple slide away will keep them up a little bit longer. Now they're focusing the squishy Memeshi, and it's just alone Daryl left. He does have a roll available, does have a hypercharge. He knows better. A lot of times in the pro scene, you're going to see them walk away in the fog the second they know that they don't have it won, because they don't want to give up any more charge to the other team. It's not them throwing the white flag necessarily. It's just the smart, intelligent play, and that's all they have to go with for now.
Oh, roll comes in, dash away. Shu misses the jump onto his teammate, but Batman doing so much, and all the rest of his team surviving as well. Melty looking for the killing blow, and Batman trying to keep them low. But nothing yet. It's a 3v2, and Terry and Icy not out of this, as they're the two big heavy hitters on the Rival squad.
And they've got mid control. But Shu there to assist. Batman on the melody, marching forward. Terry looking to cycle it out, not enough. The musical notes plus the heals are just too overwhelming, and now Icy doesn't have a chance. The walls are gonna go down. Batman rushes forward, and Melty gets the following blow. Reject have tied things up, and we will once again have a set 5 today.
Yeah, I mean, that's twice now that they tried to just catch them out by going down one of the sides and ended up getting caught out themselves. Not really the best there from Rival, but Reject definitely played it very well, and a great draft from them as well. I have to doubt the Rival draft a little bit. Double tank, never really, well, I have seen it, but never really seen it succeed too much on this map at least. So it's something that was worth trying, but just didn't pay off in the end, Sonny.
It really didn't, even though I thought it would. I really like that Daryl pick. I want to touch up quickly on something you mentioned during the draft and during the matches, Kenny. Daryl is so good on this map because there's no need for him to run around. He doesn't have the tank trait to collect his ult through getting shot at. His trait allows his super and hypercharge to charge automatically over time. So when I saw this pick, I thought, okay, that Daryl is going to pop off and it's going to work out somehow. It didn't. Melody on the other side, a That's also something you mentioned, Kenny. Whenever there's a Daryl on one side, there's going to be a Melody on the other side. And that Melody made use of those two tanks, charged her super with that, and then just wreaked havoc.
I think that's a good call from you. I believe I did call a tank trade earlier. I just more meant that he gets his super passively, right? He literally just sat in the bush. He was the opposite of all team cardio. He was all team sit on the bench and then wait till the very end. Exactly. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. I think it was a creative draft. It's different, but the Buzz pick, like I said, really tough to make work. We saw what Terry could do in the set prior. Very solid player. I just think on a map like this and a mode like this into a Kit Melody combo, really just difficult one to win. It has a high ceiling, but the floor is definitely lower too alongside that.
Just so difficult for them, really is. Like, they can't really engage at all at mid-range without it being Mr. P, and if Mr. P steps out, he's going to get punished quite quickly as well. So, a little unfortunate here for Rival Esports. Did seem like they were coming into this one as the favourites to just finish it out in 4 and win 3-1. But in the end, it just didn't seem to be going that way, and it doesn't seem to be going that way anymore. Rival Esports have got to iron out this draft for set 5, otherwise they could be being knocked out in the semis.
You said it. We're going to set 5 again, just like in the previous quarterfinal match, Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. This Reject versus Rival series also goes all the way. So guys, I hope you have planned in some time for today for that, because I feel like every single match that we're still going to be watching today is going to go to set 5.
Wow, that's a big statement. I think this
call
next
it now.
one, I respect it. I mean, we did have some, not snooze fests, if you will, but certainly some of these more recent matches have been more exciting. Never upset with a good set 5. I know Trav was begging for one. Had to sit out, unfortunately, on the sidelines for the Zeta match, but now we get to make up for it a little bit, buddy. We're smooth sailing here. This should be a fun one to finish off on as well.
I get to see if this goes Reject's way or Rivals, both of them so desperately needing points, especially Rival at this, because they haven't been off to the best of starts in 2025. They didn't even qualify to the first month, but doing a lot better this time, and Byron going to be the first selection from Terry. Clancy, Lou, and B-Bands coming out of them, and even just looking at the bench, you could tell who had that first pick. We've got the Hank, Lou, and Poco over the other side, and no one wants to be playing against Hank, especially when the mid is as open as this is.
We had Navi on this map picking up a Byron as well, together with the Melody and the Mr. P, and I see all 3 of those bowlers will technically still be open to pick. Melody is now going to be picked up by Reject. Kenny, I feel like that's a wise choice. You don't want to have a Byron Melody against you.
Mechanical Wizards in this region and equipping yourself with a Melody, I think, are a really good choice. It's a frustrating brawler to deal with. I think it's a slept-on brawler in the game at a casual level. Somebody like myself, for example, not necessarily to bring out the ceiling that Melody has. I think it's such a high skill expression brawler. Now they're pairing this with the most pesky, frustrating one arguably in the game right now. Having Porter cycling into a single-shot brawler like Byron could be really lethal.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I always like a Mr. P. As I said, it's my go-to. It's my go-to in ranks, just because of how easy it is and how bad I am. So, Daryl and Ollie roll in after that. The tanks are just flying in the East Asia region. I'm sure they will across both of the weekends as well for the rest of the monthly finals. But along with the Byron and the heals, so much is going to be happening. Mr. P is desperately going to need these porters because just his damage and his impact on the game is not going to be able to deal too much against this Rival Esports comp.
Rival Esports immediately doubled down. Without hesitation, they go Daryl, Ollie, and now they've got the extra assist coming in from Byron, who's going to be able to heal them up. Those porters, definitely not going to be as effective as they have been in the past. That's kind of the brawler that I expected them to pick. Surge is going to have to really pop off here. Melody really going to have to pop it as well. Melody is not going to be able to easily dive in and grab kills on either of these guys. They just have so many health points. Now they have a Byron assisting them. And like I said, the Mr. P porters don't look nearly as valuable. I think this is going to put a lot of pressure on Surge. He's really going to have to be the one that does his job. Typically going to be able to counter these brawlers, able to hop over, say, an Ollie dash or a Daryl roll. But there's 2 of those brawlers on the other end, and your other 2 teammates aren't that great into this enemy composition, I would say. I think it's going to take some serious good play out of Reject to win this one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Rival Esports have got a good comp to come in and win this one. I will say they can keep this constant aggression up. We'll see if that's the case, or if Reject, when they get these porters, when they get the hypercharges, they should with this against this composition with the Mr. P. For their sake, they better hope that turns it around.
Early dive in here. Terry managing to stay alive, and now he's going to get a little hypnosis on the shoe. Can't move a muscle, does stay alive, and will continue to grow this lead. Melty jumping away. Batman back in action, diving forward, looking for the finishing blow on Icy, but now Mameshi there to respond. It's a back and forth the whole way.
Yeah, just non-stop action between these two teams. Terry with the super, though, looking to try and probably grab two of them, but Batman coming up with the super here as well. In goes Terry, gets the jump forwards and should be able to hypnotize Shu, and does just that, but Batman in the back lines, decimating rival Esports and keeping this lead in Reject's hands.
Look, Mr. P hasn't been super effective yet. He's got the porters down. He's able to easily charge up those supers off the enemy tanks, but the porters definitely not as effective. It's really been Melty and a Melody show. And now a hypercharge once again, dashing together and looks for the Byron. If Byron's down, it's easier to kill these enemy brawlers, but there's Icy right back in the action again. So much movement going down on this map, but it's Reject pulling away.
Right back in the action and right back out of the action and then right back into the action again. Icy just rolling on in, back and forward, and Batman doing the exact same when he gets the super out of spawn as well. Terry going to be hypnotizing Shu here, try to drag him off the zone. Terry cycles the super again, gets taken out though, and Melty against Icy. He has the help of the ports who are doing so much. The Verta jumping kill from Melty, brilliance, but he needs to tank, and Batman springs out of spawn, and that's going to be match point to Reject coming up next.
I think that was the best play Mr. P made the entire game, to be honest with you. In that moment when it was a one-on-one and Surge desperately needed a kill because things could have gotten out of hand quickly if they let that one go. Two porters and one Surge. And it's basically three brawlers. As a tank, you can't focus all of that. So early on, I don't think it's going to be nearly as effective. But those are the little moments where Mr. P's pretty much got wrecked that entire game, to be honest with you. Walked over the whole time. But it's those little things, even at his worst, he's still contributing with an extra, essentially, two brawlers on the map. Really well played from Reject. And now extending this lead once again. Icy survives, but now Shu laying down the line. Some good taps there. Melty still looking for this tier 1, but plenty of time and a very easy one to charge up against a Daryl and Nolly.
A hype charge already, fair enough. Batman back into the action once more. Terry should be falling down because of it, but Icy going to come in and help, and Batman's just decimating the Melty helping out as well. But as you said, what's Mr. P doing? Not a lot at all, but he's here, he's present, and he's helping with the porters.
He's a man for the porters, and it's working. Climbing to 60% though. Terry once again doing what he's done this entire set, getting an easy wipe onto Shu. The gadget and super combo. So terrifying to deal with, and as good of a brawler as all he is, this Reject combination is finding good ways to deal with him. Icy popping a hypercharge, diving in, out, Melty, jumping, dunks on the enemy side, and Batman buries him as well. It's going to be Reject running away with it here.
Terry back again, and Icy going to join him in there as well. Great jump from him, double hypnotize. He gets great kill. Shu's going to go down. Terry's so low though, and Melty wants to make the play on his own. Great roll by Icy though. Melty's still going, and Batman, how is Melty still alive? Reject brilliance. They get the kills, and that's going to be the game. They're going all the way to the finals, and rival Esports will sadly be knocked out.
What a showing there. On paper again, you never know what you're going to get. Mr. P got a little bit of value there, but honestly, Melody and Surge popping off in that set. At times, it really felt like a 2v3. I mean, honestly, Sonny, my brain is scrambled. There was so much mobility between both those teams. Probably one of the higher ones I've seen in any match I've ever watched.
I mean, I called it. We saw a pretty similar comp played out by Navi before as well. They had Byron instead of the Surge in their comp, and it worked out perfectly. The Surge was a phenomenal addition to that Batman and that melody as well. Just an absolute menace. I still have to point out Memeshi though as well. I only saw this guy miss like 3 or 4 shots. It's not easy to consistently heal with Byron, and he just doesn't miss any.
609 DPS, 13 for Melody, 11 and 485. Look, she only had 2 kills. He was a contributor, though. Still 368 DPS. Every one of these guys on the left-hand end had more DPS than the right-hand side. The kills piling up as well. I think that's something we're just going to have to get used to, seeing these insanely high stats because of how tanky this meta has been. I mean, we've seen double tank, triple tank here today, Trav. So definitely a change-up, something the viewers at home are going to get used to. But it's safe to say, that was a super entertaining set.
I'm just surprised we don't see Melody banned out more often. Maybe Reject, they make it now to the finals. They have learned their lesson. Always ban her out if you can't get your hands on her yourself. It definitely worked for her. Trev, any highlights from the last 5 maps? Do you feel like we're gonna see some of the brawlers again? Some of the players that in particular stood out to you?
I mean, my mind's just blown by that last set, to be honest with you. I don't know how me and Kenny were keeping up with it, to be honest with you, because it was just non-stop people dashing from spawn. But, you know, Reject have got a tough road ahead of them. It's going to be very, very difficult, so it's hard to point out what player's really going to shine. But in that one, I think Batterman was probably my MVP, just because of him constantly doing so much on that melody. So I think he's one to watch out for in the grand finals, but no matter who comes through the lower bracket semi, it's going to be a very, very hard-fought battle for Reject.
As we take a little glimpse at the bracket here again, we see that we're almost done. We're done with 5 out of the 7 matches we have for you today, but there's still 2 bangers coming up now. It was a close 4th quarterfinal, a close 1st semi-final, and now Navi versus Zeta Division. Kenny, I believe we're gonna go to set 5 again.
I'm not willing to make that call. I'm going with Zeta Division for sure. I feel pretty strongly about that. Look, we've had a hot streak of 3-2s. I hope y'all get another one while I'm on the sidelines. I'll certainly be watching. This one feels like a 3-1 to me, Zeta Division, though.
We're gonna head into a very, very quick break. Be ready, though, for another 2 banger matchups. Up next, we just saw it in the bracket as well, is gonna be Navi versus Zeta Division. Matches later, 1 match later, and we have Ark back. Ark had a pretty long break. This was a 3-2. Did you enjoy your break? Did you watch the match? Any thoughts?
I did watch the match. I did enjoy my break. To be honest, you know, I had a tough time in the background sort of deciding on that prediction, because that was for me the biggest 50-50 of the day, actually. I thought that we were going to see a bit more of a convincing win by CR over the Zeta. That wasn't the case. Zeta thoroughly deserve to be in the place that they are in now, up against Navi. Not going to be an easy task whatsoever, especially if you look back to last month and how that went down. But I think that they really deserve to make the semi-finals. And for their sake, I hope they go all the way today, because at the number 4 spot on the leaderboard, they could use the points.
So you thought that this would go all the way to the 5th set. What are your thoughts on Navi versus Zeta?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think that, you know, Navi have got a lot to prove. There's no doubt about that. You know, going back to last month, they lost to Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals. So they've got a lot still to prove to themselves. I think when you look in terms of the qualifying stages, though, we did see a run in between Navi and Zeta Division in the, you know, upper brackets final round of February. So, and that was a very, very close scoreline. That was a double match point. It went in favor of Navi, but it was so close. And I feel like that is, you know, something that's going to be on the minds of both of these 2 teams.
We're going to listen in with Ajapi real quick. He had to say something about their loss from last month against Crazy Raccoon.
はい、ゼータが来てもクレイジーラクーンが来ても、2チーム、それぞれ、ゼータだったら、タンクだったりだとか、そういう機動力高めの、編成が得意だったりだとか、あとはクレイジーラクーンだったら長射程メインの、編成っていうのが得意なんで、そこをしっかりと、対処できるように、バンキャラだったりドラフトをしっかりとしていきたいなというふうに思います。
So Choppy is ready to just counter-pick their opponents. Let's see if that's going to work out in the upcoming series. Now, Trev, we want to talk a bit more about Kuro and Ryohei. We certainly talked about Ryohei before, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Ryohei and Kuro have been around for a serious amount of time, and Kuro is a massive, massive player in the scene. He's, as it says, the Brawl Stars World Champion with Zeta Division 2022, and that was a very tough year to be coming out on top as well. And obviously qualifying to the LCQ last year as well, not last year, the year before last, with Chasmat Gaming EA as well. But come together with Ryohei, played together as Nidog with Ghost T in 2024, and second place and top 4 in June and July. So they were there, they were about the scene in 2024, but it was nowhere near as successful as a guy with a world championship should be.
Yeah, I feel like that's always going to be a helping hand, isn't it, to have someone who's seen that kind of level of experience. But like I say, in terms of, the LCQ, that's where things haven't been very fruitful for the members of Navi. And that's going to be on their minds. You've got to think about where you're at presently rather than what was things like back in the past. We've had many a champion in the past that have not really ever stuck the test of time. So the meta's changing, the game's evolving, everything's getting more and more complicated. You've got to keep up with that race.
Choppy, Kuro and Ryohei make up the roster that is on one side of this, in one corner of this match. On the other side, we have 3 very strong brawlers as well. Trev?
Yeah,
It's Zeta Division.
Yeah, Zeta Division are crazy. I mean, we came into this and it was very much a 50-50 for that quarterfinal number 4 against Crazy Raccoon, and last month it didn't go their way, and this month it did. Luckily for them, or they'd have been completely out of the race for Brawl Cup and in a very poor position overall as well. So for their sake, it's good that it went this way. Extremely talented players. If you can take down Crazy Raccoon, you've got something about you. So I think Navi are in a bit of trouble when it comes into this one.
We heard from Levi before. We'll hear from him again now. Thoughts on their performance from last month.
先月準決勝で負けたのは、最初の月っていうのもあって、自分たちの本番どのように立ち回るかがあやふやなところがあったんで、それが原因だったかなと思います。
So Levi feels like they still have some things to polish. Choppy, on the other hand, is just trying to outdraft their opponents. Let's see who is going to do better in their task here. It's time for Payback Arc. Zeta Division, so far, didn't look like they can actually beat Navi.
Well, this was going back to the February qualifiers. This is where we went to the 5th final set, and you can see there as well that, it was actually really, for me, that, it was a bit confusing with the colours there, but, it was Zeta that got the first 2 sets. So they were actually kind of reverse swept in the sense, not necessarily the full reverse sweep, but it went to a double match point, and that was the loss that then meant that Zeta Division had to go for the lower bracket. They did do that successfully. They beat Go Next to a 3-0 scoreline, and then, in the monthly finals was where they met Reject in those semi-finals, and that's where they faltered. And think about things in that context today. They're going to want to make the grand finals to give that team the rematch. They want to get their own back over Reject, and what better place to do it in the grand finals? They've got to get there first. And Navi were playing fantastic today. So, it's going to be on their minds about their qualifiers. But I would say that today we've seen a far better Zeta Division than we saw last month. So if that qualifier was anything to go by last month, and they've had that growth between then and now, this should be theirs for the taking, in my opinion.
Both Navi and Zeta have been in the semi-finals last month already, so they had their chance to make it into the grand finals. They didn't then. Maybe one of them will for sure make it today. And that also means that they haven't faced against each other since the February monthly qualifiers. Those were the stats from that we just looked at. So apart from scrims, we don't really know anything about those 2 teams, about their results. Shooting Star is going to be our first map though, and I think Choppy mentioned that he believes Zeta Division likes to play really aggressive. Now, usually on Shooting Star we see a lot of long-range brawlers. Trev, you feel like we're going to see another Max comp? Melody maybe?
It's a definite possibility, and I think regardless of who's playing Shooting Star these days, there's usually an aggressor and there's usually one who plays a bit more defensive, and we saw the same on Hideout as well. One team who's always kind of stuck back in the spawn and one team who's pushed up against them. And it wouldn't surprise me if either team do, to be fair. Like, Navi might want to take the aggressive brawlers and take it to Zeta Division. Try beat them at their own game, and I don't think that's a bad idea for them to do either. But yeah, I certainly think that Zeta Division are so mechanically skilled that they can really do what they want. And if what they want to is aggression, then they'll do it.
Zeta Division also winning the bet here. You guys at home voted 52% for Zeta Division, 48 to Navi. I feel like I might keep right here that this is going all the way, since this is really a 50-50. We're heading into the draft now. Jean, Underl, and Piper banned out from the side of Zeta Division. Navi has the first pick. They're still banning out a lot of long range, plus Mr. P. I would have left him open and picked him up first, Arc.
It's a possibility. I mean, for sure, there's certain brawlers that can overrun Mr. P, but we've seen already today just how difficult it is once you've got the hypercharged turret. And, you know, just trying to deprive away from that is the key, but ultimately it can't be avoided all the time. Great first pick, definitely going to be a good deterrent of some throwers on the side of Zeta Division if they were feeling that way inclined. It's a great bet for Juju. They may still go for Juju in the mid, but for Sprout as well. Gray is really that kind of brawler which can just eradicate you so quickly, and in Bounty, those kills are going to stack and matter. RT is a safe pick, still available here for sure. The Gene Band is a solid one on the side of Zeta Division, and the Angelo. Bell first pick, again, a brawler that I've never really minded. I really like Bell. I just feel like it's not necessarily the flashiest or strongest of first pick brawlers for me. But nonetheless, you know, it's got a good rate of fire, which I think is quite good. And the nest eggs now as well, with the gadget reset, with that cooldown, you can lay a lot more than you really ever used to. So I quite like it for that reason, to really mark your territory and stay grounded in that regard. But certainly Max is open here as well. Byron going to be there for the heals for Zeta, but I think some aggressors have yet to show their faces.
Yeah, I mean, I like Bell. I always have. It's, as you say, it's not like the best sharpshooter, but it's always there. It's good. It's fine. Byron, a healer and a sharpshooter kind of all in one combined, so they might pair with that something a bit more aggressive. He said Max still yet to come, could be taken by Navi here, as they do have that Grey along with it as well, so not a bad pairing. But Zeta Division, obviously having the last pick, leave themselves up a good possibility of countering what Navi bring to the table. They're going to take the Mandy. Has become very, very good recently. The hypercharge, pretty disgusting. Does a lot of damage up close, but you know, you're usually using it when you're kind of miles back and want to try snipe all three lanes.
Yeah, Mandy now is in a great spot, honestly. I'm still waiting for that hypercharge moment on a cast. I really am with that cycle and just a complete team wipe. Certainly a knockout. I want to see it there first, but I wouldn't grumble if it was to happen today at this stage in the competition at all. Gus going to come in for Navi. I was going to say, yeah, Melody and Gus, I was kind of wondering where Melody was at the moment in terms of things, and you can just see how swift of a pickup that was for Zeta. Surprised, in all honesty, that Navi didn't go for that, because the Mandy is certainly going to be a bit more susceptible to being stood still and requires somewhat of an aggressor to help protect her, and I'm not sure that the Grey can necessarily do that on his own, but you can see how quick Zeta were to snap it up, and I just kind of wonder, was that a mistake from Navi? Did they miss a trick there?
Yeah, there was no delaying at all, was there? It was just straight into Melody, just bang, go, we'll win. So possibly, like how dominant it's been today, you've got to worry about coming up against it, because the win rate of Melody must just be absolutely off the charts. The only thing that's really held a candle to it is Daryl today, and Daryl hasn't really been coming away with that many wins. It's won a fair few, but also lost a lot as well. So Zeta Division have definitely got a very solid, well-rounded comp here, I'd say.
Well, Zeta, this is their best Navi Finals performance to date, or if they can gain one set here, it will be. Certainly, of course, you know, getting past Crazy Raccoon, I think, was a very unlikely scenario that coming in today was on the cards for them. Not so that they couldn't do it, but simply because of Crazy Raccoon being the last month's monthly final victors. Now, against Navi, this is going to be the biggest test yet today. Let's see how they fare. Blue Star, so far, just with Tampo and going in, getting a few taps, getting some notes, and going actually superly aggressive. Can you get out of this position, some heals? You might just be able to do that, or even stay there and just continue the aggression. Crazy stuff from Tampo.
Who needs to get out when you can just stay in? It's just never ending. All super thrown out there by Ryohei, and was clocked onto by Suzuki, who does just kind of weave in and out and get out of the way of it. Stampo going very low, but good heals again from Byron, and really been on point with those today. Stampo staying alive a lot longer than he should have been in that aggressive position that he was in there, but Ryohei doing a good job of keeping this range on the lane, with Stampo just waiting for the super to go aggressive again.
Good jukes on display from Navi, not giving an inch so far to Zeta, but it's honestly Stampo that I'm worried about the most on the side of Navi, because when he goes, he really does go, and Suzuku's going to land these heals, but he's been doing so pretty well. Hypercharge now available for a Chappie, so watch out for that one coming in. But I mean, Tampo has got the ability to evade it. But these two have got to come together because the scoreline is that close.
Yeah, Byron's healing. They're going to have to go soon because the hypercharge is going to take effect. Chooses to just kind of wait very, very late. Very late there. And they may have waited way too long, and Zeta Division somehow come away with it. One more shot and it would have been over for them. But they clung on and managed to take it.
My word. Honestly, it wasn't... I mean, I was feeling the same. I felt that they were leaving it way too late. But when you look at how little HP there was left in that Grey, maybe it was only a fraction of milliseconds, really, when you think about it. Just enough between the shots. Because that was a very low level of HP that could have turned the tide there slightly. But, yeah, I feel like they could have done a bit more in those final moments. Nice walk from Kane brings Tambo back into the question for Ryohei, but not more than that as he evades his way back into spawn. Just a blue star. A nice dash in from Zeta. But again, they've got to hold this defense, and once Chappie gets his super and Kuri can get a shield, then that could spell disaster.
Yeah, good shots coming in, but what a slow that is as well. Wonderful walking Kane too. Good combination of gadgets from a Chappie and Ryohei there. Just making sure he can't escape, as he was doing in the last one. But how quickly this can turn with Stampo on the Melody is very, very dangerous, but no notes and going very aggressive with 2 of the dashes used already.
Tambo's now at the range of the heals, so he's going to be a bit cautious now. Suzuku just repositioning himself. Tambo goes right to the right-hand side corner. Ryohei's surviving on them, 181 HP. Nice taps from Suzuku there just to seal it, and that Sugar Rush not going to connect either. So that's going to be a wasted super for Ryohei. And Blue Star still with Zeta, so just the one kill separating things out. But yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity, I feel, there for Zeta.
Oh, great taps from there. Like, trips the nest egg and just gets absolutely beamed with no shots missed. Hypercharge was even used to secure that as well. And it is 6-4 with Blue Star and Zeta Division's hands, looking like they're going to be taking the set if it stays like this. But we do have that Hypercharger Chappie again ready to roll. Good slow onto the Byron here, but Splash Youth on himself to stay alive in 27 seconds. There's the Hypercharge, gets one, but it's not going to be enough just yet. They need another.
Yeah, tough thing now. The Chevy slowed so much that shot from the bell just scaving him there. And it would have been enough to advance the lead for Zeta, but as such, they are still going to win this if nothing changes. It's Navi that need the kill. Tambo going in now. The hypercharge on Sakura. The shield is huge, but Tambo survives it on. Now it's 10-6 as Zeta hold firm. Everyone stays standing despite the low HP, and the set goes the way then of Zeta.
I mean, that looked very good for Zeta. Like, they may have had a few deaths here and there, might have been fairly close to losing that first game, but I don't know if there was ever really a moment where I didn't feel that Zeta Division were in control. Stampo doing a great job of lunging in and out when he really needed to, opening up some space, getting kills, and ensuring that they get those wins. It was great play from Zeta Division. They just seemed in control.
Every time I see a Byron in the draft, I now immediately hear my alarm bells ring, honestly, that you either have to pick up Melody yourself or just really have something to counter it. Melody just ran away with those 3 kills that Zeta Tampa did so well on her. I really didn't feel like Navi could have done anything different to win this one, actually. They just needed a better draft. They didn't really have anything to account for that aggressive Zeta Tampa.
I mean, the thing is, though, they kind of did in the sense of, like, you know, if they didn't pick up the Gus and they picked up the Melody, what realistically was Zeta Division going to combine the Byron with? They kind of would have been forced a little bit to kind of play out the sharpshooter long-range affair, in my opinion, or maybe they could have gone with a tank, but it would have been a big risk, or you know, maybe something like a Max, but realistically, Byron would have been a bit out of place in that regard. This is that final moment. Honestly, look at this. That tap. I mean, he's down to just a couple of hundred HP there on Suzuku's side. It could have been the difference maker for me in that first game, but the second, like Trev says, I mean, Zeta looked very much at home. Even in that final moment, I mean, that was the only real one moment that we saw weakness in there.
We didn't see a lot of weaknesses, that's very true. Maybe in the next set though. Achapi did say that they like to outdraft their opponents. They studied them well. Let's see if they did their homework for Bridge to 4. Another very long-ranged map. It is a heist map, but probably one of the only heist maps you actually play long-range brawlers, if possible, maybe also a Melody, a Daryl. Some tanks can come in, but overall just really long-range Trev.
Yeah, it's a similar vibe, really. Like, obviously, it's a different objective, but the map is just long range. 3 pretty distinct lanes, the same as Shooting Star. And yeah, pick up a Melody, you're pretty much going to be winning it. Same with like sharpshooters down the sides. Yeah, if you get good sharpshooters, you're pretty much chilling. Sharpshooters and a Melody, you're looking good. Chuck it definitely was good, but I feel like people have just got better at playing against the Shook.
Don't pick it. Good advice.
Good shout. Good shout.
Brawl Styles,
especially with me and Archicasting. Especially with me and Archicasting.
Has been known to happen. Yeah, barely banned for Zeta. First coin toss then go the way of Navi. Yeah, we expect that. That's a must really for me. Good bans though for the Angelo and the Eve. And a first pick a Miko is an interesting thing to see at this stage of the draft. I mean, I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. It's really quite a tough one to deal with, especially on this kind of map. You've got the ability to swap lanes so, at your will, really. And with star power as well, being able to get 100% extra damage against non-brawlers with record smash, that's where Miko's going to thrive. You can't leave a Miko on the safe. It's going to be damage just trickling away, and the base race is a risky one, honestly. You got to be so careful. The truck being banned though does allow the Miko to even have a better time on that kind of base race because you're not fighting against the truck. So it's a nice idea so far.
Yeah, I mean, Amber rolling on in as well. Kind of a similar vibe to Melody. If you get towards the safe, you can, use that gadget to kind of eradicate the safe pretty quickly, and has a bit of a fight against the Melody in the same regard. But obviously with that out the way, it is one of the better choices for getting damage on the safe, and maybe even to play against that Miko as well. Jumping towards you might be able to use the gadget to get some good damage down on him, which otherwise a lot of brawlers are going to be kind of hung out to dry. So we'll see what they do choose to go, because that Miko can just jump towards the safe and get good damage. Piper, that's one of the sharpshooters we were talking about, and a very good one for a bridge too far.
It's risky still. In this kind of meta, I feel like Piper's not quite as prevalent as she once was, in my opinion. But I mean, we shall see. I've always loved it here. I play it every single time myself, and it's never a bad brawler to have. I have the option to potentially break the mid. Better maybe not to, but it depends how the game is playing itself out. Juju going to come in now. Fantastic pick there for Navi. As especially with the Angelo and the Eve ban in play, really little else that can really utilize the water on this map to their advantage. So two brawlers then for Navi, which have got the ability to swap lanes, and that could be quite crucial. At the moment, Zeta Division are going to be worried about the Piper though, because I mean the Bell and the Amber are going to struggle a little bit against it. Bell gets the shield, but I mean Amber's pretty squidgy. Berry going to come in. Those shots they've left untouched on the safe, they can really trickle down things quite fast. So I think you're going to see a bit of a race between both the Miko and the Berry in that respect. So definitely that gadget now, it's a concern, a big concern here for Navi, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, the Berry is not going to have the range to put up with the Juju when she slots in one of those sides. Can't go across the water like the Juju can. And it's going to be tough for the Berry to get up to the safe, I feel. Then again, if it does, as you say, it's going to do so much. So it's going to be a little bit of a weird matchup, this. It's not something that I'll have cast in pretty much ever, this kind of Miko versus like a Berry on the other side and Amber. It just feels odd.
I'm with you, I agree. I think the Berry's going to have a tough time, but if they get to the safe, I mean, that gadget's got 12-second cooldown, and that's 100% longer lasting damage. If left on the safe, I feel like that could trickle things down, but so far they're bunched together, and look at that. The way that Navi handled their situation was not easy. Even now, Levi all alone had to deal with this. I mean, something good mark onto the Miko. Great timing from him, and great reservation there to make sure that he landed in just the right fashion, because that's not an easy thing to do. But now, Zeta really struggling a little bit in these opening moments. Now, set left on their own safe.
Yeah, Shatampo going to get a few shots on now. Charpy burning down as well, and Amber respawning will be able to help out on the defensive side, but 20% is all that's left. But look at Berry getting so much down here, and that's going to be long-lasting damage. If Levi can win this matchup against Curry, they're going to be in a good spot. Charpy might go down, needs a pinch in, doesn't get Chris down either. Big damage coming through, but Miko jumps in, and Piper finishes it off. Navi managed to win it, but it was close.
It was really close, yeah. I mean, the time in between that shot, I mean, might have been enough realistically for the Amber and the Berry to get the job done as well. So, I mean, if the safe wasn't dealt there with that last Piper blow, I felt like there was enough time between the Miko jump that it may have gone the other way. It was really cutting it fine. But like I said, the Berry pick is going to work. It's a risk. It's going to take time to get to the safe, and towards the end, it's left a little bit too late. They're leaving the Miko now. They're going to rush this safe on the side of Zeta. Now Levi's thinking twice about it, and hesitation in heist gets the taps and does deal with the problem pretty swiftly now, all things considered. But yeah, you're going to be getting that right balance, haven't you?
Yeah, great move from Tempo. It's just a shame Suzuki didn't actually manage to get the tank there and keep him alive. Good damage coming through now, though, and Grigri in the backlines. They do have a lead, but it's not a massive amount, especially when you're against a Miko up top who can pretty much even this damage out quite quickly. Same with the Juju, but Miko being dealt with well by Zeta.
I think Newa is doing a great job against the Miko on defense. Not an easy thing to do with the Bell. He picks up the Piper now as well. Hypercharge coming in, tap nicely onto a Chap who's immediately eradicated, allowing everyone to get back on the safe. There as well, the Armageddon just shredding things down. Tampa there with the final blow. And we are all tied up now. Really great response from Zeta. Much better.
Yeah, it was really nice from Zeta Division, that one. And as you say, Levi, he's quite... The defensive players quite often left unmentioned, but he's doing so well against the Miko and against the Piper coming up as well, having his moments. Mark's very good. Just all-round great performance from him. Not to say that the attackers aren't doing well as well, but yeah, you got to mention the defender at points like that.
Because Miko is really quite difficult to land the timings of. That's the whole point, is that you try and play this bit of a game of chicken, really. So who's going to make the motions first? And so far, he's been pretty decent, all things considered. Now, and meanwhile, the Tampo there just evading a bit of time to his teammates to allow Kuru and Chappie to focus him and not the safe. Pushing back now, and super available to Slam, trying to get that Amber onto the safe again, and trying to get his gadgets to connect also. But Chappie's doing really well. These slows are quite substantial now, and especially with the help of Kuru now, the left-hand side lane is completely shut down.
Yeah, even matchup, and actually Zeta Division do take the lead now thanks to those long-lasting berry shots, and he even went down and came back up, and his shot was pretty much still there. Bell bounces coming through now, and Stampo just healing up nicely. Suzuki making the push through, but tapped so fast by the Piper as soon as he tried to make a move. Hypercharge use as well, super through from the berry, and Levi doing a good job of defense again. No damage taken once more.
Now the Hypercharge is available for Levi, and that's the thing which gave Zeta Division the win in the last game. So if he can connect that at just the right time to allow his teammates to push forwards, but Shatama needs the super really to do that. Now defense has got to be on point for Levi, which it is. Just 1% in it now, and a chance for Zeta to push through. But again, Tampo does need his super to allow that pathway.
Still not got the lead after another push from the Miko, and Stampo going forwards, Hypercharge, jump away. And what can he really do in this scenario? So many heals going to be there. Suzuki now trying to give some help, but Stampo going to try to take down this Grigri, and actually goes for a Charpy instead. And although the Bell had a chance through mid, chooses to just play this defensive game once more.
Big tap there. The homemade recipe from Kuru. And now the Hypercharge as well. Tapping Suzuki. The heals are not nearly enough, as the Tampa now is going to be banging out of position. But again, another solid defense from Levi. It's just keeping his team in the conversation now. Chappie using the lake to his advantage and that coverage, of course, to allow Ryohi to come forwards, trying to advance upon the safe. But I'm still very much the Tampo and Suzuki, as are Chappie and Kuru, trying to land everything they can into it. It's going to be cutting it so fine.
Yeah, they need the kills. Bell's going to be coming through the mid, though, as he knows he can go aggressive. Now there's the Hypercharge to come through. Damage shot as well. Great super from Shitampo with the Hypercharge as well. Gadget going to be used by Suzuki, and Miko can't get there in time. Levi just adding damage, and Zeta Division will do it in the closing seconds. Once again, what a performance from Levi. Brilliance on the defense, but great perseverance on the left-hand side to just stay alive and wait for the opportune moment from the other two.
Yeah, honestly, I did not think going into that set that the conversation was going to be so much about defense as it really was, because Levi was that pillar, an absolute pillar there for his team, and without that Miko can just go to town. I think that, considering how much the Amber and the Berry were struggling at times, I think Zeta did very well there.
It's just always so fun to watch a map like Bridge to 4 in such a mechanically adept region like East Asia, because you have lanes that force out those 1v1s, and like you mentioned, Arc Ducher especially, she was just able to use the water to her advantage. I really like the Ember as well, dishing out so much damage with her dancing flames, actually functioning the same way as the Melody ult. Was their key in the end to actually win this one, Arc?
Levi, he's got one kill less than the entirety of Navi, and he was playing defense. I mean, it just goes to show how much time he was spent just shadowing Ryohei. And that is not an easy matchup. A Bell into a Miko, it is not an easy thing to necessarily win. You've got to land those taps, and if you miss just one single shot, you know, you can get yourself flustered, you can find yourself just being out of sync, and a Miko on the safe, especially that star power, 100% more damage to non-brawler. It's really nothing to sneer at. It's a very tough thing to do. So I think that he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and time again, he came out on top.
I think it was funny how you just look at those stats and you could see the exact one-on-one, or like not the one-on-one matchups, but exactly what people were doing. Like the Miko and Berry, they both didn't have much DPS at all, and you know, they're both just focusing the safe, focusing their teammates. If you're the Berry, just constant heals, just great stuff all round from Zeta Division. There were moments in Navi, like we can't just say, oh, Levi's done brilliant defense, because it's the exact same for the Navi team as well. Their defense was very good also. It's not like Zeta Division were just walking over them on both sides of the field. That's what made it so even. Just great defense from both sides. But Zeta Division just had those defining moments where Levi would come up with a hypercharge, get a kill, open things up in the closing seconds, and that's what won them 2 of the games.
You know, Navi at least took a set, but yes, I have to agree with you both. Levi did such a phenomenal job. We also had him in an interview earlier, if you remember. He said that they need to improve on many different points, and he certainly took that to heart. He improved so much, looking so strong on that Bell. Now we're going to Bell's Rock. He could pick her again.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough game mode for me, you know, especially when you're behind. That's the problem now for Navi, and such an important draft to get right. It's going to be tough. I mean, the band's looking pretty good, but it's not an easy map and mode for me.
We're heading into the draft now. The first pick this time around has Zeta Division. Well, it would be open, as are many other long-range brawlers here, Trev. Do you feel like we're still going to see some Piper, Mendy again, phenomenal and knockout in general? Or are we sticking to aggressive plays with Melody, for example?
I mean, possibly. I think Grey is going to be the one to look out for here, though, to be honest with you. You know, walking Kane through the walls, dragging people closer. Even if you want to bring in the Grand Piano, that's totally fine with me on this map as well. Jean is going to be the first pick, though. Surprising to see that as the first. I don't hate it. Don't love it either as the first. I feel like there are better picks, but yeah, the Melody's it's a shout, but I don't know if you can really pick Melody as one of the earlier ones on a map like this, as you kind of leave yourself a bit susceptible to people just staying out of the way and not feeding that super.
Well, coin toss back over to Navi now. 2 picks up and coming. I think Gus is a safe one to have. It's nice to pick early, and then maybe if you want to leave the Melody to that third and final pick, then you got that choice as well. Ollie as well, coming out. I mean, again, with the gadget, to be able to jump over that little mid-area of wall and land down immediately with a hypnosis. It's a dangerous prospect, and the amount of HP which that brawler brings Mr. P as well. Ooh, Navi might be cooking something here. Not going to lie, the Mr. P is going to take a bit of time to get the turret, but when it does, now Zeta have got to heavily consider how quickly they can take care of these turrets and the porters with a Jean. You know, you've got to have the DPS to handle that. So does kind of eradicate a little bit more as well the idea of a Grey, because a Grey is going to struggle somewhat too. It can bring the turret out of the wall and allow it to be taken care of to some extent, but it's now a very tough comp of which they are looking into.
Yeah, tough situation for them. They're going to take the RT though, and I don't hate that. You know, if the Ollie's going to come in, it can be beaten down quite quick by a quick gadget and a super of Levi if he chooses to go that route, and if not, the Hacks is still pretty viable as well, but it's another single shot brawler to add to the mix. If a Mr. P turret coming down, it's not going to help too much, unless it's late game, and obviously RT will do quite a lot of work. But we'll see what their last pick is going to have to be. It's going to be pretty versatile, I've got to say, because, you know, Barley.
Not a bad one. I mean, with the gadget cooldown, but I mean, it can get the turret for the Mr. P taken care of, I guess. But on some level, I do kind of wonder. You want to overrun the Mr. P ideally, though, right? I mean, you don't want to just. I thought they were going to go on the aggressive rather than the offensive.
It's just, I feel like there's better throwers than Barley, no? Like, you rarely see Barley on Bell's Rock, which is just a little bit odd to me. We'll see what Navi do go, though. They're going to go the Tick, and that would be, you know, more My Route, Tick, Sprout, that kind of thing would be the 2 brawlers that I'd have taken over Barley. And now that thrower matchup's really not going to be doing too well for them, because Tick can just keep a Barley back.
Yeah, I feel like Navi have got a very good draft here, honestly. I mean, for the Barley, the sort of gadget cooldown's not actually that low on the herbal tonic from the healing side. It's 17 seconds, but it does feel shorter. I'll be honest, having spammed it a lot in ranked myself, it definitely feels like it is much more viable now that at least you've got multiples to utilize, and especially in like knockout when it's got a longer game mode over the course of time, then you're going to be getting more value. But it's definitely, like you said, going to be not the easiest of matchups for the Barley and Tick, and the Ollie as well. 12,000 HP with that shield gear as well, and look at that. I mean, it's going to be a tough thing to take care of.
It was a good rundown off the start from Tampa. Got them quite low, got them marked up, and if his teammates were able to kind of pinch in and do a bit more, then they would have got a couple of kills there. But Kuru did a good job of keeping the other two occupied. Barley, Tick Super coming in now. Really goes for a jump into pretty much no man's land.
Yeah, Kuru just trying to get his turret realistically here, and that's the #1 priority for Mr. P. Until then, it's going to be quite tough, and you've got to make the decision as to whether you want to use it in the first round anyway. If you do get it, ideally you probably want to save it to the second round and hope that you get the first round on your belt regardless. He's marked up now, can't really contest through the mid. More heals coming out from Levi again, and this comp is going to depend upon these Barley heals, no doubt about that. Legs available for Tampa as well, but the Ticket now taken care of nicely. No HP for Tampa now as well, but takedown of the Mr. P is crucial now in making it a 3 versus 2.
Ollie goes for the Hypnotize, gets the Barley, but Sharpie's the only one left, and somehow Zeta Division are coming out on top with 2 supers left in the hand. Sorry, maybe 1 after that RT goes back, but it's... Oh, actually 3 supers. But it looked terrible for Zeta off the start when you look at the comps, but they're thriving.
Yeah, gadget out, but immediately taken care of on the side of Kuru. Wants to get a Porter down immediately as quickly as he can, really, there. And try to combine it with the Hypercharge of Chappie. They might not be able to wait that long, and they might just go with the Tick Hypercharge regardless. But really, that's quite a lot of utility to hold on to, really, here. Last call going out for Levi as well, just to force and separate the side of Navi. And it's Navi who are looking by far the weaker of the 2 sides at the moment. Super going out for a Chappie, hold on to the Hypercharge, I think is the play. Now the Porters are down. They've got to start to stack up this utility and try to stay alive, most importantly, until they can really give a good fight to Zeta, because currently they're struggling.
Yeah, got to be scared of this pull, though. When the Porters aren't there, the pull's going to be very dangerous, and especially now it's Hypercharged as well. Ollie still quite low, and Gene should be able to keep him that way. Goes for the super and baits out that perfectly. Now pulls him in and gets the kill. Great stuff there. And Shatampa should be able to clean up Kuru. And then Asharpe has the tick head, but no help from his team as they're all down. Zeta Division going to go to match point and almost in the grand finals.
Yeah, time is really not against Navi now. And when you think back to those February qualifiers where it went to double match point, but it did start this way. I gotta reiterate that it was Zeta Division that got the first 2 sets comfortably, and then got reverse swept in that regard. So they do have to finalize this, but I think they got the comp to do so. And I think today their mentality is right, most importantly as well. Having spoken to the players in those interviews and heard what they have to say, they know how important it is to get this win, to make the grand finals, but more than that, to win them. They're currently 4th on the leaderboards, and they could do with the points, and this could be a great step forward in doing just that.
Yeah, desperately need this win, and, as you say, more importantly, beating Reject and getting those points back in the bag. Stampo very far up the map now, and does luckily get away with it, as Kuru is marked up, doesn't really want to step out of bounds too much in it. Another gadget coming in. Not really going to do a lot, but you've got to keep on throwing those out if you're the Mr. P.
Yeah, so much depends really on getting that Hypercharged Porter turret down, and Kuru has struggled a bit for the most part to do that. Tampo now trying to find the shots. He's got the legs, that's what's most important, but the gas is coming in, and then Chappie has the Hypercharge. Now this could be the time to utilize it. Just get around on the board now, but you need to go now. Now the legs are going out. She has a knockback. Nice takedowns as well. 2 versus 2. Oh my god, everyone's falling. It's a 1v1 now, and it's going to be Levi that stays standing for Zeta. One more round between them, and the tickets to the grand finals.
Man, that tickhead was just staring him down as that last Marley shot made that connection. So close to the tick almost winning it. Charpe almost clutching it up for Navi, but as I said, just 1 round between Zeta Division and the grand finals and playing off against Reject now, and the pull is available. The Charpe can't step out of line, but the Porters are there, and so is the tickhead to help out tank that.
Saving grace that they've got the Porters now to helping hand things. Gadget again, not going to do too much, but it just keeps the lack of healing on the side of Zeta if they need to keep taking care of those Porters. Now the pull is the problem for Navi. They've got to evade that. They can't allow the hypercharge to be with Suku either, so they've got to deprive that whilst keeping control. Not an easy thing to do, not in a scenario, not when there's one round between you and defeat. They've got to hold firm, they've got to bring things back in a spectacular way. 2 consecutive rounds are needed to survive just this set.
Yeah, good move from Ryohei over to this left-hand side to stop Levi from getting this Porter down. Good pull from Suzuki to get him away from the Barley, but can he get the trade? The ticket going in on him, and Shitampo the only one left alive. It's not going to happen. Nice stuff there from Navi to keep in the game and not get sent home, and a hypercharge turret is ready to roll.
That's the thing now, is once that's down, if Zeta can't push forward enough to take care of that turret, it's going to be a thorn this entire way through this round. This could well be a Navi game, at least, to survive on, but then they've still got to do more beyond that if they're able to even get that far. So let's not hold our breath, but it is definitely a huge buff to their utility now. Hypercharge available as well to a Sharpie, so they can combine these things all together. There's hope. There is still hope for Navi now.
A lot of hope as well. This hypercharge is going to do absolute work, taking so much of their ammo. It's like Navi can just really push up unharmed. Tick head and another Mr. P Porter from the gadget coming down on that left-hand side. Shots still being taken up on these Porters. It's ridiculous how many it takes, and Shitampo's so low, and they can't get anywhere near this Porter. Levi might need to just throw a super towards it, hope that it gets a bit of a connection and brings it down, because late game, they've got no hope with all these. He's actually replaced it forwards, so the gas doesn't take it out. Ryohei going in, Levi throwing out a super. Suzuki going for it now as well. We see the RT legs were actually hypnotized there, but couldn't get anything back with it, and Navi are going to take this one. Seemed pretty convincing there, and with all the Porters and spawnables, I'm not surprised they did.
Yeah, it is a game, but it's more than we've really seen Navi bring to the table so far in the series. So take what you can get, but my concern still is with that Mr. P. You can see just how good the hypercharged turret really is. Once it's there, it's not a guaranteed round win or anything like that, but it's certainly going to give you a massive bump. And getting it, that's the thing. Curry's been taking a while to do just that. The heals from the Barley really is probably where that idea from the pick really is, because you can't heal when you're shooting those Porters. So I can understand the Barley pick, and it's been proving to be okay for the side of Zeta so far, but if Curry can just get a better start off the mark and can just get that turret down earlier, they might be able to survive this set, but they can't realistically do it without the hypercharged turret.
Still throwing shots down mid and just trying to keep this Ollie back. And Sharpie seems to have non-stop tick heads, which is definitely very helpful to the Navi side. But they've got to get in a better position to try and have a fight in this one. They need Kuru to be hitting shots, building up supers for the later rounds. And the ticker not really going to be doing too much there as the Barley deals with it quickly, but a good pushback.
Jumping in, target is Levi, thinks better of it. I think that's the wise call. Now going back in, and a bit of a bait there, but he actually goes down for it. It's punished. Levi falls to the gas. 2 versus 2. Shitampo going on the hunt there on the bottom left-hand side. Now it's the 1v1. Tick versus Sheen, and Tick suffices. Oh my word, a huge round for Navi.
I mean, that's a great round. We are still going though, and the Porters are coming in as well. Navi seem to have figured out what Zeta wanted to do and a way to counter it, and the Porters are going to be doing so much.
Oh my word, Navi can bring a sigh of relief, but for how long realistically here? And again, they need that hypercharged turret for Kuru. If they can get that, but Shitampo's doing a fantastic job of just depriving him of it. That's the problem. They've got their turret down, but look at the positioning for Zeta. They're able to take that one down. And Shabby might have to use hypercharge now, to be honest, because time might not be on the side of Navi. Kuru's low. Oh, the mark. It's not going to be. He hasn't got hacks, I don't think. Kuru didn't go down there.
Yeah, I don't think he does, but that's a waste of another turret, though. It's almost down now, and they didn't manage to secure it. It might actually win in the game, but the gas is going to come and clean that one up eventually, because it's not that healthy. Shitampo feeds a hypercharge, but needs this round if Kuru is going to make use of it. Ryohei going forward on the right-hand side. Levi so low, super thrown out. Tick hypercharge there, but evaded nicely. Shitampo getting some good connections, but in comes Ryohei. A lot of damage there as well. Hypnotized, takes one down, gets the super back in, and actually doesn't fall yet. A hypercharge pull, so much going on, but Navi come out on top. They take the set, and they survive on.
Oh my word! Who had that on the bingo cards? I thought it was a sweep. A sweep and a half, realistically, when you saw that Zeta were handling the draft. They were handling the Mr. P. There was nothing that was really working. The Ollie pick, in my opinion, Navi had the draft. Don't get me wrong from the get-go. But I did not think that they were going to survive regardless. And that was really quite impressive that against all the pressure that must have been mounting, all the self-doubts that Navi must have been having. But again, this was the matchup that we saw. This is the grudge match from the February qualifiers. This is what we saw then. No, Zeta didn't seal it in a sweep. They got reverse swept in the sets in the end. So, I mean, what a starting point for Navi to get something on the board, really.
I kind of like Zeta Division's draft better, if I'm honest, but I did like the counter pick to the Gene. Mr. P was always a great brawler against him, thanks to his porters, and now he's really a difference maker with his Hypercharge. Zeta Division have to win today still to make the race for Brawl Cup. You mentioned that before as well. So they're certainly motivated to still take this one home. Last month, they dropped out in the semifinals against Reject. Now guess who they're facing in the grand finals?
I mean, look at the stats here as well. It's absolutely crazy. Like, if you look at Zeta Division, they got more kills. They just got them at the wrong times, clearly. Less deaths in the rounds that they managed to win. But Navi, a chapper, you can see him, 312 DPS. You kind of expect Ollie to do a low DPS, good amount of kills, because he picks his moments, doesn't really have the range to compete with the rest of the players on Zeta Division for the majority of the time. But there were certain moments where, as I said, you expect Zeta Division to win, and I honestly thought the Mr. P was, Mr. P alone probably could have taken a good amount of Zeta Division down, but it was just like I thought going into it that Navi were going to win, and then I watched the first couple of rounds. Like, okay, Zeta Division are sweeping this, but it didn't play out that way, and Navi have a lifeline now.
I think it's Chappy there for me, honestly. They'll look back and be praising that moment right there, because that was really where it kept them in the game. It kept them just able to carry on, and not an easy 1v1 to win in that regard either, but just had the right pick head at the right time. But there's still a lot of work to be done, not gonna lie. Navi needs to take it to the fifth and final set to be still in with a chance of winning this one. It's not gonna be easy.
The series shaped up to look like a stomp, a 3-0 sweep by Zeta Division. In the end, it wasn't meant to be. Navi still lives to see another day, lives to see dueling beetles. I did call at the start that I think this is going to go all the way. Navi needs a reverse sweep for this to happen, or at least win this set now. Dueling beetles, a map we've also seen today a couple of times. We've seen some throwers, we've seen a lot of aggression here from this region again. Melody, again, could be a great pickup here, as well as the Ollie. We just saw Barley and Tick. Those technically could be picked up here as well. I feel like we have better throwers to work.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a thrower-heavy kind of map, but ultimately, the B ban, I'm looking for that first, because B Griff, I mean, that just really opens up so much to your disposal. B ban there on the right side, on both sides, in fact. So yeah, I think that's wise. I mean, both sides not taking any chances there is pretty much the way that I would see this one as well. Poker ban as well, for a must reason. Berry, Hank, I think these are all great bans in my opinion. Juju's still going to be a decent thrower in the mid, probably my preferred thrower. I think Penny as well, depending upon the Mr. P situation. That's the kind of thing with Penny, because the Penny can work actually really well into a Mr. P and just have that additional splash. Ollie first pick for the side of Zeta is definitely a dangerous thing to be looking down the barrel of. I think the Barley here is actually a really good throw of choice actually as well on this map in particular. I think again the ability to cycle the heals, especially with the Poco ban and Berry's ban, you're only really leaving yourself Byron, which is going to be struggling to find the angle to really heal your teammates too. So some options on both sides still here, but the Ollie first pick is bold.
I will say, Griff's not banned, but B is by both sides. That pairing's kind of out of the way. They're going to have to take something other than a B if they want to go for a bit of a break comp and long range. Bell going to be picked up first by Navi. It seems the region really appreciates this brawler, and I honestly appreciate them appreciating, because I do love Bell. I love seeing it. I like her a lot.
And I appreciate you appreciating them appreciating it, Trav.
You know what? I appreciate that. Because I love Bell. I really enjoy playing her. I really enjoy watching her play. Melody coming along with it as well, and that has me feeling pretty good about Navi.
Oh yeah, that's the dangerous pick right there. I imagine we're going to be championing that Melody, and the Ollie has got an advantage against it on some level, but she can just dance around it. Wait the timer down for the hypnosis, and then come back in and just then deal the damage. You can really time things to your advantage with the Melody. So as strong as Ollie is, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, the Mr. P scenario. What are we saying with this? Again, it's like similar to Penny. Once Penny gets her hypercharged mortar down, it's insanely strong. but it's going to take time to get it. And in a game mode like Hot Zone, you haven't got the luxury of time, especially if you don't have a good start, if you're falling behind. Mr. P's only really good when you're having a great game, in my opinion here. I mean, it is just that brawler in the meta, which at the moment is causing the most problems in the pro scene, in my opinion. The Stu's not play the best into the porters either, but the speed zone and just the ability to dance around the situation is, you know, a great thing to have, especially mixed on the side with Zeta. I think that's my favorite pick, actually, on their comp. But the Mr. P, yeah, you know, the question for me is, like, can they get it fast enough? Can they get the hypercharge turret down before the game's over?
I mean, the thing is, right, you don't have a lot of time in Hot Zone, but you have a lot of interactions, and I think that's the thing. Like, you're getting your super a lot faster. If they can get it in Knockout, sorry, they can probably get it in this mode as well, in Hot Zone. And Frank, going to be a bit of a battery for that super and hypercharge as well, which definitely helps them out a lot. But this Navi comp, I look at it, I'm a little bit scared for Zeta Division here. Yeah. Have they got the DPS on the side of Zeta to handle this now with the Frank? I'm not overly convinced. It can certainly feed a Mr. P. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, I think the Frank is going to be holding firm in that mid. And again, if this goes to a 5th and final set, you've got to remember that at that point, Zeta have lost 2 consecutive sets. They lost the match point scenario. They're going to be deflated, demoralized, and looking at the same situation that they faced in the February monthly finals against this very team. So a lot of demons could potentially come out of the woodwork if they're not careful here. Yeah, Chappie moving forwards. Did take a lot of damage on his way up, but Tempo having to navigate this right-hand side against Kuro, juking so well, but in that time, Chappie's done really well and healed up, and Ryohei going forwards and getting so much done. And Suzuki just not got the damage to really match up against the Sharpie here. Tempo's still doing wonderful. Stayed alive for so long. Now the super comes in from Suzuki, but instantly taken out, and boy oh boy, we might be seeing a set 5.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeta are going to struggle here to retake once Navi gain control. You know, the Frank's up to almost 15,000 HP. You know, a brawl like Melody's designed to go in and just go super on the aggressive, not worry too much about their health. Now, that's a great retake from Zeta, all things considered. Suzuki going in again with the hype and the hypnosis there as well, gets Kuru taken care of. And now we've got some porter reinforcements coming in as well. Hypercharge available for Shatampa if he needs to go that super aggressive. But now it's all eyes on Levi to get this hypercharge tied down and upgrade it.
Yeah, and Sharpie. Super here as well, hypercharge, and there's Levi's hypercharge turret at Charpe. Looking pretty low as well. Shtampo choosing the backlines though, and should be able to get a Charpe round there as well. Shtampo, nice move from him. Nest egg can be popped. Not a bad time for it to be taken out really, but now Ryohei coming in, a super away from Suzuki, that actually goes back towards Ryohei, hypnotizes him and gets him down, and it's pretty much even.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so much now to Zeta's advantage. And now with Kuru in a 1v3, time for Zeta to heal, most importantly, speed zone down yet again. Porter's coming in with hypercharge value. I mean, this is going to be a really tough thing for Navi to retake. Look how quickly the Chubby's getting stranded down now with that helping hand of DPS. But now Navi are on the zone, but that Porter staying firm. Gets the Frank, gets the Melody as well. Porter MVP, and Zeta move on again to a match point situation.
I mean that's crazy. Like, how much of a good position Navi were in. As soon as the hypercharge turret hits, it's all over. It just does so much. Ridiculous how well it does. And there's two hypercharge along with it as well, paired pretty much at the exact same time. And Ollie just choosing to focus down the bell most of all. I feel it was just making moves on the back line and making sure that she can't be supported.
I don't think I've ever seen a double kill from a Porter in the BST either. Like, it just puts it into perspective. I mean, you know, Navi can have a very good start. They've got to really capitalize down on that very thing. The Pride Levi do not give him Porters, keep the Frank on the mid as long as possible and just try to evade the Ollie, which Suzuki's playing fantastically well. They haven't really got an answer to him at the moment right now, and Ryohei's going to try and be that now.
Yeah, I mean, Charpy's going to go down there, Ryohei eventually moving forwards, but should be cleaned up by these two players here. Doesn't get a super, and Kuru all alone with Porters coming towards him, actually running that gadget as well. Stampo just dashing left and right, trying to get a pinch on a Charpy and keep him low, and Levi doing a good job of just that.
Hey, that's my favourite Mr. P gadget. Don't you down talk it. But you can see the problem with the bell. Kuru can't do anything into these Porters. It takes so many shots to do much against it. It's like 5 shots and then he's out of the conversation for such a long period of time. Has got to come back in again. Zeta back on the zone now, claiming back this deficit. And so far, that's a great start for Navi, which is going to fall back again to the same scenarios we saw in the previous game. Hypercharged Porters are back on the map, and it's a deja vu situation, Trump.
Takes three Frank shots to be able to get the Mr. P porters down, but he's just going on the back lines and going for the turret rather than anything else. Suzuki available to come in here around the back, but not going to do it. Ryohei just shows his entire super and everything to get that Mr. P hypercharge down. And during that time, he's just placed a different turret. It doesn't have hypercharge on it, but it's still working just as well at the moment.
Final glimmer for Navi to retake things, but I think Zeta are too hunkered down for it. A hypercharge flare to seal it, and Shatampo knows it. It's Zeta Division that are proceeding to the grand final. And night and day difference to their monthly final hopes last month. This time, they're getting it right when it matters.
Sunglasses are back on as well. Celebration pose of just sunglasses. And I absolutely love it. Zeta Division played their absolute hearts out in that one there. Seems like Mr. P, every time it gets picked up, it just wins. Absolutely incredible brawler. But going into that one, I quite like the Navi composition. And the start of both the games, like, okay, Navi, you got it. As soon as Zeta get the turret, get the supers from Stu, it's just ending for them.
And both times Navi were in the lead at the start. Zeta played it really, really well. They let Navi have their moment, farming Mr. P Porter to turn things around. Again, like, Mr. P is just a huge difference maker in the current meta. You two mentioned it as well. Ark, is there anything that you can play against him?
It's not really about what you play into him, it's not feeding him. That's the thing, you know? I mean, I don't feel like Levi should have really got the hypercharged turrets that he did in the game mode, really. But when you bring in a Frank, you know, you're a bigger body on the map. You're kind of easier fed into that very thing. And I mean, I thought that maybe Navi would have learned from that mistake in the first game, but then they just fed it to him even faster in the second. And, you know, once those portals on the map, like, we saw just the desperation in Rio going back to the very side of the spawn to take care of the turret. And that was not a bad game plan at all. In fact, we don't see that nearly enough with the hypercharged porters, but you know, it was just a little bit too late. You know, throwers are a good advantage to have on your side against the porters, but players are still going to place it so far back. The respawn of those porters is the problem, really, for me. If you haven't got like a healer on your team, you're constantly not able to heal because you're shooting them, and they're respawning so fast that, you know, you can't allow the time in between to heal before you can advance up to take care of them. So simply ban it. It's as simple as that. You can't ban everything. I do understand that, but I feel like Mr. P is one of those brawlers that is just an absolute menace at the moment in the meta.
Seems that way. I mean, Mr. P, just disgusting. It really isn't. You can't write off the other two players as well. Like Shitampo and Suzuki played so well there, and we saw Shitampo get a few hypercharges, and they were pretty influential, especially in the closing seconds of the last game, just dashing about, staying healed up, staying in the mix, getting that percentage done. Put Zeta Division in a great spot to be able to finish that one off. Navi, though, they played very well. They had some incredibly good drafts, and I don't doubt that they'll be back just as strong, if not stronger, next month, because they're a team that should be fighting for world spots.
They certainly did play well. Commiserations to Navi. It's over for them today, but we still have one good matchup coming up next. It's going to be Reject versus Zeta Division, and I already teased that a little bit. Zeta dropped out in the semifinals last month against no one other than Reject. So it's a rematch here we have on our hands for the grand finals of the March monthly finals, and Ark, there's so much on the line with the race for the Brawl Cup still.
Absolutely, not just the pride of this matchup, but the points, most importantly for Zeta, to be able to claw their way back. Currently at number 4 in the leaderboards, not now that they're in the grand finals, but coming into today, it was Crazy Raccoon that really had the advantage over the region. And we were saying, if they can just get past that first match of the day, and at the very least deprive Crazy Raccoon of points, whether or not they make it all the way and can win the day, that was the most important thing. So in that respect, maybe their toughest task has already been done. The grand finals might not be nearly as much of a threat to them now that they've got this momentum. And to me, they're looking like the favorites, I've got to say.
Trev, if you had to guess, who did the people at home vote as MVP?
Probably Shitampo. It usually is, isn't it? It usually is. He's got the biggest fan base. He probably did play the best. It's got to be.
I think Levi wouldn't have been a bad MVP, you know?
Yeah, but can you really win MVP by playing Mr. P? Like,
fair point.
And he's got the hair, has he really? I mean, Shitampo's got the locks.
He might have played a good Mr. P, but you know who can't play a good Mr. P at the end of the day? Not taking anything away from him, but it was
Minus the 1,000 aura for the pick. Yeah.
I mean, Stu was banned out so often. Shitampo played him phenomenally, so no surprises here that he's the MVP. We're heading into our grand final. First, we're up for a tiny little break, and we get Kenny back. Bye-bye, Trev. Hello and welcome back. If you missed all day today already, you came at the right time if you tuned in now. We're at the grand finals. 6 matches are down. The 7th is yet to come, and I'm super excited to watch some Brawl Stars arc.
Me too. This is what it was all about. Grand finals and the States Division. What a day it's been so far. I mean, they've really shaken off a lot of the cobwebs from the February monthly finals. For sure. Can they make the biggest play today in this region and go all the way? I mean, the odds were stacked against them from the very get-go of the quarterfinals, and this could be their month.
Should be an interesting one. I mean, honestly, Reject put themselves in the prime position for Brawl Cup if they end up winning this, right? I mean, last month, 2nd place, this time at 1st. That would still be better than Zeta Division, better than Crazy Raccoon. You know, getting a good job here and really securing a grand finals, I think might put them over the top, make them definitely the favorites next month.
Absolutely so. I mean, this is going to be a match which is going to bring back a lot of memories, though, for Zeta, as Reject were the victors in the semifinals last month. So they've got that to their advantage, and it was quite a good win, substantially so on the set side, 3-1. So it was quite comfortable, in fact, for Reject. And Zeta Division have got to really look to iron out the mistakes of which they made last time round. And I've got to be honest, I wouldn't have been against anyone siding with Reject today. Having seen how they've come in and been playing today, and how they've been drafting. I mean, I hate to be the one to break it to people, but they might get squished in the grand finals when they're all going so well for Zeta. I think Reject are the team today which could stop them in the tracks.
If anyone, it's going to be Reject. Otherwise, we don't have any other team lined up for them to throw against them to see if someone can stop them this month. Last month, it didn't go all the way. They dropped out in the semifinals. 3-1 overall. Reject took that match. So this rematch certainly is a great motivation for Zeta Division to take it now, to get their revenge directly against Reject. And I'm looking forward to also seeing the draft of both of those teams. You mentioned Reject had some phenomenal draft. I feel like Zeta Division brought in some new ideas with the Shade. I love to see shit components. Shade.
Definitely brought a pick, which I'm really grateful to see. I think it's one of those brawlers that's been slept on by other regions, in fact. It might be that brawler which other regions look upon East Asia and think, yeah, we're missing a bit of a trick here. I mean, historically, as well as, the side of, Reject is the, sort of former rival esports players, generally speaking. I mean, the scorelines last year were pretty much all 3-2s against Crazy Raccoon and them, which obviously the only remaining player on the roster of Crazy Raccoon now is the Tampa. But, I mean, it does say quite a lot about the skill of these two players, or the whole roster as a whole in general. I think it's not going to be nearly as straightforward as people think. I think that Zeta is the flashier name. I think they've got the flashier roster. But in terms of how this is going to play out, I think it could go one of several ways that might not be to everyone's liking.
We have witnessed greatness from both of those teams all day long. Now it all comes down to this throwdown. The only thing that's still missing for us to be ready for this grand final are the maps. Kenny, any surprises here, or are you happy with the map pool for the final?
I'm not particularly picky, and that might be part of the reason why Trav's on the sideline here. Yeah, I didn't want to call him out, didn't want to name names, but we were all thinking.
Always call Trav out. Always, never doubt yourself, Kenny.
Kenny still has to learn that arc. I think we're doing that quite well already.
Just spitball it and just say it how it is. He'd do the same. Yeah, we're all united in the polls. This is a match that I think is not nearly as clear cut as that. Again, curious to see what the event poll will be. But again, there's going to be the win and loss rates there to kind of sway the vote on some level to those that are maybe less familiar with the rosters in there. You see 75% was Zeta. I think it's not quite nearly that skewed, in my opinion.
Reject literally won it. They literally won this, and it's 75-25. I think this is, to me, a full revenge arc for Zeta Division. Coming into this month, I really felt like in Scrim, Zeta and CR were the two standouts, and they just so happened to play each other in round number 1. That's not a shot at Melty and his team. They obviously had a really successful month number 1. They have been one of the more consistent teams in this region. To me, though, I'm riding with the talent. I'm riding with the belief I had preseason with Zeta Division. I just feel like they're due one.
It could certainly be that they take this one. We just briefly touched on the predictions from this set as well. All forecasters believe Zeta is going to take this one. Ark might still want to change that, since he just said Reject might be the ones to stop them. banning out Melody, Hank, and Janet on the side of Reject. I do love those bans. Melody has been picked up on this map before here, and she looked so strong. What we have is mid here, technically still an 8-bit open. We talked about him before here, hasn't been picked up today at all. What we've seen a lot is Goss, even B. And yeah, with B ban out, maybe we see Goss. What I like to see, Mr. P is out of the way.
I'm looking at Ollie here a little bit myself. I think that could be a good shout. It's a bit of a tough stage in the draft to pick it, but I'm sure very much in the minds of the players. And yeah, Gus mid, I think for me is always probably the most solid. 8-bit, depending upon the big picture, I think is definitely still an option. And Bell, I think as well, having seen how that's been playing out today really nicely in this region as well, I think it's going to be up there for sure in terms of these brawler picks. And you know, it's definitely a good play into the 8-bit as well, so it might be worth picking up here on the side of either of these two teams. But you know, Stu first pick. You know, is that brawler which is just so prominent in this meta, and even in the metas prior to this as well. Meeple again, good to see that brawler coming in today, because I think we've been seeing too little actually of Meeple, considering how other regions are saying that it's just now S tier and playable everywhere.
Yeah, it's a little reassuring to see him showing up. You know, we still have 3 monthly finals left, but this was definitely a brawler I wanted to keep my eyes on. Obviously, without pro play, you never super know how good a brawler is going to be. So this is kind of our first exhibition of what Meeple can do. And to me, just when testing him, when playing him, it's somebody that I've been trying to utilize in my ranked games, because I just think he's so frustrating to go against. He does a sneaky amount of damage with his balance change. He's a lot better now. He's a controller, and it shows between his super, between his gadget options. He's got multiple good builds. So I just think overall, Meeple's a very safe pick and a very dependable one at this point.
And it's such a wide open map. I mean, that's the thing where Mansions of Meeple, which is the gadget which creates that big kind of box, it's got a 20-second cooldown as well, can break open immediately the bush, and that crossover is so important to, you know, eradicate all possibility of where someone is going to be. You can like play so much into that, and I think to be able to just have that predominantly, you know, majority throughout the game, it's just a very tough thing to break through. Angelo is a bit of a risky one for me as well, but with the Mr. P ban, less so for Zeta. But I haven't really seen kind of, you know, Angelo being championed as a kind of mid-controller brawler in Gem Grab on last stock myself. I mean, normally it's kind of like a, yeah, Mr. P 8-bit, Bell 8-bit kind of affair, Gene, that kind of mid. So definitely a lot of confidence being displayed here by Zeta to go in for it, but there's no doubt it would be mid. And there's the brawler that I was expecting to see at the beginning, but Ollie makes a lot of sense. A bit tough in this stage of the draft though, because now Rigid can really shut it down.
I was wondering if they were going to pull the trigger on it, just because I think he's such a powerful brawler. Obviously, it can take away gems with a little hypnosis, things like that. But to your point, they can now address this with whatever they want. And it's a sharpshooter, a tank, and then Stu just being kind of his own thing, to be honest with you. It's a lot to juggle for Reject, so I don't think this is necessarily a free decision. There's not one brawler that comes to mind that fixes everything. Surge going to be that option. I do think into Ollie, we've seen it today. We've gotten enough of a test where I feel like this is a brawler that can definitely deal with that. Not necessarily going to be easy on that tier 1 stage unless you're laning Ollie. So I think if Zeta Division kind of line their lanes up properly, this could be troublesome for Reject.
It's a solid answer. Yeah, it's certainly one that we've seen today get some good results, but also be the issue of the comp. So it really is about having that good start and not being on that first initial level, being slow and sluggish, not going to help anyone for your team in such an open map as well. It's going to be tough with the Angelo looking to, you know, snipe you at any given moment. So I think that it really is about isolating the Ollie, really getting off the mark as quickly as possible on the side of Reject with that brawler pick. But it makes a lot of sense, you know, having that ability to jump away when you've got that, you know, to be able to evade the hypnosis. It is a good solid counter idea. So they're actually not going to be running the Mansions of Meeple on that gadget side. They're going to be running the other side of things to eradicate the slows, the stuns, and that kind of thing. So an interesting choice. I'm not sure that that's my preferred choice, in fact. I guess it makes sense with the Ollie, but I would prefer to bring Bush myself.
Yeah, Ollie and Stu with so much mobility, it may just be a good freeze for them to honestly get rid of that. They're going to be dropping a super here, literally in the open as well, so tough angle. Going to be a little more difficult to take advantage, but Shu still gets the kill. Shatampo diving in. It's going to be Melty trying to jump away, and it's not quite enough. Batman plays bodyguard, does manage to defeat Shatampo there. Zeta Division with a narrow lead, but a lot of control going for Reject right now.
Yeah, Batman off the mark is the most important thing. Nice evasion there at the speed zone to just make sure that he's able to isolate the kill there. And That's not always the case. Normally the first instinct is just to get rid of the speed zone, but dancing around it enabled him to work his way forwards. So Tambo out of position now, gets to start off onto the Ollie for a couple of seconds to ensure the shot. Now Batman comes in, but the gems are dropped and Levi comes in for the dash. He saw a second shot. We have to dance around the mid now as well, brings back the gems for his team. Disgusting stuff.
All the gyms on the top right-hand side. Levi barely alive. Oh, a perfectly placed speed zone. Goes down immediately, but Shatampo there to recover. Beautifully played there, and they're going to be able to escape with these for now. 15 seconds on the clock. Reject need the kill. Shatampo has to be the answer. And Melty now diving in. Walls being broken. Meeple super on the ground. Levi skating, dodging. Now it's in the right-hand side. Batman looking for a couple tags. Not even close to enough, though. Well over 8,000 HP, and Zeta Division get away with the heist. That was a nice robbery there to give them the win.
Yeah, it really, really was. I mean, but when you look at just how composed Zeta looked there for me, I mean, the gems coming back, the low HP, the tanking there with the speed zone gadget to ensure a bit more survivability to get the Ollies close enough to pick up the gems when the Stu was inevitably going to go down. It's a really nice micro plays, honestly, from Zeta to ensure it, and nothing, despite the hypercharge breaking of the walls from the Piper of Melty, nothing that they could do to respond for Reject, and that's how you play a perfect game. You know, it might not be perfect from start to finish, but the end execution was spot on from Zeta.
One good heads-up play, like you mentioned, makes all the difference. All it took was a good Levi flank, nice kill, and well executed all around. Even had somebody as a backup plan to pick up those gyms. Traditionally, you don't want that to be your tank, but I think Ollie's a little bit of a different case because he's got so much mobility. He's got a gadget where he can jump away from harm. Love it overall, but Batman gonna be able to start out for his team, dropping those gyms off for Melty, who's gonna be able to scoop them up. Suzuku, complete control of the mid, and now Shatampo well into the enemy territory. A big problem for Reject right now is that Batman is on that tier 1. They're down in brawler count as well. This could be a runaway from Zeta Division if they're not careful.
Nice shove there from Suzuki. That was cutting it fine. Melty was going to snipe him big time, but chaos ensues, allows the gems to be dropped, and now Zeta come back for the scraps. Again, it's another countdown. It's just Batman alone. His teammates coming back in now. Melty's not got a super. He's got the hypercharge for the potential wall break, as we know how influential that can be. There's so little time now. Batman's going to heal as well. And Stoneson getting these gems, not easily at least.
Definitely going to be a toughie with 2 seconds to go and just enough HP. A little jump is just enough to secure the count. Easy set there for Zeta Division. Hot start and well on their way to getting revenge for last month's performance. Reject were the one that beat these guys, and now Zeta Division trying to do a complete reversal of the storyline they built for themselves in our first opening month.
No, I really like the idea of Reject there to pick the surge into the Ollie. It's something that we've seen quite often today. An answer because Surge ult counters Ollie ult in the end. He can just jump out of the way. But other than that, we didn't really see a lot coming from Reject. Zeta Division had them pick up a couple of gems, like they left a couple of gems for Reject to pick up, but then they always managed to take the gem carrier down and steal the gems away. It's still, Shu is going to be our MVP if we just look at KD and also the damage output that he had. Why wasn't that enough, Orc?
I mean, ultimately for me, Zeta Division were just playing the long game. They were just able to snatch the gems at the times when Reject were weakest. And, you know, I think that the Angelo pick was working really well into the Piper. I think that, you know, for me, Reject was not able to get the momentum that they needed. The aggression there of Levi coming in was just really, really quite tough to deal with. Stu's very much a menace in every sense. It's a tough thing to play into as a Piper, as a Meeple. You know, it's really tough to land your shots regardless as to what brawler you are on that comp. So I think just a really, really good draft from Zeta. No other way to put it.
Levi really seems to be your guy today, Ark. You're having only the best words for him to say. Your goat. Let's see if he's also going to be your goat on Pinhole Punt, our next map. Brawl Ball is usually something that Reject likes. I believe we had them win their Brawl Ball sets today. Kenny, do you think they can equalize the score? Are we going to go all the way or not in this final?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting here because a brawler we have to keep our eye out for now that we know that Zeta Division are so capable with it. It's got to be somebody like Shade, who they utilized here earlier, not on this particular map, but definitely in a few modes and including Brawl Ball. So curious if they pull out some random stops. In scrims, it's definitely shown up. I won't say it's as frequent, but I feel like there's a little bit of mind games here. Now Zeta Division have a little bit of a reputation for using some of these brawlers that maybe other regions, maybe other teams aren't utilizing as much. So I'm curious to see how that impacts the band stage here.
I tried to tickle out a bold claim from you there, Kenny. I want to hear it now. Are we going to go all the way or not?
I think this is a 3-1 Zeta division. That was my gut coming into this, but you know, you never know. Been wrong before, been right some, but mostly wrong.
I see you. Okay, Ark, take it away with the draft now. We already have the Mr. P there. I'm already not seeing the brightest future for Zeta.
I don't know, I hope maybe down has been a 3-0. I mean, the way that Zeta have played today has been honestly like so phenomenal that every time that I've thought, okay, they haven't got draft here, they turn it around, and it's always been quite surprising. It's definitely a scary comp that I'm seeing come up so far, but I mean, you got to remember that if Richie get a goal, then any portal spawners are going to be going down with the round, so there is that to think about too. But clearly Zeta are worried about tanks here. Going with the Lu first pick is saying quite the statement, and Reject so far not playing into it at all. They banned the Poco, they banned the Ollie and the Hank. Doesn't seem like to me that they're thinking tanks either, to be completely honest, but maybe because they got the Poco, Ollie, Hank and B banned and Berries. A lot of brawler bans that are there, they're just concerned that they haven't got anything in this. They don't. The Shade, as we know from Zeta Division, really, for me, Reject should probably have banned that as instead of something, because I think you have to against Zeta. Despite the meta, you kind of really, you can't risk leaving it open. That's completely swing me back over.
I mentioned it, and for good reason. I mean, we saw what Shatampo could do on this brawler earlier, and honestly, I wonder how Shade does into Mr. P. Obviously, this isn't as tested of a brawler, but it's one of the few that obviously, if you line up the shot properly, 3,200 damage can take out the little mini penguin. If there's a tiny one, it usually has 1,400 HP, and this is also a brawler that can hit multiple foes at once, which is something rare. It's a little bit trickier, but it can pierce through stuff, which I think is a big deal in the Mr. P. So I think they do get a little extra value here as well. They have an aggressive flare, and now they pair it with a buster. So they've got the health points on their side. They have Lu, so that's one option that Reject does not have to counter their tanks. And even if they did, Buster can reflect projectiles. It's a very solid brawler. It's not always a top 5 option for me on any particular map, for example, but I do feel like it could still be used pretty well.
Picking a Frank into a Lu, okay? I mean, the map, it definitely favors the Frank over the Lu, so I don't mind it at all. But definitely a bold decision from Reject to kind of stare the tank counter that was placed as their first pick with the coin toss dead in the eyes and go, do you know what? Yeah, we're good, we're good. Having seen what Zeta have done with this Shade today, I mean, it's impossible to not favor them, regardless of the Mr. P, which, you know, was something that I would never have said coming into today. Never, you know? We saw questions seeing Shade from Zeta Division a little bit earlier today, but then immediately put to rest any doubt, really. But that doubt came from the first set, which was in Heist, and just didn't really deliver any goods anyway. And then goal in the first 10 seconds from Zeta. That kind of stuff, you know?
Well, welcome in. I guess they just walked one in, and now Shatampo off to the races here in the middle of the map, pierces through the walls. Shu going to be taking a lot of heat right now. Goes down, and honestly, he can shoot through walls, so that porter's going to be useless. Levi wide open net, and 28 seconds. Yep, folks, you saw that right. 28 seconds is how quickly Zeta Division just won a game.
I mean, speedrun, much. And that's probably the fastest game that we've seen all year. Crazy. Absolutely crazy that they can come in with a Shade pick that, for all intents and purposes, had everyone scratching our heads at the beginning of today. And like I said, I genuinely feel like other regions are going to look at this and go, hey, shall we try scrubbing Shade again? Maybe we're missing a trick here because, you know, Zeta seems to be owning with it. I'm not kidding. I think that you've got to ban it against Zeta.
There's something they scrimmed a lot, and now I kind of understand it. Can pierce through the walls as well, so that means the porters have nowhere to hide. Levi squeezes one through the back of the net. Melty had a chance to stomp, but he didn't. Didn't have enough in the tank there, and now Shatampo once again off the middle of the map, already cycling another super, bullying Shu in his spawn, and Levi just walking it up. The fastest set of the year. It has to be GG. It's going to be Zeta Division with a speed run.
I think it's probably the fastest set of all time, honestly.
Oh
I mean, that is ridiculous. I remember seeing 2020. I think Code Magic had like one of the fastest games of Brawl, but I mean, that's back to back. That's ridiculous. This is why you banned Shade against Zeta. I mean, Blinking, you're missing stuff.
Was it actually the fastest match ever? I would love the community to dig on the last couple years and actually figure that out for us. It really feels like Zeta Division had to catch a train or something. They really want this to be over, making their comp work out phenomenally. 2 tanks on their side. I really like the Mr. P melody, and it just did not work out. The shade on City Tempo as well just looks phenomenal. Once again, I feel like so far he has a 100% win rate on the brawler today.
It's just disgusting. I mean, you know, you either ban it or you figure out a darn good way of countering it, because like that's just ridiculous. I mean, how often do you see such a convincing way of just slaughtering your opposition as that on a brawler which is, for all intents and purposes, has not been meta? Like, since Shade came into the mix, we've only seen a handful of times at best, and even then, not really enough to write home about. Today's that day that's very much changed things. It's still circumstantial, no doubt about it. I think Zeta making it work in Brawl has been a bit of a staple, but we saw it as well earlier in Hard Rock Mine really excel. And in Pit Stop, it wasn't as great. So a bit hit or miss, but I mean, you got to know where to play it, and Zeta know where to play it. I mean, is it going to be much replay? It was over in like less than a minute.
It's just going to be Levi walking it in 4 times and Shitampo just diving up the middle of the map. I honestly think that this is the reason they beat Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon didn't have an answer for the Shade. Reject had no answer for the Shade. And in fact, I think the Shade has a pretty good matchup in the Mixer P. I mean, look at this. He just dives through the wall, and if he drops his porters behind a wall, he just swipes through and they're dead. Honestly, a really creative solution, and now I understand why they've been scrimming it so much.
Probably that's why. I also love that we saw who scored in the stats, and we saw that all 4 goals were made by the Buster. That was really his only job. Just take the ball, walk ahead, score. Game is over in 40 seconds. Crazy strat, but it seems to work. Layer Cake is going to be our next map now. I don't think you can just walk up and win the game like that. Can you, Art?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, really?
They did. yeah. I was with you, to be fair. You know, I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently so in the grand finals against 3 chicks who are not by any means, you know, a spring chicken. They've been around for a while and they are exceptionally good. It just is that Zeta's division just upped the gears this month. Now, this is the brawler that we didn't see any of. Well, we saw multiple choose off like last month, and I haven't really seen much of comeback, but coming back again, it is the kids. I was kind of enjoying the period of silence, to be honest.
Great synergy with any of the tanks, but especially with Daryl. Kenny, you feel like it's going to be picked up by either of the team here? Daryl?
I think we have to have our eyes on it. And I think every time you see Kit, just naturally, if it's KO or Bounty especially, you love having Daryl who can charge that super passively, and then pairing it with something like a Kit. Janet would have been another good partner for that, though. Obviously, flying in the skies and dropping little yarn balls from Kit, pretty good way to keep 2 of your brawlers indestructible there for a short period of time. But I like Janet on this map anyways. It's somebody that we haven't seen a ton today, but I definitely think it's a good brawler.
100% first pick worthy for me. Yeah, I actually want to see Janet banned in this map. For me, it's like one of her best maps at the moment. It's just super strong. Yeah, I mean, this is a great starting hand for Zeta. It really is. Stu, yeah, I mean, this, oh no. This is looking so good already for Zeta. The kit is definitely a concern. And I like Sunny's idea with the pairing with the Daryl, because that is really quite a tough thing to deal with. But in Bounty, I mean, a kit's got to attach to something over time, and Melody, Daryl, those are options, but you know, I feel like against the back lines in your spawn, it's tough to do much to help your team defend as a kit.
Gonna have to really take advantage of the cardboard box gadget, cycle in a super, but even then, Stu can skate away, Janet can literally fly in the sky. I think it's a tricky one to navigate if you're something like a kid. They're gonna pick up Angelo here, arguably the best sharpshooter in the game, and definitely a good one, I would say, on this map, but I don't necessarily think it's a solution to all their problems right now. I think this Stu-Janet combo is a pretty fierce one, to be honest with you, Ark.
No joke of a lie, I was playing Janet on this very map last night against an Angelo we won, spoiler alert. It's got an option in the back lane side. You know, there is some lake on this map where you can have a little bit of a place to be. But it's still not great, you know, especially depending upon what the Janet wants to bring into the mix. We've seen actually her gadgets get a lot of value on both sides of things now, but certainly with the drop the base, that's kind of like where Andrew can't really do much to, you know, does he want to utilize an amplified shot to get rid of a gadget just to be able to stop the decay over time? Probably not. Ollie is a much better shout. Come on with the kit, I get that. But I do feel like Zeta are cooking pretty well. Oh, nah, yeah, chalk it up. Yeah. Surely chalk it up, right? I mean, there's no wall break now. I mean, oh, no. I mean, we've seen what Shake can do in the hands of Zeta, no less. I mean, I did say a 3-0 when we were discussing what the scorelines would be, but like, I mean, that's gotta be it, right? I mean, Rejects are gonna have to do a great deal to bring this one back now.
Nobody knows how to deal with it. They just don't. And honestly, the way this map is shaped, there's no wall break like you mentioned, and there's a ton of walls. That's an issue. That's a problem. If you're Reject,
great summary, Kenny. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I just call it how I see it, coach. I just call it how I see it, big dog. It's just what it is. Like, nobody's had an answer for this guy today. And now we have all the momentum in the world, the most demoralizing set I think I've ever seen in my life. It was a speed run. And now Reject have to put it all behind him and try and claw their way back against the brawler that punished them last time. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm with you. I really am. It's not going to be easy. Melty already has to jump back to his teammate to survive that one. And now the balls of yarn will come down. Spider-Man the punish the tempo. That's a good start for Reject. That's 1 kill to the blue star only in the hands of Zeta. But Levi is dangerous with this new pick, and they continue to advance forwards. Drop the base with the Janet pick there as well. Campo's really dancing around these walls. The speed, the aggression, you love to see it.
Shu gonna be low HP, barely hanging on. Melty gonna go down. Now Levi can capitalize. Shu trying to combat this. Does for just enough time, but Zeta still applying so much pressure. Reject have not been able to leave their spawn. They have a Shu super, and that's really all they can do unless Melty finds one of his own and dives in. Shu jumping away, forces the gadget out, and now Melty gonna be riding on the hoverboard as well. It's gonna be a tough one, but they have to find a way to climb out of here. Somehow, some way, though, they still have the star lead.
Hammer survives just about there. Levi with a break on the left-hand side as well. Batman's low is going to be taking a lot of deal to survive this one as the Jet takes to the skies. They find one as well. That's 5 stars to Zeta. They can come back now with 9. Now thanks to Levi as well. Cardboard box for Melty coming in. He's going to find Shatampo, but they can still get back in time. It's going to hand some stars over. So still an opportunity for Reject to get a final kill moment and turn this around in their favor.
Top only had 2 stars. He can be aggressive. They can afford this, but they can't lose another. Blue star resting with Suzuku here. And with 15 on the shot clock, Melty is going to fall. 5 stars being the separator, and Suzuku now getting aggressive in the skies and indestructible at that. Batman marching forward. Shatampo there to fight him right in his face, and it does absolutely nothing. Zeta Division just running away with it here, and now on match point and continuing their dominant stretch.
Danger. Real danger now for Rejects, as they are looking like the sweep could be inevitable, which is quite the statement, really, when you consider the fact that they beat Zeta Division in the semifinals last month with a 3-1 scoreline. They're about to get beaten to a more convincing one. I've got to hand to Levi as well, because like I know I've been singing his praises all day long, but you know, I have such fond memories of him last year playing on Stu, and he's one of the best in the world, in my opinion, on this particular brawler. And he's been a champion for Zeta today for me. Well worthy MVP. I'm not trying to rig things on the event side, but certainly I feel like a lot of support network has been due to him. 5 stars and the blue with Zeta on the back lines. A nice gadget pierce there from Batman, but Zeta, they're in such a commanding position. They look so confident.
Now Shatampo just diving in. We should have known better, Art. The guy that can go through walls with the best mechanical play in the world. We should have known better. We should have known that this guy would be unbelievable with this. He's been so good in the past, and now they're just steamrolling their way through this set. 11-0. Shu and his teammates don't even have a star.
The kid couldn't connect to Tampa because he was already inside the walls, and it's just such a great thing to see a brawl which has been ignored and underestimated by so many come to the spotlight. 11 and the blue for Rejects, and they've really yet to show anything real in terms of competition against Zeta so far today. Some stars here and there, but you know, they need to get some games on the board, they need to get some sets on the board, and as time trickles down, they're really struggling to find some momentum here.
Kid separates. Now Ollie left all by himself. Suzuku hypnotized, but can just get in this guy. Doesn't even need it. A hypercharge being dropped, and now they're just 1 star away. Shatampo stretching and just waiting. Goes for the gadget, and it's 100% win rate for Shade. And most importantly, Shatampo and his teammates, they're going to be taking monthly finals number 2.
Shades are on. It's a +1,000 aura right there. Take the snapshot. What a day for Zeta. They came in as the 4th place on the leaderboards, and they exit as champions. What a showing, and what a day. What a way to just even out the scorelines.
Very well said. Congratulations to Zeta Division. And I think they really did it. They still might be able to catch their train. That's crazy. Sita was literally just spawn trapping Reject. They couldn't really do anything. He was just waiting behind the wall, always had a super ready, used that damage buff to his advantage to get that first clap off onto his opponents. And as Kenny already mentioned, in Sita's hands today, Jade didn't lose a single match.
I really hope that other regions are paying attention and, you know, maybe they've got some answers that we are not seeing in East Asia. That's the other question here, because in this meta as well, I can see why people don't want to, you know, even if they know with the analytics that Zeta are just bringing in Shade and getting constant wins with it. It's a question of, do you want to give up a ban? You know, it's already a tough thing to come by, and some players are asking for even a couple more to be added to the mix. You know, do you risk it? That's the question, because if you do ban the Shades, okay, well then you give yourself a better chance, but Zeta can still just then play the meta. Like, you've got to have a good counter option for it. Bannerman, can't ignore that. 5 kills, the only team member to actually get some kills in that set. That can't go unnoticed on a brawler, which is probably not even the best catered for this game mode and this map. So fair play to him. But again, I'm going to shout Levi's praises there. 6 kills, and today has been just outperforming. I mean, Tampo obviously will get MVP with the Shade. He's been an incredible asset. But Levi, I think, you know, undersung today, and rightly so. He's always in the background, but he gets the job done.
He's a very consistent player indeed, showing us twice what he can do on that Stu. We'll see if you guys at home actually picked Sute as your MVP, or maybe are vouched enough so you could, so you actually voted for Levi. It's gonna be Sute. Kenny, rightfully so.
I mean, the Shade is pretty good. This guy's a problem, man. Like I said, we should have known better. The brawler that can go through walls and the best mechanical player is a nasty combination. And to Ark's point as well, because they were so good at Shade, because nobody had an answer for this, honestly, a huge reason why I think they win this, you play the meta. There's so many brawlers right now that you feel like you have to ban. And adding one more brawler that's out of the equation, out of the mix, that players aren't as experienced with, having that not be banned has given them several set wins today. And honestly, I think a really smart shot from them. They were able to take advantage not only of the meta, but found an exploit in it, took an advantage, and ran away with it.
He did indeed. Trev, we sadly didn't have you here for that very last match, but you surely had enough time to study the bracket if you want to guide us through. Hello and welcome back.
I'm back, baby. You can't escape me for that long. You can't escape me for that long. What a game that was, honestly.
We really tried.
Yeah. I'm just gonna, if I didn't have a headset on, I'd cut my ears, because I've just gone 7 for 7, I'm pretty sure. Zeta Division with a 3-0, and honestly, that was more dominant than any performance they've put on today. The grand final has been the quickest game, the fastest. Like, Brawl Ball was the fastest thing I've ever seen. Bounty was as dominant as I've ever seen. Like, Reject were not in that game, and Zeta Division made it all the way to the grand finals. And obviously, clean sweat Reject. What a performance.
It was a really good performance from every single team that we've seen so far. We have to say we have seen some great drafts, some great strategies, and it worked out the best for Zeta Division in the end. So congrats once again. Let's get acquainted with our new leaderboard now. We were talking all day long about the race to the Brawl Cup arc. How does it look like now?
Wow, I mean, look at that. Just look at that. 1 point in it between Reject and Zeta Division. I was thinking that maybe Zeta might be one in front, but it makes sense when you think about Reject's consistent performance throughout the monthly finals, really. I mean, that's the thing, that they haven't been able to get a win yet. But with, consistently being in the grand finals, despite losing them, they are out in front. And that is really quite exciting leading into next month, when there's that close of a race. I mean, just, 11 points between Crazy Raccoon and Reject. I mean, that is such a tightly knit thing to see, isn't it? When you think about how the bracket might fare next month and how important it is now to literally win the whole monthly final. That's the race that I want to see to the Brawl Cup in East Asia.
Kenny, I'm gonna start with you here now. What was your biggest surprise or highlight of today?
I think how dominant Zeta Division were truly. I mean, they were the best into scrims looking into this, but I still had faith in Crazy Raccoon, and the fact that they escaped with a 3-2 win, the fact that they had the creativity to find this pick that was so strong, honestly, super surprising. I mean, CR are no slouches. Reject literally beat this team 1 month ago, and to go through balance changes, gadget changes, some new maps coming in the mix, and be as good as they were, that's a statement to me. This is a team I'm not only looking forward to next month, but now they put themselves in the spot where, hey, they're in the World Finals spot for now. Crazy Raccoon are the ones in third.
Rev, same for you. Surprise or highlight?
Highlight. I mean, I think the highlight has got to be even though I didn't cast it, the Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta game. I mean, that was the decider. It was whoever won that game was winning it all in reality. So I think that was probably the highlight for me. And surprise, Reject not putting up a more of a fight in the grand final after the day they've had. I was expecting more.
Mark, same for you.
Yeah, Shade my highlight for today, honestly. But I think what Kenny says resonates with me a lot, because when you look at a team like Zeta, who had a really tough first month, and then we had this massive shift up, a whole new update, new meta coming through in gadget reworks, and then they were the team that were like, okay, let's try to use that to our advantage. What can we find as a way to bring ourselves back into the conversation? And I think that looking ahead to the other regions now, that same logic has to be applied. I'm looking now to also teams that maybe didn't have the best of showings last month, but actually have found a little bit of secret magic in the works that might then get an opportunity this time round. So I think it's really blown open this month, in my opinion.
It really did. I mean, I mentioned at the very start of the show today that this is the most volatile region, and I think that sums it up pretty perfectly. We saw that once again coming out of East Asia today. For everyone that tuned in today, thank you so much, and I hope to see you again tomorrow, since we're going to head into EMEA, something you don't want to miss out on. See you there.
our hobby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.